Chapter 11. Liam. I got home early from work, around 5 on a Tuesday. Sophia was bustling around the kitchen, putting things into a wicker basket as if trying to distract herself. Ava Marie lay in a playpen, playing with the artifacts Bane had given her. Bane clearly didn't know what to buy infants, so he'd given Ava Marie a bunch of old things he'd found on his adventures over the years. She was fascinated by them, her eyes glimmering as she played with a sewn cloth doll, a round leather ball, and a set of wooden blocks at least 100 years old. Whenever Bane visited, Ava Marie reached for him, as if eager to see what ancient toy he'd brought her next. Esses and Buttercup perched on the playpen's edges, looking down and watching in observation. "What's all this?" I asked Sophia. I reached down to stroke Ava Marie's back. She glanced up at me once before grabbing the cloth doll and tossing it at Esses. It hit him, and he went flying off the playpen with a trill. "Ava, that wasn't nice," I scolded. Ava Marie made her famous annoyed face and grabbed at the ball. Esses rubbed his head and tossed the doll back in the pen with a grumble. "I thought we could have a picnic." Sophia's voice was cheerily fake, full of false light. I caught on to it immediately. She hadn't been the same since we discovered the Anichi piece of the prophecy yesterday. I had yet to figure out what was going on with her. "It's a little cold, isn't it?" It wasn't that warm out, only 50 degrees or so.
"Vanessa and Bren invited all of us. They're warming a clearing to make it comfortable," Sophia explained. "I thought it'd be good to get out of the house."
We hadn't seen Vanessa and Bren in a while. It'd be nice to visit, and I was kind of sick of being cooped up all winter. Sophia wouldn't meet my eyes. I caught her as she walked by and rubbed her shoulders, forcing her to face me. "Something's on your mind." Her eyes screamed yes, but she forced out,
"Later. Let's just enjoy the moment. We'll talk about it tonight."
Sophia avoided stuff when there was no way to fix what was coming. Whatever she had to talk about was dire, but she wasn't ready to face it yet and needed a break, so I said, "Okay, tonight." Bren and Vanessa had elevated the temperature in order to enjoy the day. We dismounted Julian and met them in a clearing outside the village, which was almost more like a park. It was 70 degrees in the small area, and the air smelled clean. Bren was grilling, while Vanessa sat on a quilted blanket beneath a tree. She was shuffling large square cards, while her son Xavier played with Aisha's tail. The dragon was playing with Kingston. The manticore perched in a tree, shaking branches. Julian squeezed through the trees, his tongue lolling out of his mouth as he gazed at Aisha. They weren't the only ones in the clearing. Jonah and Jake were playing badminton, while Imogen and Cade watched. Arabelle and Sassy had curled up against each other, their heads bouncing from left to right as they watched Jake and Jonah smack the birdie back and forth. The woods around Hokavale were filled with previously thought extinct magical creatures, flocking to Bren and Vanessa's warmth. Into the clearing walked a creature with a long neck and a small, dished face, black eyes glinting like coal. It had antennae twisting out of its head and talons like those of birds on its feet. Its body was a mixture of white and blue feathers with pale fur. 2 butterfly wings rose out of its back and shone in the sun, reflecting colors into the grass.
"It's a windfarer," Vanessa explained when she noticed my confused look. "Fey creatures. They're unusually rare in these parts."
Fey creatures were part of Arcanian lore and came from Malovia. It was exceptionally unique to see one outside of Europe. Someone must have brought it here. Behind it, more animals followed. A tiger with black and teal zebra stripes, a white mane and black horns prowled next to a golden lynx with 4-pronged antlers that were growing green leaves. Rabbits with wings of hawks and tails like oxen perched in the branches, twittering like birds. Ava Marie's eyes locked onto each creature as it came into the light, and she kicked her feet against Sophia's side.
Our familiars observed the wild creatures calmly and made no move to attack. The Windfarer lay down by Julian's side, and the rest followed suit. Julian, who had been trying to catch Aisha's eye, preened, not impressed. If our familiars were comfortable, it was fine to relax. These creatures, though wild, wouldn't hurt us. Squeaks was lying next to Vanessa. Sabor stood over her. Sophia knelt and propped Ava Marie up against Squeaks's stomach. The hippogriff swung her head around and rustled Ava Marie's hair, brushing it backwards with a warm gust of breath. Ava Marie stroked her fingers against Squeaks's beak, and the bird cooed. "Squeaks, come and play," Jonas said. He gestured to her, but she shook her head and he huffed. "What's up with her?" I asked. "Squeaks has no energy lately," Jonah complained. "And she eats like a horse. I don't know why." "Doesn't she always eat like a horse?" I questioned. Jake tilted his head at Squeaks before he said, "Let her be. She'll recover her strength in time." Sophia sat down next to Ava Marie and crossed her legs, while I took a seat on the picnic bench nearby. "What are you playing with, Vanessa?" "Oracle cards," Vanessa said brightly. "I like to mess around with them." "Ooh," Imogen heard us, and her eyes brightened. "I want to play." I cringed. Elementi don't take well to oracle cards. "Why are you using them?" Imogen rolled her eyes. "Relax, Liam. It's just for fun." "Come join in." Vanessa waved her over, and Imogen joined the circle. Jonah curiously stood nearby as the oracle cards were shuffled. The oracle cards themselves were green, the undersides decorated with beautiful drawings of women, nature, and ethereal creatures. Vanessa fanned the cards out on the blanket and said, "Okay, Imogen, you draw first." Imogen picked a card and showed it to Vanessa. A woman with a dress made of leaves was petting a dragon that was nestled in her lap. Vanessa looked at it, then smiled. "That's the card of rebirth. You are currently in the process of moving past your trauma and breaking through limiting cycles. If you look to the earth, she will heal you." "That's a good reading," Imogen said. I approved. Imogen had been through a lot lately. It was good the cards deemed she was getting past it, though secretly I didn't believe in this nonsense. "Ooh, do me," Jonah gushed. "What's my fate?" "Hold on, silly." Vanessa laughed, then she shuffled the deck again. She fanned them toward Jonah, and he yanked out a card so hard it caused the rest of them to fall to the blanket in a heap. As Vanessa scrambled to reorganize them, Jonah squeaked, "What's this mean? It looks sexy." On the card, a naked woman with a halo of light around her head held her stomach. Above her hands, a flame burst out of her chest. Vanessa narrowed her eyes. "That's the center card. You have a choice to make soon, to follow your heart or the mistakes of your past. The closer you come to making a decision, the more conflict there will be. Choose wisely." Jonah handed Vanessa back the card, giving a sheepish glance at Jake. Vanessa shuffled the cards and said, "Okay, Liam, your turn." Fuck no," I started. "I'm not playing this shit." Last time we'd had a reading, I'd drawn the death card. This wasn't my thing. "Too late, already pulling a card for you." Vanessa held up a card of a woman looking over her shoulder, holding a flower in her hand as birds flew by. "I've never pulled this before. This is the card of rebellion. This is a reminder that you need to rest and nurture yourself. Otherwise, you risk ruining everything you've worked for. See, Liam, even my oracle cards think you work too hard." I scowled. "I do not." Vanessa rolled her eyes. "Whatever you say." She shuffled the cards again, then fanned them out before Sophia. "Okay, Sophia, your turn." Sophia hesitated as if she was scared to draw a card, but eventually she reached out and took one. Vanessa frowned slightly when she saw it. Upon it was the anguished face of a woman, her hair twisted with dying flowers. She looked to be angry or in pain.
This is my least favorite card. Abrasion. What does it mean? Sophia asked. You have to pull back on your emotions and let the truth reveal itself, even if it's painful, Vanessa said. You must let go of your feelings to let the next step be as painless as possible, though it's going to be difficult regardless. The only way to avoid it is to approach it with understanding instead of anger. Sophia paled, as if the card's meaning had confirmed whatever was on her mind. I scoffed. Don't worry, Soph. They're just stupid cards. She didn't answer me. We had to stop doing these fucking readings. They never went well for her. This is like when we got our tarot card readings from Hattie. Remember? Jonah asked. Yeah, Imogen said slowly. When I pulled my tarot card, I got the 7 of Cups, which signified illusion. I was under the illusion Trace was dead, which he wasn't. I also got the Star, which meant I would go through many challenges, but it would be worth it in the end. I would embark on a spiritual journey and come out stronger. Imogen beamed. I totally think Hattie was talking about my recovery. And she was right. I do feel surrounded by peace. And I got the 10 of Cups, which meant walking away from my family and making another one, Jonah said. He smiled again as he looked back at Jake. I think that's definitely in my future. Liam, you got the King of Swords, which is a card of authority and leadership. It predicted you being chief, Imogen said. Yeah, I said. I'm sure it's not just coincidence. Imogen narrowed her eyes at my sarcasm. Seriously? How can you deny that? It's like too perfect to be wrong. Maybe tarot and oracle cards are just so broad they can come true no matter what happens, I said. Imogen let out a puff of breath. You're no fun. Jonah tapped his chin. Whatever you think, it seems like each of our readings have come true. Yes, except... Imogen broke off. She glanced at Sophia, then looked away. I scowled. During our tarot reading, Sophia had drawn the 3 of Swords, the card of heartbreak. Hattie had said Sophia would make a great sacrifice and lose the life she cherished because of it. Sophia shrugged. It's fine. It's just a game. Her voice didn't convince me. Sophia believed her readings were real. Vanessa shifted. She put the oracle cards away in her bag and said, I'm going to help Bren. Dinner's almost ready. Vanessa walked away. I noticed Julian was blowing smoke hearts in Aisha's direction. Aisha's tongue flickered out to touch them, and her eyes fluttered. Nearby, Esses handed out a flower crown to Buttercup. She adorned it, and Esses puffed out his chest proudly. I hurried to change the subject. I didn't want to talk about those stupid cards any longer. I shouldn't be messing with them in the first place. By the way, we should tell you guys that Sophia and I found the Anichi piece, I said to Imogen and Jonah. Chief Koak was able to interpret the symbols on Sophia's spirit totem and tell us what it meant. What? Jonah floundered, and he sat beside me. Tell us everything, Imogen said firmly. I looked to Sophia. She put a hand on Ava Marie. She paused before she recited, Should the Coigny child accept her fate, an innocent soul must be freely given. The tribe will be reborn with the chosen one's greatest sacrifice. The only sound that could be heard for long moments was that of the familiars playing. Imogen was the first to take a breath. Prophecies can be interpreted, right? Maybe this means you won't die. You'll just have to give something up. That's what I'm worried about, Sophia said. Jonah looked confused, but Imogen's eyes cleared. She gasped. I didn't understand her reaction. We're not losing you, Polly, I snapped. I don't care what the prophecy says. I can't let you give yourself up. We knew from the beginning that might be the case, Sophia argued. She sounded very tired. This is nothing we weren't sure of. But if the prophecy's true, Sophia, that means you will die, Jonah objected. A thin line of tears dotted Sophia's eyelids. If we're lucky, it'll be me. What the fuck do you mean? I didn't like the sound of that at all. Imogen reached out and squeezed Sophia's hand. Sophia had tears in her eyes as she watched Ava Marie play with Squeaks's feathers. Jonah's expression darkened. He turned sharply and headed over to Jake, nearly in a run. I was left baffled. Looked like I was the only one who was slow on the uptake of the prophecy's true meaning. Imogen gave Sophia a look, and my wife stood. She reached out her hand for mine. Take a walk with me? Sure. I let her pull me into the forest. Imogen stayed behind to watch Ava Marie as we left the clearing. The temperature dropped, leaving the area cold again. There were no magical creatures out here that we could see. They were all hiding in their dens away from the chill, which seemed to permeate not just the outside world, but every pore of my being. This conversation wasn't going to be good. We walked for almost a quarter of a mile in silence. I was wondering when Sophia would break the damn ice. My breathing became more labored than usual, and Sophia glanced up. You okay? I'm having trouble keeping up, I admitted. Vanessa hadn't been lying when she said I worked too much. I was addicted to my job, and it was quickly becoming a problem. Every morning I woke up exhausted now. I'm sorry, Sophia frowned. I wouldn't have made you walk this far, but I don't want to be overheard. Why not? I stopped. She let go of my hand and faced me on the path. Sophia's face twisted. Because I know how you're going to react. React about what? She was scaring me. Liam, come on. Sophia's shoulders sagged. The prophecy says an innocent life must be freely given. What do you think that means? A sickening dread coursed outward, causing my veins to freeze. The reason why I hadn't realized it came slamming into me, because I refused to consider it a possibility. My brain didn't even want to think about it. We're not giving up Ava. My voice sounded so hollow. This couldn't have been what the prophecy meant, could it? Shawana didn't want to talk to us when Madame Wells summoned her. Why wouldn't she, unless she didn't want to tell us we had to sacrifice our child to save the tribe, Sophia pleaded. Fuck the tribe, I shouted. I'm not sacrificing our daughter. You act like I want to. Sophia shuddered. She rubbed her hands with her face before she turned away, slamming a fist against a tree. It sounds like you've made a decision. Our own child? How could Sophia consider this? It's not like that. Sophia took deep breaths, as if she was in terrible pain. I love our daughter more than anything, more than my own life, more than even you, Liam. And I hate what the ancestors are asking me to do. It's killing me. This is the hardest decision I could ever make. I don't even know how you can consider it. This is our baby. Ancestors, I was going to vomit. My whole body shook. Thinking of Ava Marie still and cold, it practically dropped me to my knees. You know I want Ava, Sophia said. But I can't stop thinking about all those other kids. If we lose the war, the Hawkeye are gone forever. We aren't the only people who are parents, Liam. Thousands of babies will die. Is that worth the life of one child, even if it's our own? Of course it is. But still, that got me. All those poor babies, dead from the war. I could barely stomach it. I'd still pick Ava Marie, even if it made me a monster for doing so, but the weight of making that decision was suffocating. Think about Jackson. He's only 2, Sophia stammered. What about him? What about Katie and Christian? What about the rest of Imogen's siblings, the brothers she has left? What about Vanessa's son or Mia's? Can we damn them all to save our daughter?"
My knees shook. Protecting Ava Marie was my number one priority, and she was the one I loved the most. But yet, not the only one I loved. When she was born, I kept thinking she was worth sacrificing the whole world for. Could I really live up to that promise? "Prophecies can be changed," I said. "We can stop this. The prophecy never said she needs to die."
"I know, but the wording seems clear. I don't think there's a loophole on this one."
"There has to be, Soph. For ancestors' sake."
"This is more than the prophecy. I keep going back to that night."
Sophia wrapped her arms around herself and squeezed tightly.
"Her birth, it was so strange. So many odd things about it. What if Ava Marie wasn't supposed to survive?"
"That's bullshit," I spat. "How can you think like that?"
"Listen to what I'm saying,"
Sophia pleaded.
"Ava wouldn't have survived if Luana hadn't interceded. Without her magic, she'd be gone. I thank the ancestors every day that she's here, but what if it's not meant to be? What if my sacrifice had been meant to take place that night?"
I gave a sarcastic noise. "I'm not leaving my child's life up to something as manipulative as fate."
"Your mother and I have discussed this over and over since it happened,"
Sophia said. She could hardly breathe as she burst into tears. She was crying harder than I'd ever seen her.
"And we both agree. She's never had an infant survive that dangerous of a birth, but Ava Marie pulled through. I know in my heart Ava was supposed to die that night, and now that she's still alive, maybe the ancestors are asking me to give her back."
"The ancestors can go fuck themselves." I shoved my hands roughly into my pockets. Cold dread was climbing over every inch of my body, and I despised it. I thought I'd moved past all this, but no matter what I did, it was like the dark side of me wouldn't let go. I couldn't lose my child. I'd go insane. And I'd fight the ancestors, the Great Spirit, and whatever other miserable bastard tried to take her from me. Sophia shivered.
"I can't stop thinking about it, and I won't do it, not of my own volition. But what if I don't have a choice?"
"You always have a choice, Soph. Shawana Harjo made that clear. She gave you an out and said that your decisions would shape the fate of the tribe. Other Coigny children would rise to take your place."
"But can I back out this far in? We're in the middle of a war. This isn't going to end well for anyone, and Maddie said us winning would be worse than us losing,"
Sophia insisted.
"I think the time for me to run away from my destiny is long past. There's no turning back."
The tears ran down her face and met her trembling lips.
"I don't have any control over this. I worry the ancestors are going to take Ava Marie away from me no matter what I choose."
"Soph." I took her in my arms. A cold wind blew by, and I braced us against it. Sophia quivered against me and thought. "When I was a boy, I thought my father could defend us from anything. He always protected the family and sheltered us from whatever storm came along. I aspired to be just like him, to protect Sophia and Ava Marie from the shadows that festered in the dark. I didn't think I could shelter my family from this, though. This felt too big. I was the head of the family. It was my job to lay my life down for those I loved, but fuck all if the ancestors wanted me. They demanded my child. I refused to give her up, and if they wouldn't take me in her place, I'd fight. I'd fight until everybody else was dead if I had to."
"Don't you see? It's unavoidable. My tarot reading was the Three of Swords, the card of heartbreak. What does that sound like to you?"
Sophia sobbed.
"The rest of you had your readings come true, but mine is yet to be. Hattie was a witch. Her reading was influenced by her magic, which makes it unavoidable. What worse heartbreak could there be than to sacrifice—"
"Those cards are fucked. It's not real," I choked out.
"And yet it keeps coming up. It's undeniable. I pulled the card of emotional pain unless I can let go.
Sophia swallowed.
But I can't let go of my daughter. If she dies, I'll die with her.
No doubt I'd soon follow. My heart would give out. There has to be a way to save both Ava and the tribe. You hear me? I squeezed her shoulders. Sophia stared outward into the abyss. Her gaze was more afraid than it had ever been. Sophia was always brave, but how could you be brave when the ancestors asked you to make a sacrifice like this? Maddie's biggest lesson is prophecies aren't set in stone. It might not turn out like we feared, I said softly. I lifted Sophia's chin. You've got to have faith. Her voice trembled.
I don't see how we're going to make it out of this one.
I gave a low laugh, but it was more or less just to calm her down. We find a way to make a miracle. She stepped away from me and ran a hand through her hair.
So what do we do now? I know we have to get the Azaimperiai to work, but other than that, I'm not sure there's a way forward.
It was like my heart stopped when I considered the possibilities. Prophecies have loopholes. I know you don't think this one does, but why wouldn't it? What if the sacrifice isn't killing Ava Marie, but giving her to the other side?
That's worse than death. I'd sooner send her to the ancestral lands than let Oleander touch her, Sophia snapped. Do you want her to end up like Maddie?
Then there's only one other alternative. Sophia stared at me. The wind whistled through the trees, and she said,
You can't be asking me to do that.
Yes, I'm asking. For fuck's sake, I have to do it too, I said. This is the only way to save her life. Sophia turned away from me, but I grabbed her shoulders and forced her to face me again. Listen to me. We send Ava away. We give her to someone else to raise, and they'll make sure she's safe. If she's far away from Hokavale, far away from Kinpago, the prophecy can't touch her, and you'll fulfill it by making your sacrifice. Then you can save the tribe. The tears were still pouring from Sophia's eyes.
She'll never know who we are. If I give her up, I'll never see her again.
If you don't, she'll die. My voice was as hollow as the night I tried to take my own life. The only reason I wasn't crying was because I didn't think I had anything left in me. The reality of what I had to do was still so overbearing, so finite. It was like the world was coming to an end, and I couldn't comprehend it.
But she needs me, Sophia whimpered. I'm her mother.
I was going against instinct here. Sophia's job as a new mother in the first months of her child's life was to do everything to protect that child and keep it close. I was asking her to let go of that. Not to mention my own feelings were screaming at me not to let my daughter go. Yet I cared about Ava Marie more than I cared about myself. Whatever happened to me, whatever I felt, it didn't matter. She had to come first. Doya made that sacrifice for you. You wouldn't be here if she hadn't let you go. You have to make the same decision, I pleaded. My voice trembled. I hated the whole fucking world right now. Every time Sophia and I caught a break, it was like the universe knocked us down again. Why was it asking us to do the most impossible thing when we'd had so little time with our girl? At the reminder of her mother's sacrifice, Sophia gave an emotional sound. Her lip trembled. She wiped away at her face.
Okay, so we send her away. I'll make the sacrifice to save the tribe, but only for her. And not until it gets so awful, we have no other choice.
Soothing relief and horrible, agonizing pain shot through me all at once. Sophia wanted to buy us some time, and it was a treasure, but things were going to get awful fast. This war was quickly coming to a head, and I wanted Ava Marie long gone before that happened. That gave us so little time before we had to let her go. My voice choked up as I said, "Who do we ask? Jonah and Imogen are the obvious choices." Sophia shook her head.
We need them to help us fight. We can't break up the team now.
What about your adoptive parents, Robert and Susan? She frowned.
It feels unfair to ask them. They took me in as a baby, and it wouldn't be right to ask them to do it again. Plus, they have their foster kids. There aren't enough homes to foster those kids as it is, and it isn't fair to put them on the street just to give our daughter a home.
Then who? Sophia pondered for a moment.
Vanessa and Bren, she said. They have an infant. They'll know how to take care of Ava, and they're good parents.
I trusted both of them, and neither of them were as involved in this war as the rest of my friends. They were a good choice. All right, let's ask them now. I put my arm around Sophia's shoulders as we walked back to the clearing. She was still sobbing. I squeezed her shoulder. I'm sorry, Soph. Sophia gasped, and the sound cut clear through me. I was Ava's father. It was my loss, too. But I felt like I had to say something to stop my wife's heart from breaking. I didn't think my own was salvageable. When we returned to the clearing, Vanessa, Bren, Jake, and Cade were eating, but Jonah and Imogen had waited for us. They stood by the entrance to the forest path, their expressions wary.
I'm so sorry, you guys.
Imogen shifted Ava Marie on her hip, then passed her over to Sophia. Sophia nestled her tight. Esses, who'd seen us returning, ran over and sat at Sophia's feet, peering upward at her with a loyal expression. Prophecies are weird, I rushed to say, but they sounded like empty words. Maybe it's not what we think. Imogen looked down. Jonah moved from one foot to the other as he asked quietly, What are you gonna do? We have to send Ava away, I said. We don't have a choice. Imogen gasped. Jonah looked near tears as he said, Bro, we have to save her life. It's our only shot, I added. Sophia didn't say anything. Her eyes were watching Ava. Who were you gonna ask? Jonah asked. Vanessa and Bren, I started. Could you guys give us some space? Imogen and Jonah drew away. Both of them got the attention of their significant others, and we approached Vanessa and Bren. Vanessa was bouncing Xavier on her hip, while Bren cleaned up from dinner. Sophia and I hadn't eaten, but neither of us desired anything resembling food. It'd taste like sand in our mouths. Vanessa noticed Sophia's red-rimmed eyes, and her face fell.
Sophia, what's wrong? Why are you crying?
Sophia sniffed. Bren came over with a concerned expression. We found the Anichi piece of the prophecy, I explained. It says that Sophia has to give up an innocent life in order to prevent the Hawkeye from going extinct. Someone she loves. We think it means Ava. Vanessa's mouth dropped open. Bren shook his head in disbelief. Nah, the ancestors aren't asking that Ava Marie dies, are they? We're trying to avoid that, I spoke softly. We figure if Ava's not around, she can't get hurt. And if Sophia gives her away, she's making her sacrifice to save the tribe. Vanessa shifted Xavier.
Are you asking us to take her in?
Well, my voice drifted off. Sophia nodded, and I forced out, Yes. We need someone to adopt her and get her out of here. Ancestors, this felt horrible. It felt like I was pawning off my kid, or selling her, or something. Every awful thing Doya had ever done seemed excusable in this light. Bren waved his hand. Say no more, Liam. We'll take her. My heart dropped. I was keenly aware of Ava Marie kicking at my arm as I said, But you'll be adopting a child and leaving Hokavale, probably the state? I know it's a lot to ask. It's nothing to ask, Bren said. Of course we'll take her in. You don't need time to discuss it? This is a big decision, I said.
We don't have to. We've been thinking about leaving anyway, for Xavier's sake, Vanessa said. This makes our decision easy. You guys are our friends, and your daughter needs our help. We'll raise her like she was our own. We promise.
Bren nodded, and my small hopes fell flat. Part of me had been hoping they'd say no, but that was selfish of me. Just give us more time with her, I said. We don't want to let her go until we have to. Vanessa nodded. We'll be ready to leave when that happens, Liam. Take all the time you need. My throat got so tight that I couldn't say anything more. My eyes burned, and I forced myself to turn away from them. My final words carried a heavy weight. They implied Sophia and I needed to enjoy our time with Ava Marie as much as we could before she was gone out of our lives. Forever.
Chapter 12. Sophia. The next 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. I never let Ava Marie out of my sight. I didn't know it was possible to grieve for someone before you'd lost them, but I did. Since the day we heard the wording of the spirit prophecy piece, a weight like a brick had settled in my gut, and no amount of kisses or hugs seemed to lift it. I couldn't bear to give up my daughter, but more than anything, I wanted her to be safe. But I couldn't give her up yet. She needed me. I woke one morning to the weight of Ava Marie on my chest. I lay in the recliner in the living room, and Ava Marie was curled soundlessly against me. An Afghan was draped over my legs. It hadn't been there last night, and I knew Liam had put it there to keep us warm. Sunlight spilled in through the window. I realized that I'd slept in a lot longer than normal. I wondered why Liam didn't wake me before he left for work. I glanced around for Essis and Buttercup, but they were nowhere to be seen. They were probably off making Kerbal babies. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Ava Marie stirred, and I stroked her hair. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She grabbed tightly to my shirt and started to cry. I consoled her by pushing the fabric of my shirt aside and breastfeeding her. After Ava Marie was fed and changed, I sat down again to cuddle her, only to notice how silent the house was. It was unusual, since there was usually someone over, or Kerbals running around making noises. I furrowed my brow as I stood and peeked into the hallway. Essis? There was no response. Essis, you here? I was starting to get worried. I cradled Ava Marie in my arms and opened the door to Jonah's old room, but there were no Kerbals inside. I checked Imogen's empty room, then the bathroom, before opening the door to my room. I gasped when I saw a form lying there on the bed. Liam was sleeping with his back to the door and a pillow over his head. Essis and Buttercup were curled up near his stomach, cuddling him. Ava Marie made a noise and Liam stirred. Liam, what are you doing here? I asked. I thought you were at work. He groaned and rolled over. His features were ashen, and he blinked a few times like the sunlight hurt his eyes. He winced as he tried to shift on the bed. His voice came out strained. I'm not going to work. Not today. Ancestors! I rushed to his side and pressed my hand to his forehead. It was boiling, but I didn't know if that was because he was running a fever or because he'd been sleeping under the pillow. What's going on? Liam cleared his throat and winced again. Flare-up. Let me heal you, I demanded. I didn't wait for his answer. I began channeling my magic into him. A bit of color returned to his face, but it was barely noticeable. My powers had hardly worked. Liam pushed my hand away. It's fine, Pawi. I'll be fine. You will not be fine. Liam, you promised to be honest with me about how you felt. He sighed deeply and finally met my gaze. You're right, Pawi. I'm sorry. I sat on the side of the bed and pushed the hair from his eyes. Ava Marie stared down at her father, and Essis and Buttercup both stirred to look at him. So how are you feeling? I asked. I'd felt it when I was healing him, but I wanted to hear him say it out loud.
Awful,
he admitted, though he barely sounded like himself. He spoke slowly, like he was confused about which words to use.
My muscles are so tight, I can hardly move.
Tears brimmed his eyes like he was ready to cry from the pain. When he got like this, it was hard for him to even talk. Putting sentences together to form conversation was a monumental task. "Let me make you breakfast," I suggested.
No, Paui.
Liam quickly declined.
I won't be able to keep it down anyway.
"Can I make you some tea?" I asked. He shook his head.
I just need time.
"Well, I can't sit around and do nothing," I protested. "I want to help." He drew a heavy breath, but it seemed labored.
Can you open the window?
"Yeah, I can do that." I stood and opened the window, since it was the only thing that made me feel like I was useful. Liam shifted on the bed again, like he couldn't get in a comfortable position. It was clear sleep was going to be nearly impossible for him today. I worried that would slow his healing. "Let me try healing you again," I offered. "Essis can help." Essis' ears perked up at the sound of his name, and he stood alert, like he was ready to help. Liam shrugged.
You can try, but—
"No buts," I insisted. "We're going to make you better." I set Ava Marie in her crib. She fussed a little, but when I handed her a rattle, she quieted down. I sat next to Liam again and placed a hand on his chest. His breathing was labored and his face had paled again. Essis stood near his head and placed a palm between his eyebrows. Buttercup seemed to realize what was going on and came over to curl in my lap. I held her and worked on drawing energy from her and Essis at the same time. Warm, calm energy flowed through me, and my hand glowed. Liam's systems pushed back, resisting my magic. Today, his illness tasted like ash in my mouth. His lungs were struggling to gather air, and every muscle in his body seemed tense and knotted. I pushed past the barriers, and my magic filled his body, but it only did so much. When I pulled away, Liam was breathing easier, but I could tell by the look on his face he was still in a lot of pain.
Thanks, Paui,
he whispered without opening his eyes. "Any better?" I asked nervously.
Kind of,
he said. Ava started crying and he added,
Don't worry about me. Take care of our little girl.
I frowned as I stood and went to Ava Marie's crib. I thought Liam was downplaying how he really felt, but I'd done all I could. I felt hopeless. There was only one more thing I could do. "Come on, Essis, Buttercup," I said at the door. "Let's give Liam some space to sleep this off. I love you, Liam."
Love you too, Paui,
he replied, though it sounded like he didn't really know what he was saying. He was totally out of it. The Kerbals bounded out of the room beside each other, and I shut the door behind them. I set Ava Marie in her bouncer and went to the kitchen to grab a notepad. I scribbled out a note to Professor Perot, then went outside to where Julian was curled up by the door. He had a sad look on his face. "Liam's not well today," I told him, though he looked like he already knew. "Can you deliver this letter to Perot?" I held out the envelope, and Julian became alert. He stood and took the letter in his talons, then gave me a firm nod, like he understood. Within moments, Julian had taken off to the skies. I went back inside, nerves knotting in my belly. I tried to keep busy by playing with Ava Marie, but I couldn't really focus until I heard the sound of wings beating outside. Julian had returned, along with a note from Perot stating that he'd written a prescription for Liam and sent it to the pharmacy, but that I'd have to pick it up myself. "Looks like we're going for a walk, Ava," I told her as I slid her into the cradle board. "Essis, Buttercup, you want to come along?" Essis nodded eagerly, and Buttercup started chasing her tail in excitement. The walk to the pharmacy wasn't far, and though the clouds were thick overhead, the temperature was warm. Ava Marie kept making the cutest noises, and her eyes darted everywhere as she took in the world. I was going to miss her curious soul. Stop, I told myself. I'd promised I wouldn't look into the future. If I kept worrying about it, I'd forget to enjoy the time we had left. I vowed to live in the present moment with my precious little girl as long as I possibly could. Right now, however, I didn't have time to stop at the stream or show Ava Marie the pretty colored fabrics at the market. I couldn't spare a walk along the edge of the canyon in search of shiny rocks for Essis and Buttercup's collection. I was in a rush to get Liam his medicine so he could make it through the day. We arrived at the pharmacy, and I turned the corner next to an aisle of candies Essis was eyeing eagerly. When I saw who was standing in front of the counter, I took a startled step back. She had a canine familiar at her side and carried a little boy in a sling across her front. Mia. She looked better than the last time I saw her, though she didn't look quite how I remembered her. Her short hair was tied back, but she didn't wear any makeup. And for once, her boobs weren't spilling out of her shirt. For the first time, she looked down to earth. I was surprised when I caught the thought going through my head. Never would I have described Mia as down to earth. Wyatt must have really been helping her. The arrogance she once wore in her features had been washed away. I could almost believe that everything she'd been through, becoming a mother, leaving Micah, and coming to Hokavale, had humbled her. Was I being fair to hold on to this grudge for what she'd done to Liam? Yes and no, my instinct said. I stepped closer to the pharmacy counter to wait my turn. Essis and Buttercup ran around my feet, playing a game of tag. I overheard the pharmacist giving Mia a prescription for oral thrush. I knew it was common in babies, but I was glad Ava Marie hadn't gotten it. Mia thanked the pharmacist and stepped away from the counter. I held my breath, hoping by some miracle that she'd walk off without spotting me. But I wasn't so lucky. Mia nearly ran into me, and her son started to cry. Her eyes went wide in shock as she stopped in her tracks. She backed away like she was scared of me. After the way I treated her the last time we met, I couldn't blame her. I would have liked to give her another piece of my mind. After everything she'd done, she deserved whatever karma she got. But looking at her now, how she seemed like a totally different person, I wondered if she'd already gotten that karma. I supposed that was for the ancestors to judge, not me. At least she'd left Liam and my family alone since she'd come to Hokavale. That much I could give her credit for. Mia turned down her gaze. It was strange how immediate her reaction was, like she didn't contemplate it at all. Micah had really done a number on her. She was scared, timid. It wasn't until that moment that I realized how bad it was. That she was a victim as much as my enemy. How could I preach peace and unity of the Hawkeye when I'd treated Mia so horrendously? Mia went to take a step around me, but I stopped her. Mia, wait. She stopped dead, like she was used to doing what she was told. Fucking Micah. Her familiar, Taryn, growled. Essis and Buttercup had stopped chasing each other and looked on high alert, like they'd defend me if Taryn pounced. I was just leaving, Mia said in a small voice. This won't take long, I assured her. She stopped to listen, though it didn't look like she wanted to. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. The words felt like thorns on my tongue, but I meant them. You are? She asked. Taryn's growls ceased from beside her. I overreacted when you came to Hokavale. It was hard to admit, but I had to say it out loud, for both of our sakes. I know you want a better life for Matthias. Her son stirred in her arms. Mia blinked a few times, like she couldn't wrap her head around my apology. That means a lot. I can't forget what you did to Liam, I stated, to be clear. But I want you to know that you're welcome in Hokavale. I won't do anything to harm your life here. A smile touched the corners of Mia's lips. I didn't think I'd ever seen her smile before. It was strange. Thank you, Sophia. I know I can't take back what I did to Liam, but I am sorry. Honestly, I hope that one day you can finally forgive me. I do, I said. The words came out of my mouth so fast I didn't even realize I'd said them. Were they true? Did I really forgive Mia? I'd never forget it, and I couldn't ever trust her fully. But I could forgive her. I could let it go. And that was one of the most freeing feelings in the world. I forgive you, Mia. She breathed a sigh of relief, like she'd been carrying a 50-pound weight on her shoulders, and my words had lifted it. Wow, Sophia. I don't know what to say. Maybe now I can actually make Hokavale my home. For me and Matthias. I gazed down at her little boy. He was a few months older than Ava Marie, but he reminded me of her a little. They had the same Tawakwa genes and looked like they could be related. I hope so, I said, though all this was difficult to admit to her face. Good luck, Sophia, Mia added, with whatever path the ancestors choose for you. Then Mia turned and left the store. It was strange to hear such words from one of my enemies. But then again, that made the well wishes worth even more. Mia wasn't just saying that to turn around and stab me in the back later. We were headed our separate ways, and by some miracle, we wished each other well despite our deep-seated hatred for one another. I'd never experienced such a strange phenomenon. I was still reeling from shock when I returned home. Julian was standing outside the door, shaking his head wildly, like he was trying to tell me something. My guts sank immediately. What is it, boy? Essus and Buttercup caught on quicker than I had and went running for the door. I quickly followed behind. I dropped the pharmacy bag on the counter on my way through the kitchen, then rushed behind Essus down the hall. I gasped when I saw Liam lying in the doorway to our bedroom. Liam! I cried. Essus was already at his side, trying to work his healing magic. At the sound of my voice, Liam lifted his head. He looked at me, but his eyes didn't focus. I took his head and cradled it in my lap. Ava stirred from where she was tied to my back.
Just fainted on my way back from the bathroom.
Liam struggled to get out. He tried to get to his feet, but I could tell he needed help. He was heavy as I supported him the few feet to the bed. He crashed down onto it, like he was going to pass out again if he took another step.
Thanks.
Don't move, I told him quickly, though I didn't know why. He wouldn't move if I lit his ass on fire. I'll be right back. I hurried back to the kitchen and grabbed the pills Perot had prescribed him, then filled a glass with water at the sink. I returned to the bedroom where Essus and Buttercup were helping Liam under the covers. Buttercup pulled the sheets to his chin, then licked his forehead. It seemed like a kind gesture, like something a mother Kerbal would do to her child. But Liam's long hair got tangled in her mouth, and she practically choked on it as she coughed it out. Take these, I demanded, handing him 2 pills and the water. Liam placed them in his mouth, but he looked like he was going to gag. After a few tries, it finally went down. I suspected he used his magic to force the water down his throat with the way he gagged. Ouch.
What's that?
Liam asked, looking down to the paper in my hands. I'd accidentally grabbed Perrault's letter with the pharmacy bag. It's a note from Perrault, I told him. Along with the pills, he's prescribed you a new work schedule. Liam groaned.
Pawi, I've already cut back. I want to spend as much time with Ava Marie as possible.
Well, you haven't cut back enough, I snapped. Even Perrault thinks so.
Let me see.
Liam held out his hand, and I passed him the letter. His eyes roamed over the schedule, but he looked like he was having a hard time reading it.
Pawi, I can't take every Wednesday off.
Yes, you can, I insisted. You need a break in the middle of the week.
People are depending on me,
he argued. You're chief, I cried. You set your own hours, and you can't help people if you're too ill to work. Liam frowned, but he knew I was right. He glanced at Ava Marie as if he was doing this for her, because he knew his time with her was running short.
Okay, I'll stick to Perrault's schedule.
Good, I told him, though I wasn't sure if he was just saying that because he didn't have the energy to disagree right now. We'd see once he was well enough to go out again. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Keep me company while I wait it out,
he suggested. I wanted to do just that. I thought it'd be easy, but it was harder than I could have ever imagined. After only a few minutes, Ava Marie started throwing a fit, and I had to leave the room to calm her down because her cries were making Liam's migraine worse. After 45 minutes, I'd changed her, fed her, and by some miracle managed to calm her down, until I felt something leaking out of her diaper. I crinkled my nose as I held her a foot away from me. I see why you were upset. Ava Marie started wailing again as I took her to the sink to give her a bath. After I dried her off and dressed her, I turned around to see that Esses and Buttercup had snuck into the fridge and spilled an entire gallon of chocolate milk on the floor. Frustrated, I set Ava Marie in her bouncer and went to mop it up. Esses and Buttercup scurried away and didn't even offer to help. The little monsters knew they were in trouble. My frustration surged when I saw that at least a third of the gallon had seeped underneath the refrigerator. Normally, I'd ask Liam to use his powers to help clean it up, but I didn't want to bother him right now, and I didn't think he could perform that kind of magic today anyway. I moved the fridge by myself to clean underneath it, only to find a huge stash of moldy bread behind it. Ugh, Esses! I complained loudly. The Kerbals had been hoarding food behind the refrigerator. Esses and Buttercup snickered from one of the guest rooms. Huffing, I pulled a pail out from under the sink and filled it with bleach water to clean up the mold. In the middle of cleaning, Ava Marie started to wail again, but I couldn't hold her when I had bleach all over my hands. I had to finish cleaning before I could console her, and by then I could hear Liam groaning in pain from the other room.
Sophia,
Liam called. My frustration grew because there didn't seem to be anything I could do to console Ava. I'm trying, I called back to him.
Pawi,
he called again, like he hadn't heard me. I didn't want to bring Ava Marie into the room wailing like this, but Liam wouldn't stop calling my name. I went to see what was the matter.
Can you turn the humidifier on for me?
He asked.
I can't breathe.
I did my best to help him while Ava continued to wail in my arms. But when I plugged in the humidifier, it wouldn't turn on. It's not working, I complained. Liam didn't respond. He just lay there helplessly, trying to take in air. Ava Marie went silent. Projectile vomit shot out of her mouth and leaked down my shirt. Ancestors' cock! I cried. Essis chuckled at my use of words, but to me it was the furthest thing from funny. This day could suck it.
Forget about it,
Liam insisted.
Go clean up.
I wanted to help him out, but the stench of vomit was too much. I couldn't help it when heat rose to my face. I was on the verge of tears, but I tried to hold it in. I couldn't take it anymore. Ava started crying louder, and I realized my skin had heated so much that I was making her uncomfortable. I hurried out of the room, but I stopped in my tracks in the hall. Doya stood in the living room, a hand on her hip. Naomi prowled at her side. She cocked a curious eyebrow. Ancestors' cock? I'm not the one who came up with it, I snapped. I wasn't in the mood for her attitude. You're the one who invented the phrase.
To hear you say it only reminds me how much of my daughter you truly are,
she said. I pushed a strand of hair out of my eyes, but I hadn't realized vomit had trickled down Ava's cheek onto my fingers. I ended up running puke through my hair. Ugh! What are you doing here? I asked in a softer tone.
I knocked, but you didn't answer, she said. Professor Perot told me Liam was sick. I thought I could help.
Ava Marie continued to wail, and I couldn't hold it back any longer. I totally broke down and started crying in front of my mother. Yes, please. Doya held her arms out and stepped toward me.
Let me clean Ava up. You go take a shower.
I sniffled as I handed my daughter over. I didn't want to let her go, but I couldn't spend the day covered in puke either. Ava quieted as soon as she was in Doya's arms. For a woman who never raised a child, she had a way with babies. My mother rocked her back and forth and sang a traditional Hawkeye lullaby to her. I'd never known before how lovely she sang. My heart broke as I left the room. I rushed through my shower and threw on a baggy t-shirt and jeans after I'd finished. When I returned to the living room, Ava Marie had fallen asleep in her swing, and Naomi was curled next to the fireplace. Doya rifled through a duffel bag she'd brought along. "What's that?" I asked. For a second, I thought she was going to offer to stay overnight to help with Ava Marie. It was selfish of me, but I didn't want that. I wanted all the time I could have with my little girl, alone. Doya looked up at me.
I admit I'd planned to visit before I heard Liam was sick. I had an ulterior motive.
I sighed and sat on the couch opposite her. Don't you always? I teased, though it left the air feeling a little stale. Doya shifted in her seat, like she was uncomfortable with the accusation, but the discomfort flashed off her face in a moment. She held her chin high and wore that regal look she'd perfected.
I wanted to give you this, Sophia.
Doya reached into the duffel bag, and I gasped when I saw what was inside. She held up a white dress stitched with red, orange, and yellow beads. No, not a dress. Regalia. It was obviously old, as the corners had yellowed with age. Most of the beads had fallen off, but I could still make out the pattern they were supposed to make. It was flames, made to blend together with various shades of white beads swirled to create Anachi symbols. Ancestors, I breathed. It's beautiful.
It was my father's, she told me. After my father died, I wasn't left with much family on my Anachi side. But he did have a cousin who kept his regalia. That cousin returned it to me. She set the regalia in her lap and gazed down at it, running her fingers over the surviving beads. I thought, since you didn't have your own, we could modify it to fit you. I stood, still taking in the beauty of the regalia. The beadwork was incredible, and the symbolism undeniable. Doya's father,
my grandpa, had chosen the pattern to signify the love and compassion between himself and my grandmother, Viola. As I looked it over, I felt myself, like the regalia symbolized my own personality and magic. Two warring sides, my compassionate heart and my raging passion. "I'd love that, Mother," I said, without realizing what I'd said. Doya's features softened. She looked down to the regalia. A curtain of red hair concealed her face like she didn't want me to see how she truly felt. I was starting to think Doya had more of that compassionate, caring Anichi side in her than I ever knew. She just didn't know how to show it. The moment passed quickly, and Doya cleared her throat. She reached back into the duffel bag and pulled out a plastic container. It was split into several sections, each housing a different color of bead. "I'm glad to hear that, Sophia," she said. "I brought along beads to repair it, if you'd like to learn." "Absolutely," I answered eagerly. Doya helped me into the regalia, and she took measurements to make adjustments to the fabric when she got home. I was surprised to see it fit me quite well, as it wasn't meant to be skin tight. We needed to bring in the area around my waist and cut a few inches off the bottom, but Doya assured me she could do it without harming the beadwork. If someone had told me a year ago Madame Doya could sew, I wouldn't have believed them. I'd have thought her only hobby was tormenting her students. As it turned out, Doya was a master seamstress. She pulled out a few scrap pieces of fabric and began showing me how to work the beads, so I could practice before I started on my regalia. She worked quickly and efficiently. I was surprised to see how fast an image was taking shape. She was using various colors of blue beads, creating a small image of ocean waves. It was an interesting choice of artwork for a Coigny woman. Mine, on the other hand, looked frumpy. It'd be a miracle if I managed to create a recognizable image at all. "I don't know why this is so hard," I complained. "I can be artsy. I have my photography, after all."
"Beadwork requires patience,"
Doya said calmly. Never before had she given instructions in such a peaceful way. In fact, I was surprised she had the word patience in her vocabulary at all. I think being in Hokavale had brought out the Anichi in her.
"It's not like photography."
I frowned. Photography can be hard. You have to consider the lighting and the angle. It's a lot of work to come up with the perfect shot.
"I didn't mean it harshly, Sophia,"
she said, as she wove more beads into her fabric.
"I just meant it will take you time and practice to learn beadwork."
I slowed down and tried again. As we worked, the room went silent. I dared to break it by asking, "What was your father like? Can you tell me about him?" Doya drew a deep breath, but she didn't look at me. She kept her eyes on the needle she was working through the fabric.
"My father died when I was very young. It was a heart condition he'd lived with all his life. I'm afraid I don't remember him well. What I do remember of him is that he was the kindest man I've ever met."
She stopped sewing and got a faraway look in her eyes as she thought about him.
"William Azure was the kind of man who would drop anything for someone else. My mother told me stories about how he would pay for other people's groceries or visit hospital patients. He wasn't the kind of man to preach his good deeds. He had no interest in politics, but he made sure that the world was a better place with him in it."
I thought I saw tears bead in her eyes, but she shook her head and they were gone a moment later. "I wish I had the chance to get to know him," I said. She swallowed.
"Me too. He died too young."
"Is there anything you do remember?" I asked. She shook her head.
"Not many specifics. I can remember small things, like my father pushing me on the swings, or taking me to the beach to view the hippocampi dances.
That sounds like fun, I remarked. I've never seen them. Doya began working the needle into the fabric again.
No, you wouldn't have. Most Coigni don't care, as it's considered a Tawakwa tradition. I suppose that should have been my first clue my father wasn't Coigni.
I tilted my head. Did he ever show you his power?
No, and I suppose he couldn't have anyway, she said. Like all Anachi here, he was unbonded. He didn't have magic.
My heart dropped. That must have been hard for him, to live in this society without bonding, without power.
He had my mother, Doya pointed out. I think, to him, she was the one he bonded with.
What was she like? I asked. I'd met her before, but briefly. She was my ancestor and had appeared to me on several occasions, but all I knew about Viola was she had a Firebird familiar.
A lot like me, I suppose, Doya said, but kinder.
She spoke the words slowly, like saying it aloud was painful. The fact she admitted her unkindness in any capacity, however, was a step forward for her.
My mother was my best friend before she died of cancer, Doya continued. She served on the council as I did and taught me everything I know about leadership. I suppose there are some lessons I could have listened closer to.
It always shocked me when Doya offered an apology. She didn't come out and say, "I'm sorry," but it was there. I heard the sound of the bedroom door opening, and Liam crossed the hall to the bathroom. Essis and Buttercup followed, like they might be able to catch him if he collapsed. Doya and I both went quiet. Tears rose to my eyes as I heard gagging sounds. I went to the bathroom and knocked on the door. "Liam, do you need help?"
I'm okay,
Liam forced out. The noises coming from him were so violent. I went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. I opened the bathroom door and slipped it through, putting it on the counter. He muttered a quick "thank you" before he gagged again. I entered the bathroom, where Liam was on his knees. He looked exhausted and pale, but better than he had before I'd given him his meds. I hoped he hadn't tossed them up. "We have to do something to get your pain down," I said. I put my hands on my hips. "If this gets any worse, we have to go in." Liam scowled. He'd do anything to avoid going to the hospital.
A bath might work,
he said.
but I need help.
"You don't even have to ask," I said. Doya had Ava handled. I could help with this. I filled the tub with water as hot as he could tolerate, got some clothes from the bedroom, and helped him in. He shuddered as I moved the washcloth over his back, like even my touch was agonizing to bear. He couldn't even bathe himself when he was like this. It was tough seeing such a strong person be reduced to a trembling mess, especially someone you loved so much. It was strange, thinking this was the same man that had performed incredible magic during a battle months ago, unable to even take care of himself properly. But that's how illness worked. I never knew how he was going to be on any given day, and it was hardly ever predictable. It was only because he trusted me with everything that he was willing to be this vulnerable. A slight positive in all this mess. "Are you going to be okay in here?" I asked, as I finished washing his hair.
I just need time to rest,
he said.
Let me soak for a bit.
I stood reluctantly. I didn't want to leave him, but it would make him feel worse if I sat in here and hovered. So I returned to working on my regalia. As I sat down and took the beads in hand, Doya gave me the look she always did when something was on her mind. Yes? I asked, not wanting to mince words. Doya took in a long, drawn-out sigh.
Sophia, I hate to speak of the obvious, but my own father died young. It is something I never got over, and I don't wish for Ava Marie to experience— Don't!
Tears rose to my eyes when she spoke of it. He's just having a bad day.
I'm only saying you need to be prepared,
Doya said.
I was never a great advocate of marriage for women. Too many restrictions. Many great women have been ruined by their husbands. I would have preferred you'd stay single, but here we are.
Like you wouldn't marry my pata? I teased. Doya let out a huff.
I would marry your father, if he asked, she admitted, but only because I am certain he cannot control me.
No surprise there. Doya totally wore the pants in my parents' relationship. Liam takes care of us. He loves me.
But he cannot hold out forever if the ancestors call him home,
Doya said, and her voice became gentle. She put her hand lightly on mine. It was an odd gesture, something I wasn't used to.
I want you to be aware you might not grow old together.
I believe anything is possible, I said firmly. We've always beaten the odds before. Doya gave me a fond look, like my refusal to back down was admirable.
I only want you to be ready. If you're made a widow, you must be prepared to raise your child on your own.
Doya sat back against her chair.
I know you can do it, but I am also concerned for your happiness, and I don't wish for you to be lonely.
Little did Doya know, her fears about my child being fatherless were unfounded. I was giving Ava Marie up. In a few months, maybe even weeks, I'd have to sacrifice her to save the tribe and never see my daughter again. I wanted to talk to Doya. I wanted to ask for her advice, ask her how she possibly managed to give me up and survive it. Because the thought of someone tearing Ava Marie from my arms was enough to make me wish to die. I didn't know how Doya was still here, how she had made it through. But I couldn't. Not yet. I wouldn't admit to myself that I had to let my baby go. When the time was right, I'd ask. Not today. Because this conversation alone was already breaking my heart. I couldn't handle another blow. You're acting like we're already planning my husband's funeral, I hissed.
It's better to have this conversation now rather than later,
Doya said.
Women must be strong in this world. We're the ones who hold it together when men are tearing it apart. And we mend the broken pieces when the men come home from war. If we do not stand tall, everything collapses.
I blinked back the tears. Well, I'm not giving up. Perot's treatments are getting better every day.
I can only give you a piece of advice from your grandmother,
Doya said.
She loved my father up until the bitter end. She was grateful for the years she got with him. She always said the real tragedy would be to never know him at all, and the miracle was getting the small moment she had with him. So enjoy your time, but be ready.
Doya stroked my hair. I didn't answer. I was about to lose Ava Marie. I couldn't bear the thought of losing my husband, too. Was my entire family going to be ripped away from me, leaving me alone? I heard the bathroom door open. Liam had dressed himself. That was a good sign. He couldn't do that without me unless he was recovering. The bath must have worked. Liam rubbed his eyes as he entered the living room.
Everything good in here?
Yeah, I started to say, but I was cut off by the sound of Ava Marie stirring. She woke and started to cry. I set my beads aside and hurried over to her. Shh, sweetheart, don't cry. I unbuckled her from her swing and picked her up, patting her gently to calm her down. She started to wail, and I shifted her in my arms. Rocking her didn't seem to help. I felt hopeless. I don't know what she wants, I admitted. I felt like the worst mother in the world. This was a shitty day.
I know that cry,
Liam said quickly.
She's hungry.
I scrunched up my face. How can you tell? Liam shrugged, but he'd already started making his way across the room to the kitchen.
It's in her tone. She wants milk. Let me make her a bottle.
Doya's jaw dropped as Liam struggled over to the fridge and started warming up milk for Ava Marie. It was like she couldn't believe he was walking at all when he looked like shit. Sometimes I couldn't believe it either. But I'd seen Liam perform such impossible feats, I wasn't surprised anymore. I carried Ava Marie over to the kitchen. Liam, don't worry about it. I can feed her. Liam looked exhausted, but he gave me this look like he wasn't messing around.
Let me help, Pawi. I've been totally useless today. Just give me this one thing, okay?
I could see the sadness in his eyes. It tore him to pieces when he couldn't do anything to help. Okay, just this one thing. Liam sat on the couch to feed Ava Marie, while Doya and I worked on cleaning up our project. Essis and Buttercup sat at his feet.
Liam's a good man,
Doya said lowly, so Liam couldn't hear. She couldn't take her eyes off him as he rocked Ava Marie back and forth. His eyes drooped, like he was ready to fall asleep, but he remained alert to his daughter in his arms. Yeah, I agreed. He is.
I'll bring the regalia back after it's resized, she offered. Then we can get to work on the bead art.
I nodded. I look forward to it. After Doya and Naomi left, I sat on the couch with Liam and wrapped an arm over his shoulder. He leaned into me and rested Ava Marie half on my lap, half on his. I breathed deeply, taking in the beautiful moment with my family.
How long was Doya here?
He asked. Maybe 2 hours, I answered.
How'd it go?
Good, actually, I said, like I was surprised. I shouldn't be surprised by anything anymore. She brought me her father's regalia and started teaching me how to repair the beadwork.
That's good,
Liam said weakly, staring down at Ava Marie. I ran my fingers lightly through her hair. After a beat, the silence was cut by the sound of a knock at the door. Liam and I exchanged a glance, as if asking the other if we were expecting company.
Did your mom forget something?
He questioned. I glanced out the window to see Irikari outside next to Julian. I smacked my forehead. Dinner! It's our night with Maddie and Drew. I forgot to tell them you were sick. Liam shrugged.
They can still hang out.
But I didn't make anything, I groaned as I stood to answer the door. I was already formulating a speech in my head about how sorry I was that we forgot about dinner. When I opened the door, I saw Maddie and Drew weren't the only ones there. Lindsay and Miranda had tagged along, as well as their familiars. "I hope you don't mind that we brought some guests along," Maddie said chipperly. I opened my mouth to say it was fine, but my words halted on my tongue. Maddie's eyes rolled back into her skull and her knees buckled beneath her. "Maddie!" Drew cried, catching her before she fell backward down the stairs. Maddie started to seize, like she had the last time she had a vision. It terrified me to the very core, but I pushed the terror aside and jumped into action. "Get her inside!" I cried. There wasn't much room on the landing, and Drew was a scrawny guy. He couldn't hold her up very long, and I didn't want her to fall. I looped one of her arms over my shoulder and helped Drew move her the few feet inside. "Ancestors!" Lindsay freaked as she helped Maddie inside. Irikari let out a worried cry and stuck her head inside the door as Maddie continued to seize. Liam noticed something was wrong immediately and shot to his feet. but he moved so fast his body couldn't handle it. I saw what was about to happen a split second before it did. Liam's eyes glossed over. I made the instinctive choice to abandon Maddie with Drew and rush over to Liam. I caught Ava Marie before she could drop out of his arms. Liam slumped onto the couch. Great! I had one seizing Tawakwa on my kitchen floor and her unconscious brother on my couch. It sounded like some sort of party, but it was anything but. My heart raced, yet there was nothing my healing powers could do for either of them. It seemed like a lifetime passed before they both came to, but it was only a few seconds. "You okay?" Drew asked Maddie. Ace came up to lick her face, and Irakari gave a gleeful meep. Essus and Buttercup both looked relieved. "Maddie, oh my gosh!" Miranda squeaked. "I'm fine," Maddie said, like it was no big deal, though her face was pale. The three of them crowded around her and helped her to her feet. Liam shook his head and took in the room. He noticed Ava in my arms, and I saw the moment recognition hit him.
"Fuck," he groaned. "I passed out while holding Ava?"
I nodded sheepishly. I wish I could have said that didn't worry me, but it did. I didn't want him to hold her when he was ill like this anymore. Liam took a moment to process it, then looked over Maddie with a worried expression on his face. Maddie shrugged Lindsay and Miranda off and dusted off her jeans. "Sorry I passed out on your kitchen floor, Sophia." I eyed her curiously as she acted nonchalant. Had she been having that many visions that it didn't bother her anymore? "It's been that kind of day. Are you okay?" Maddie didn't quite meet my gaze. "Fine. It happens all the time. It's over, and I'm better now."
"I don't believe you,"
Liam asserted. He didn't stand because he still felt like shit, but he crossed his arms in an authoritative way. Maddie sighed. "You always think something's wrong, Liam." He cocked an eyebrow.
"If everything were hunky-dory, you wouldn't be having visions. I know you, Mads, and your everything is fine act is shit. What's going on?"
Drew shot Maddie a look, like they both knew something and didn't want to tell us. Lindsay and Miranda shared a similar look. I was really confused by it. Maddie sighed. She came over to sit by us before she answered. Drew and Ace followed, while Irakari ducked her head back outside. The door swung shut behind her. Lindsay and Miranda squeezed together on the recliner, cuddling close. Maddie drew a long breath. "I've been having visions of the future."
"No shit,"
Liam said flatly. Maddie dropped her gaze and twisted her hands around in her lap. "The thing is, I've been hiding from you just how much I've seen. How much I see daily." "What is it?" I asked, leaning in. Maddie eyed me up and down, and her features softened when her gaze landed on Ava Marie. "I can't tell you."
"You always say that,"
Liam huffed. "And I mean it," she shot back. "I don't know what it means yet. Lindsay and Miranda are helping me decipher it, but—"
"Lindsay and Miranda?"
Liam growled, shooting a look their way. Lindsay held up her hands like she was innocent.
"You'll tell them, but you won't tell your own brother?"
"I don't know how!" Maddie burst.
"She's right,"
Drew said. He wrapped an arm around Maddie's shoulder and took her hand in his.
It's hard to explain."
He shot her a look like he didn't even know where to begin. "We didn't mean to find out," Miranda added quickly.
"So what? You just overheard?"
Liam accused. "Basically." Lindsay rushed to defend her girlfriend. We were fooling around someplace we probably shouldn't have and heard Maddie tell Drew." "Tell him what?" I questioned. Maddie groaned. "It doesn't make any sense."
The least you can do is tell us what you told them,
Liam demanded, gesturing to Lindsay and Miranda.
This is unfair.
Says the guy who hides everything from everyone, Lindsay challenged. How long did it take you guys to tell us about the prophecy pieces? Lindsay wasn't being harsh, just pointing out the situation. Liam huffed, but avoided answering.
What is it you know?
That's not for us to tell, Lindsay shot back. Consider for a moment that your sister is doing her best, and don't try to drag us into it. We want to help, but we're not stepping into the middle of your family drama. The room went quiet for a moment. Liam was such an alpha, a reluctant one, but an alpha nonetheless, that he didn't really know how to take Lindsay. She was a Coigny chick through and through. Can you at least give us a clue? I asked, breaking the awkward silence. Maddie frowned. Not yet. She was quick to add, and it's not because I'm hiding anything or don't want to tell you. It's because I literally don't know what it means yet. I need time to figure out the clues. Once I understand it, believe me, I will tell you. Liam only looked half convinced.
I hope that's true, Maddie. You'll be wise not to keep your chief in the dark.
She nodded in agreement. I don't intend to. But there was something dark in her eyes. I didn't think she was lying to us, but I didn't think she was telling us the whole truth. Whether she knew it or not, Maddie suspected something. I sensed whatever it was may just break us in a way we'd never recover from.
Chapter 13. Liam. Look, I'm a walrus. Jonah put 2 chopsticks under his lips and flapped his hands like they were flippers. Squeaks bent her beak down and picked up a pair, trying to imitate him. Imogen laughed, but Sophia barely smiled. Sophia had ordered Chinese. Not my favorite, but she didn't want to cook, and asking her to do anything when this impending doom was swarming around us felt cruel. Jonah and Imogen had come over and were doing their best to cheer us up, I could tell, but neither of us felt particularly happy. Not Ava Marie. She giggled in her high chair as she watched Jonah make faces. She could laugh now, one of my favorite sounds, and it was the loudest laugh I ever heard, starting with a squeal and ending in a fit of giggles. You're all a bunch of fucking weirdos, I muttered, but I still smiled. Jonah could be as stupid as he wanted, as long as it made my daughter laugh. I shifted uncomfortably. My recent flare-up had been one of the worst. I was only working 4 days a week now, as per Perot's orders, but I didn't mind. It gave me more time to spend with Ava. I could get around now, but I was still recovering. Sassy darted around the floor, looking for rice anyone might have dropped. Essis had 2 chopsticks and was feeding Buttercup dumplings. The Kerbals crooned, and Buttercup fondled her front like she had breasts. Essis thumped his tail. I rolled my eyes. Okay, we really needed to get out of the house. Let's go for a walk. I stood and began cleaning up. Sophia helped me, while Imogen put her food away and Jonah shoveled the rest down. We didn't take the cradle board. Sophia wanted to hold Ava Marie. We walked down the streets of Hokavale, taking in the spring air. It was a sunny April day, streets wet from the rainstorms last night. The Kerbals rode on Squeaks's back, and Sassy splashed in puddles ahead. Julian roamed behind us and bumped his head against me. I rubbed the area between his horns, and his tongue lolled. "Where have you been, bud?" I asked. "You haven't been around." "I'd say he's been sneaking out to see Aisha," Imogen teased, and she wiggled her eyebrows. "I've seen them flying over the beach a few times this week." Julian groaned. "Oh, really?" I asked. "Jules, do you have a little crush on Aisha?" Julian made growling noises as if to say it was more than a crush. Jonah threw an arm against Julian and said, "He's been getting freaky with the dragon ladies, if you know what I mean." Julian whipped his tail around and smacked Jonah face first into the dirt. Squeaks chirped out a low warning. Jonah got up and wiped his face of mud. "Oh, remind me to never tease a dragon. He's got a worse temper than you." "That's my boy," I said, and I gave Julian's side a pat. He grumbled. We passed a shop we'd been by several times before, Forgotten Earth. I glanced at the front window by chance and stopped dead when I saw a familiar face. "Guys, it's Professor Amber," I said in awe. She was inside the shop, putting things on the shelves with a pleasant smile on her face. She looked the same as she always did, her wiry red hair wrapped in a scarf, beads and shawls draping off her tiny form. "Let's go say hi," Imogen said. We left the familiars outside and entered the store. Immediately, we were hit with a heavy waft of incense. Tarot and oracle cards, along with books on magic, were stacked in neat rows on bookshelves beneath banners that hung from the ceiling. Statues of idols, relics, and angels lined one side of the room, next to a massive rack of crystals that held every stone imaginable. Candles and incense holders were placed beside jewelry that represented totems of animals. There were statues of Scandinavian deities and pagan goddesses, like the ones worshipped by the Arcania and the Miriamic Coven. It was a metaphysical store. Trust Professor Amber to run such a shop? Her orangutan familiar sat on a pillow in the corner and played some weird stringed instrument. Professor Amber turned around when she saw us. She smiled brightly. "Liam, my child." She spread her arms wide and wrapped me in a bony hug, pressing her lips to my cheek. "How wonderful to see you in my humble domain." "I'm happy to see you too," I said. I didn't object to the kiss. That was Professor Amber. "I've heard you were around, but the ancestors didn't see fit for our life paths to cross until this moment in universal time," Amber swooned. Her eyes lit up when she saw Ava Marie. "And who's this little angel? Is she your daughter, Liam?" "Yes, she's mine," I said proudly. "This is Ava Marie." Professor Amber made a tittering sound and patted Ava's cheeks. "She is just darling. Oh!" Amber staggered back dramatically. Imogen and Jonah's eyes widened, and Amber proclaimed, "I sense great power in her. Yes, I do indeed. She will have a great destiny, a fate set by the gods. You are very lucky to call this child your own." "She's special for sure," I said. Sophia's eyes narrowed. She opened her mouth to say something, but I nudged her. "Don't take it offensively. It's just Professor Amber," I said under my breath. "I don't like predictions about Ava." Sophia scowled. She'd had enough of prophecies in her own life and was more or less determined Ava Marie wouldn't be held by one, even if it was just something a silly hippie had said. "She's a crazy old lady," I told Sophia. "It doesn't mean anything. Let her have her fun." Sophia let it go. Imogen moved around the shop, her fingers brushing the crystals. "This store is amazing, Professor. I didn't know you had such an interest in metaphysicality." "It was a dream of mine to open a shop like this," Professor Amber said in a dreamy voice. "The elders would have never permitted it, but here I can do whatever I like." I heard a cracking sound. Jonah had broken something. He winced and mouthed, "Sorry," to me. He'd been playing with one of the glass idols, and it had fallen and shattered on the floor. I glared at him, and he moved to kick the shards under a nearby counter. Professor Amber hadn't noticed. She unrolled a long poster that was made of thin strips of wood, bound together with string. The poster was blue with white stars painted throughout the design. The stars came together to form creatures: a thunderbird, a sea serpent, an owl, a unicorn, a dragon, and a phoenix. There was one more that was hard to make out, depicted as many creatures layered upon one another, a changeling of sorts. Each of the animals was placed in a circle around a glowing hawk-eye symbol that stood for the Great Spirit. "This is my latest addition to the shop," Amber said. "Come and see." "Ooh," Imogen gushed. "It's a poster of the Hawkeye Zodiac." "The what?" Sophia asked. She leaned in closer to look at the poster, and I finally got a chance to snag Ava Marie from her. She hardly let me hold the baby these days, so I stole her whenever I could. Many cultures have zodiacs. The Hawkeye had theirs even before we got our familiars, I told her. It's a 7-year cycle, with each year representing a different animal. Sophia studied the poster, then finally pointed to the changeling. "What's that?" "That's a mutabicha," Imogen replied with bright eyes. Sophia furrowed her brow. "Oh, what?" "Mutabicha," Imogen repeated. "I learned about them in my cryptozoology class. They're creatures of lore, known to exist only in the spiritual realm as companions to the Great Spirit. The creature aligns with the year of the Great Spirit." Sophia leaned closer. "What is it, though? I can't make sense of its form." "That's because the form changes," Imogen explained. Mutabicha is a Hawkeye word that roughly translates to form changer. "Like a shapeshifter?" Jonah asked. Imogen nodded. "Exactly. Each mutabicha takes on a single form for each of the 5 elements and can shift between them." "What are their 5 forms?" Jonah asked. "Perhaps a hippogriff or Yapluma?" "It depends on the mutabicha," Imogen said. "Each only has 5 forms, but whichever form it takes in each element can be different from others." Sophia skimmed her fingertips over the dragon design. "The prophecy says I was born in the year of the dragon. Isn't that the Coigny house symbol?" "Yes, I was born in the year of the sea serpent, which is my house symbol," I told her. "Thunderbirds are for Yapluma, and I think the symbol for Navita is, Jonah stammered. "It's the unicorn, dummy," Imogen said flatly. Jonah scoffed. "I knew that." "May I ask which day you were born on?" Amber asked curiously. "June 21st, same as Liam," Sophia replied. Professor Amber gasped and flailed her hands. "No wonder you are so powerful. Your house has truly been waiting for someone like you." "What do you mean?" Sophia raised an eyebrow. "The summer solstice is a particular day of power for those in Coigny House," Amber gushed. "Fire children born on that day, during the year of the dragon, are exceptional fire elementals. All Coigny can harness the power of the sun, but only those born on the summer solstice in the year of the dragon can use it in incredible ways." "Does this explain why Sophia is so overly powerful?" Jonah questioned, stroking his beard. "Perhaps. Children born on solstice days are always talented elementi, but those who are also born in their corresponding year on any given solstice are extraordinary elementi," Amber said. Sophia drummed her fingers against the counter. "My daughter was born in December. What's Ava Marie's sign?" she asked. "Last year was the year of the phoenix," Amber said. "It is a sign of fire, but also a sign of change, above all. It's the Anichi house symbol." "How can that be? The phoenix is a fire animal," Sophia said. "Not always," Imogen spoke up. "They're rare, but phoenixes can come in all varieties, like dragons do. There can be ice phoenixes and earth phoenixes and the like.
The thing that categorizes them as a species is their ability to reincarnate after death. Chiefess Annette's phoenix didn't reincarnate when Anwara killed him, Sophia pointed out. Because it was killed by another phoenix, Imogen responded. Phoenixes don't die unless their elementi does, or if they're killed by one of their own kind. You can't destroy them any other way. Amber nodded. Those born in the year of the phoenix are known to bring about great transformations in the world, reshaping it for better or for worse. What solstices correspond with the houses? Sophia asked. The spring equinox is for earth, the summer solstice for fire, the fall equinox for air, and the winter solstice for water, Amber listed. The Anishi house doesn't have a solstice, preferring to make their day of power the turn of the new year. Professor Amber poked Ava Marie on the nose. What day was this little sweetheart born? Christmas, I said. Does that have any influence? Amber let out a giddy note. And so close to the Toaqua solstice, too, and the new year of Anichi. Your daughter has the best of both worlds. She'll be blessed by the zodiac on 3 sides. That is incredibly rare. I don't know of an interhouse Hawkeye child that's ever been in such a position. Sophia squirmed. Imogen rushed to say something. You said Coigny children born in the year of the dragon that are also born on a solstice can harness the power of the sun? Oh, yes, Amber nodded. Just like Liam can draw his life energy from the moon. He was born on a solstice in the year of the sea serpent. Why do you think he's still here? There was a long beat of silence, and Amber's familiar stopped playing the instrument. My mouth gaped open. Hold on, I said. You're saying I'm able to survive without a familiar because my life energy is attached to something that's not a magical creature? Well, of course, Liam, Amber said airily. How do you think you've survived without Neshoma all these years? You're pulling your magic from the moon, not from your familiar. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. But if that's the case, shouldn't everyone outlive their familiar? Jonah asked. No, my dear. All Toaqua can pull magic from the moon, to a point, but only those born on the solstices during the year of the sea serpent have the ability to live off a power that is not from their familiar. Liam was very lucky to have his birthday fall on such a special day. Otherwise, he would not be here. I sputtered in outrage. Why didn't you tell me this years ago? Amber shrugged simply. I didn't know your birthday until now. Mystery solved. Ancestors. I was so frustrated with Professor Amber. No wonder nobody knew why I had survived. This was fringe stuff. I wasn't even sure if I could believe her. But Imogen brightened and said, That makes sense. Liam, you're so powerful because your magic is powered by the moon, and Sophia's is powered by the sun. Precisely, Amber stated, as if that was the end of it. She held out a tray of cookies and said, Anyone like to try? Baked with the finest cannabis, homegrown at my own cottage. Imogen shook her head. No, thank you. I'm in recovery. Cannabis is not a drug, my dear. It is a medicine, Amber said. But I appreciate your honesty. Jonah dived in. I'll have some. Sophia put her hand on the poster. May we take this? We'll pay for it. No need, my child. It is yours. Consider it a gift, Amber said kindly. Sophia rolled it up and tucked the poster under her arm. After Jonah had eaten some weed cookies and Imogen had ordered a full week's paycheck worth of items to be delivered to her apartment, we left the store. Ava Marie kicked against me as I loudly complained, This is insane. Amber had all this knowledge and she didn't tell us anything? I would have liked to know why I didn't fucking die 3 years ago, you know. Hold on. We don't know if this is real, Sophia objected. Amber could just be spouting nonsense. We know she believes in some crazy things. But Professor Lopez said the same thing during Hawkeye Legends, remember? He said Coigny can pull from the sun and to walk with the moon, I said. We just didn't look that far into it. At the time, we considered it a story. We should do some research, Jonah said in a mystified voice, struggling to string two words together. He was so fucking high right now. We need an astromancer. An enchantress will be able to tell us what all this astrology stuff means, Imogen said. Let's find Lonnie. She's half astromancer. She can help. The falcon's nest was packed when we got there. We managed to find a table near the back, and Lonnie rushed over with her wombat familiar. What can I get you guys? She asked, holding up a notepad. Like the biggest burger you have, Jonah said. And a pepperoni pizza on top of it. Extra cheese. Squeaks licked her beak, while the Kerbals clapped in appreciation. You just ate, Imogen exclaimed. So? I'm starving. Jonah rubbed his stomach. I rolled my eyes. Now was not the time to get the munchies. The guy was a bottomless pit. Actually, we were hoping you could help us, Sophia said, and she unrolled the poster. Lonnie's eyes spread wide when she saw it. Her expression glowed when she saw the Hawkeye zodiac spread out in front of her. I caught her gaze and knew it well. Longing. Lonnie had really wanted to be an astromancer. She'd been kicked out of her society when she was young, but it was clear she still had a passion for star magic that her elementai side couldn't satisfy. Lonnie glanced back to the kitchen, then said, I have a little time. What do you need? Imogen told Lonnie what Amber had told us. Instead of being shocked, Lonnie nodded in understanding, like the knowledge we'd gained was feasible. I think your professor is right, she began. I didn't get a chance to learn much about astromancy, but I did learn the basics. The days we are born on have significance to our powers as supernaturals. The transition of the year and the time of one's birth can have major effects on whether someone is born a talented supernatural or average. I don't understand how it works, though, Sophia said. Aren't these charts just random events? Not at all. Zodiacs are powerful forms of magic, Lonnie said. The movements of the stars and planets have a heavy influence on all magical beings. From what I can tell you, Professor Amber's theory is correct. I don't see any other way Liam could be alive unless his magic is sustained by the moon. He shouldn't be able to cast at all without a familiar alive. That means he must be pulling from a different source, and the only thing that can sustain water magic is the moon herself. So how do we channel energy from astral bodies? Sophia asked in interest. I'm not quite sure, Lonnie admitted. That's not something I studied when I had the chance to. But take star beasts, for example, familiars made from the stars. They can influence planetary bodies, so why couldn't you pull from them? I'd studied star beasts a long time ago in my Hawkeye Legends class and knew they were powerful. What Amber said had to be true. There was a call from the kitchen, and Lonnie turned her head. I have to go. I'm sorry. I've told you everything I know, but if you need more help, you can always pick my brain. Lonnie darted off. Ava Marie gave a loud yell. I bounced her in my lap, and Sophia said, We should try out this theory. I want to see if my powers are greater under the sun and yours under the moon. We'd better get a move on then, I said. We only have a few hours until sunset. Jonah insisted on waiting around until he'd eaten his burger. Squeaks devoured the pizza with the help of Sassy and the Kerbals. We headed to the beach, as that was our usual spot to practice magic. But when we got there, we saw it was crowded with people enjoying one of the first warm days we had. Now where do we go? Imogen asked.
There's a cliffside not too far from here. It's usually deserted, I said. But we should drop off Ava Marie first. Sophia's eyes narrowed.
No, she stays with us.
Soph, we're throwing magic around. It's better if she's with my mom, I stated tiredly. Sophia's form remained rigid, even as we entered my mother's home. When we walked inside the living room, Maddie and Drew were messing around with some role-playing card game.
Hey,
Maddie said. She put down the cards and turned toward us.
what's up?
Would you mind watching Ava for a while? I asked. We won't be gone long, just a few hours. Maddie smiled.
I always love spending time with my favorite niece. Sure.
I went to hand Ava Marie off, but Maddie held up a finger to me. A blank look crossed her face, and Drew noticed. He took a pillow off the couch and threw it onto the floor. Maddie took a deep breath, then sank to her knees on the pillow. Her eyes moved behind her lids as she breathed evenly, face knitted in concentration. It almost looked like she was meditating. After a few seconds, her eyes opened. Drew handed her a leather journal and a pen. Maddie scribbled something into the journal quickly before snapping it shut. Visions again? I asked, raising an eyebrow.
Yes, just a snippet of something, she replied. Nothing too dramatic.
You seemed very calm this time, Sophia commented.
The reason I get sick when I have visions is because I fight them,
Maddie said.
If I allow them to come, it doesn't affect me and the seizures stop. I just have to take deep breaths and allow the ancestors to show me what they want me to see.
That's a big change, I said. Maddie shrugged.
I've decided to stop fighting my destiny. I'm a Natarai. I've tried, but I can't change it. I might as well accept it and use my powers for good. That's a good mindset to have, Imogen offered. Hey, it's better than fainting every other day, Maddie said. She reached out for Ava Marie again, and I handed her over, though somewhat reluctantly. Maddie saw my expression and rolled her eyes. Mom's home, Liam. She can help if the visions get too bad.
I relaxed. I trusted Maddie, but who knew if she'd be able to watch Ava properly, and though Drew was a sweet guy, he looked like he knew shit all about babies. We won't be long. It was a difficult climb up the cliffside, so Julian flew Sophia and I up while Imogen and Jonah rode on Squeaks's back. The cliffside was spacious and beautiful. It was technically outside the boundaries of Hoka Vale and outside the town's shield, but we'd be safe up here. There was a cropping of trees to our back where a river wound out of them. A waterfall ran off the side of the cliff and into the continuation of the river far below. The cliffside was blooming with spring flowers that the Kerbals began weaving into crowns. Squeaks lay on her back and rolled in them, while Sassy darted to smell the scent of the flowers. Sophia raised her hands to create a shield around us to keep us safe, just in case. We weren't the only ones up here, though. Amelia and Trace were sitting on the edge of the cliff, dangling their legs off as they observed the ocean.
Ancestors! Can't we get some privacy around here? It took us hours to find this place, Amelia whined. Lighten up, Am, Sophia told her. We're just here to do some training.
Amelia rolled her eyes.
Well, there goes our date.
She got up and helped Trace to his feet.
What are you up to? We heard that elementi born on solstices during their house zodiac year can survive on other magical sources than their familiars. Coigni can pull magic from the sun and Tawakwa from the moon, Sophia said. Liam and I were both born on the summer solstice during our house years, so we want to try it out. We think it's the reason Liam's still alive.
Amelia raised an eyebrow.
Interesting. I'd love to see it in action.
I nodded to Trace. How you doing?
Fine, thanks,
Trace said. It was a pleasant response, but his expression was dull. Trace had taken Soren and Roland's deaths harder than Imogen. I hadn't seen him around much since we'd rescued the familiars. His eyes had been bright before, but now they looked a little broken.
Where are your familiars? I don't see Kiwi, Sophia commented. We left them at the house. They wanted to nap, and we wanted alone time, honestly.
Amelia shrugged. I looked upward. We're losing daylight, I said. Sophia, you should go first. Sophia sat on the ground and crossed her legs. She turned her palms upward, as if absorbing the light of the sun. She closed her eyes and concentrated. Esses left Buttercup and scrambled onto Sophia's lap, looking up at her with interest.
What do you feel?
Imogen asked. A crease ran between her eyes.
I'm not sure, Sophia said. I can definitely feel the sun's power moving through me. It's like drawing from Esses, but different. I can take more magic from it if I focus.
Well, let's see it, Jonah said. Do something. I waved at Jonah to get him to shut up, but Sophia opened her eyes and looked up. A column of fire erupted from her palm, shooting 20 feet into the air. She sustained the flame and twisted it into a heart design, then molded it so it took the shape of a fire unicorn. The fire unicorn ran throughout the sky, galloping overhead and leaving embers behind where its hooves touched. Impressive, I said as the unicorn fizzled out. Where'd you get that idea? Sophia shrugged.
I just thought of Ava.
Our child was all that was on her mind lately. Sophia waved her hands. Strands of fire streamed from her fingers and weaved together, creating a pattern. She sent the fire strands toward a pile of boulders that were collected near the waterfall. As her fire touched them, the rocks sizzled and melted into a puddle of molten liquid. Imogen gasped in awe, and Trace's eyes widened.
Holy shit,
Amelia screeched.
I've never seen a Coigny melt shit before.
The rocks had been turned to lava in seconds by her power. As Sophia drew her heat away, the lava hardened. Sophia turned her powers on more boulders in the area, and they became goo at her touch, dissolving away into nothing but fluid rock. The cliffside got so hot during Sophia's casting, we all had to back off a few feet to avoid the heat. Well done, Polly, I praised. Very impressive.
It's more than impressive, Imogen said. Sophia's doing something not even Coigny elders could do. She's literally taking the powers of the sun to make her magic so intense. It's beyond anything the Hawkeye have ever known.
As the sun began to set behind her, Sophia's powers dwindled. Her magic was still incredible, but not as revolutionary as what she could do before. The moon shone overhead, and Sophia swept her hair back.
I'm tired, Liam. Your turn.
I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I was aware of it, I was stronger when the moon was overhead. I felt better, too. It was like my body naturally absorbed the moon's light and turned it into energy for me. It was so slight, yet I could feel a cold chill pumping through my veins like ice. Bet you can't move that waterfall, Jonah challenged. I made a scoffing sound. I liked a challenge. I stopped the flow of the river with one hand and froze the waterfall with the other. The river pressed up against the invisible block I'd made as I moved the contents of the frozen waterfall to the ocean a mile off. The ice hovered through the air until I collapsed it into the ocean. Waves went crashing upward in a spectacular display.
Liam, don't wear yourself out,
Sophia warned, sounding anxious. This is easy for me, I said. And it was. I would have struggled in the daytime, but with the help of the moon, I was doing this no problem. I'd fallen to my knees when moving a river during the riots almost 2 years ago, but I'd grown stronger since then. I let the river flow once more, and it crashed back down into the riverbed, flowing over the edge of the cliff.
Can you really manipulate water from so far away? Imogen asked in disbelief.
Her eyes had seen it, but she struggled to admit it was reality. Why not? I concentrated on the ocean. Even from here, we could see the waves swell as they crashed against the shoreline. I could feel the strength of the ocean surging through me, and it was powerful. I could stir the sea even from a great distance. I was concentrating so hard, I didn't notice footsteps behind me. Everything changed in an instant. Before we had a warning, Sophia let out a cry of pain and sank to her knees. Esses jumped off her shoulder and yelped. 3 Noxite darts had been shot into her back. I was shoved to the ground before I could rush to my wife. My hands were yanked behind my back roughly, and I cried out. I felt my magic draining as Noxite cuffs were slapped on my wrists before I had a chance to summon my powers. I lifted my head. Ahead of me, everyone was on the ground. Amelia, Trace, Jonah, and Imogen. All of them had been shot with Noxite. Amelia and Jonah were both unconscious, completely knocked out. Trace stirred, but he was only able to get on his hands and knees. I saw dozens of task force boots march around us as orders echoed from one end of the cliffside to the other. The fucking cowards had snuck up on us from the back. They'd been waiting for someone to cross the protective veil, and we'd been stupid enough to do it, thinking we were too close to the town limits to be in any real danger. I figured the cliff was too tough to climb. A bad mistake. Sophia had put up a shield, but she'd used up so much energy messing around with her new magic that the force field had failed, and we hadn't noticed until it was too late. Now that we were down, the task force was working on subduing our familiars. Squeaks gave a scream and rose up on her back legs, pawing at the task force. Ropes had been lassoed around her neck, wings, and ankles. The task force yanked her downward, forcing her to the ground. Buttercup scampered off into the woods, diving into the sanctuary of the trees. Esses did not follow. His hair raised as he displayed his teeth, hissing at the task force members as they approached Sophia. Esses laid a paw on Sophia's head, and she came round, but she still looked so weak. The fuckers had forced an iron muzzle on Julian. He'd tried to breathe fire, but they'd got it over his mouth before he knew what was happening. There were so many of them. Not even a dragon could fend them all off, not when the rest of us were down. Julian pulled free of the task force, but the muzzle was still on his face. He swung his head viciously, giving roars of rage. "Julian, get help!" I cried as the task force approached him with chains. If they tied him down, we had no hope. The soldier that had cuffed me yanked me to my feet and held me tight. His grip was so firm on my arm it was cutting off circulation. Julian's eyes watered. He moaned and shook his head, not wanting to leave me. "Go!" I yelled, and Julian staggered backward. The closest person to him was Trace. Julian flung Trace onto his back before he took off into the sky as the task force shot their elements at them. All of them missed, and Julian flew back toward Hokavale at full speed. "Leave the dragon," the captain growled. "We're here for the chosen one." I heard a yelp. A task force member had grabbed Sassy by the scruff. The fox bit the hand of the task force member, trying to shove her in a bag. She pulled herself free and rushed to Imogen, nosing her awake as Esses channeled his healing magic into her. He was so small, the task force didn't notice him. Imogen groggily stood. She staggered to Sophia, whose head lolled. Neither of them were capable of fighting. Imogen helped her to stand. The 2 girls leaned against each other as they backed away to the edge of the waterfall. The task force approached, surrounding them from all sides. "There's nowhere to go," the captain barked. "Surrender now, and we won't hurt you." That was a fucking lie. We were dead if these bastards brought us to Oleander. We had to escape somehow, and yet there was no way out. Imogen looked pleadingly at me, and I got her meaning. I gave a quick nod. Imogen grabbed onto Sophia's shoulder and pulled her over the cliffside, over the waterfall. Sassy took Essus in her mouth and jumped after them. I smashed my elbow into the throat of the soldier holding me. He gagged and let me go. I ran forward and launched myself off the edge of the cliff, sailing downward. I heard the screams of the girls below me and fought off the panic that was building in my chest. I couldn't cast when I was in Noxite cuffs. I needed to get a hand free, and I had seconds to do it before we smashed against the rocks and died. That left only one option. I didn't leave time to think about it. I broke my thumb. Blinding pain shot through my hand, but it was only for a moment. The adrenaline pumping through me made the agony vanish as the bottom of the waterfall drew near. With my right hand free of the cuffs, I raised it, and a wave rose up to catch us before we smashed on the rocks below. My magic was sloppy. I hadn't had time to complete the spell. Once the wave caught us, it wavered, crashing us back into the river. The river rushed by violently, careening us head over heels. I caught a glimpse of the girls up ahead, but only seconds before I was pushed under. My skin was sliced open on jagged rocks lining the riverbed, and blood seeped into the water. I forced the river to slow us down. The river split in two directions, one toward the ocean and another into a small pool. My powers pushed us into the pool, and all became still and quiet. Imogen clambered on shore. She crawled on her hands and knees, coughing up water. Sassy swam out of the pool with Essus in her mouth. She placed him on land and licked at his fur. The Kerbal came around, blinking his eyes in a daze. I was panicking. I didn't see Sophia. My powers couldn't feel her anywhere nearby. "Soph!" I cried. "Sophie!" "Liam!" Imogen shouted, and she pointed to a spot below. I saw a murky shape 12 feet down. I held my breath and dived. As I swam close, I saw Sophia had passed out. Her features showed no resonance of life. I grabbed her, and my magic shot us upward. I carried her on shore and placed her on the ground. There was water in her lungs. I could feel it sloshing around. "Come on, Pawi. Stay with me." I moved my hand over her face and commanded the water in her lungs to come out. Sophia shot upward, and her eyes opened. She leaned over as she vomited up the water. Relief ran through me, and I almost cried. Sophia's body shivered as Essus laid his paw on her head once more to heal her. "You're all right, Pawi," I sobbed, rubbing her back as she coughed up water. "You're all right." Sophia eventually got her breath back. She sat up and leaned against me, trying to take in air while dazed. Our one blessing had been leaving Ava Marie behind. What would have happened if she had been with us? I shuddered to think of it. Essus reached out. He healed my broken thumb, and the thudding pain went away, though it was replaced by a much worse feeling. Imogen was quivering. "Jonah," she whimpered. Terror flooded me as I realized what had happened. We'd left Jonah, Squeaks, and Amelia behind. Who knew what the task force was doing to them, or where they'd taken them? "We'll get them back," I promised the girls in a shaking voice, forcing myself to believe that wasn't a lie. We weren't going to leave Jonah and Amelia to their deaths. No matter what, we'd bring them home.
Chapter 14. Sophia. I was fuming when we burst through the doors to Jake's house without knocking. The task force had taken my sister and one of my best friends. I was ready to burn all of Kinbago to the ground to find them. We were still dripping wet, as Liam hadn't bothered to draw the water out of our clothes yet. I left a trail of water behind me as I stomped through the house. "Jake!" I called. No answer came. "He better be here," I grumbled. "I'm not waiting around." "Sophia, calm down," Liam insisted, though I could hear the terror in his tone. He was one to talk.
We have to be rational.
Rational my ass! I whirled around in the middle of the living room. Imogen's lips trembled, and her eyes glossed over. Sassy shook at her feet, and Essis scurried in nervous circles. I didn't think Imogen had processed that Jonah had been taken. She'd already had so much ripped away from her. I wouldn't let Jonah and Amelia go down with the others. There's nothing rational about what just happened, I seethed. My voice cracked, and my chest compressed as if bricks were piling up on my lungs. It was my fault. I let the force field down, and now we're paying for it. Forgive me if I want to do something to fix this. Liam grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me a little. He winced as if my skin was burning him. He drew back, but the sharp breath he took helped snap me back to attention. I listened carefully to what he had to say.
We will get them back, Soph,
Liam promised.
But we have to be strategic if we have any chance of that. Imagine if we went into the child camps guns blazing and no plan. Or if we did the same to rescue the familiars. The task force would have fried our asses. We don't even know where they've taken them.
The academy, obviously. I'd bet my magic they were there.
Not obviously, Liam replied. We've already broken people out of there once. Oleander's smart enough to move the prisoners someplace else. Somewhere secret. We need a plan before we're captured in our attempts to save them.
My shallow breaths grew deeper as I took in his words. He was right. If we stormed Kinpago without a plan, we'd never find them. We had to treat this like any other military operation, despite the personal ties. Okay, I caved, holding back my anger. I'd save it for the task force. I'll do whatever you tell me, Liam. You're my chief. Liam nodded firmly and opened his mouth to say something else, but he was interrupted by the sound of a door slamming at the back of the house. Heavy footsteps sounded, and we all looked up to see Jake and Sabor emerge from the hall that led to the military headquarters. Jake's features were tight. His face fell when he took in our soaking wet forms dripping water all over his floor.
What's happened?
He demanded. It's Jonah, Imogen started to explain, but her voice broke. Jake's features clouded like he'd just been hit in the side of the head by a frying pan.
What?
Liam rushed to explain.
It's the task force. Here? Jake raged. In Hokavale? How'd they get past Luana's shield? They didn't, Liam clarified. We were outside the Vale when you were outside?
Jake's hands curled into fists.
Why would you... Forget that. What happened to Jonah?
Liam's gaze dropped.
The task force attacked. They took Jonah, Squeaks, and Amelia.
For a moment, I couldn't read Jake's expression. His features had gone totally blank as he took in the news. Usually, he remained calm and cool in these types of situations. It was part of his job, to look at things logically to come up with the best plan of attack. But there was nothing logical about losing the man you loved to the enemy. A fire ignited in Jake's eyes, and his features contorted into fury.
Fuck!
He screamed. Jake's hands fisted at his sides, and a muscle popped in his jaw. He glanced around for something to take his anger out on, and his eyes landed on a vase on the end table. He grabbed it and threw it against one of the floor-to-ceiling windows, cracking the glass. The vase shattered, sending bits of broken ceramic spinning across the floor. Sabor was equally enraged at the news. He reared up on his hind legs. When he came back down, his front hoof went straight through the glass end table. I didn't think he'd meant to do it, but shards of glass went everywhere. Imogen and I flinched into each other.
Whoa, Jake,
Liam said, holding his hands up. Jake paced back and forth. The air in the room swirled around him in a whirlwind.
How can you act so calm? I'm not calm, Liam burst. I'm furious. Jonah's my best friend. Amelia is my sister-in-law. I'm trying to keep a goddamn level head because no one else is right now. The longer we spend freaking out, the less time we have to come up with a plan of attack. My goal right now is to get them to safety.
Jake stopped pacing and ran a hand down his face and into his beard. When he did that, it was a moment of defeat, and I felt it. The task force had us where they wanted us. If they caught Jake and I in the wrong mood, our commander and the chosen one, the resistance was done for. It was no mistake they'd gotten away with Amelia and Jonah. They were the target. Jake's tone softened, though the fury never left his eyes.
I think I know where they've been taken.
Imogen gaped. You don't think they'd hold them at the academy?
No.
Jake took a deep breath and glanced to Sabor, whose eyes were still distant with the news.
We recently received intel that the task force has run out of room to hold prisoners at Orenda Academy. Instead, they've converted...
It looked like it was too hard for him to say.
They've converted the Hose-Ho into a prison ship.
What? Imogen, Liam, and I all squeaked out in unison. Jake pressed his fingers to his eyes.
We've had Yapluma searching for it, and we're close to finding it. We know it's in the area, but Oleander isn't playing by the rules. He's using massive Yapluma power to cover it up.
Jonah's the strongest Yapluma there is, Imogen pointed out. He'll counteract their magic. Not if he still has Noxite in his system, I said. That can knock out even the Storm Lord.
Come.
Jake cocked his head toward the headquarters.
I want you to see something.
Jake led us down the hall to the back door. It opened to the cave system, and we filed down the stairs into the headquarters. Jake's strategy team was there, including my adoptive parents, Carter and James. They were all hunched over a map and barely noticed we'd entered.
We have a situation,
Jake announced. My parents looked up. Their faces paled at the sight of my dripping form. Liam noticed, and he instantly dried us off. Esses shook out his fur, looking happy to be dry again. Dad stood, and Mom got to her feet beside him. She held on to him, sensing the worst. I didn't know how to tell them.
What's happened?
Dad demanded. Liam was the one to step forward.
There's no easy way to say this, Mr. Henley. The task force has taken Amelia.
Mom stumbled to the side, and Dad gasped as he caught her.
What? How did this happen?
At the same time, Mom asked, Where have they taken her? Jake answered my mother's question first. He stepped forward and stabbed a finger at the map on the table.
The Hose-Ho. It has to be. That's the only place they have left for prisoners. We're coming with this time,
Dad insisted. I glanced to them and their familiars. My parents weren't in the best of shape, and I'd never seen either of them or their familiars perform spectacular feats of magic. They'd barely survived the last battle over Christmas, and that was with Amelia's help. I worried they'd get hurt if they came along. No, I stated firmly. It's too dangerous. This is our daughter, Mom reminded me. Your sister. We're helping. Jake studied the map closely.
You can help by locating the Hose-Ho.
Carter ran his fingers through his hair.
We've been trying. There doesn't seem to be a pattern.
Imogen came up beside Jake and practically shoved Carter aside to get a good look. I peeked at the map to see it was outlined with locations where the resistance had spotted the Hose-Ho. They were trying to predict where to find it next. Imogen narrowed her eyes at the map. It's because your data's incomplete. There's a pattern if you look for the missing data points. Let me see this. She grabbed the map and stole it away from the others to look closely at it. Meanwhile, Jake turned to Liam.
What are your thoughts, Chief?
The tone Jake used was unusual. He wasn't just asking Liam's opinion. He was handing the decisions over to him. It was like he knew he wouldn't be able to handle making the right choices at a time like this, and he trusted that Liam would. Liam jumped into chief mode immediately.
We need to keep our extraction teams small. The Ho-Ho is big, yes, but we're going to need the element of surprise. We can't go in like we did with the camps or the familiars. There won't be anywhere to run once we're on that ship. We can't let them know we're there until we have Jonah and Amelia and are able to get them out.
Jake nodded firmly.
Agreed. Small teams of the most powerful elementi we've got.
Who, exactly? I asked. Liam and I were in for sure, but we couldn't risk screwing this up by choosing the wrong team. Jake didn't get a chance to answer before a door above our heads flung open, slamming into the cave walls.
We're coming,
Trace said desperately. He hurried into the room and Luana rushed in behind him. She was followed by another guy I'd only met a few times. It was Trevor, Amelia's roommate from Kinpago. His blue feline familiar was at his side. Kiwi rode on its head, grasping onto its fluffy mane.
Kiwi says Amelia's in trouble,
Trevor stated breathlessly. What's going on? Luana demanded. Julian's having a cow.
Amelia and Jonah have been captured,
Jake replied hastily. Luana's eyes widened. Sierra's wings drooped from where she sat on her shoulder.
Problem is, it might take a while to find them,
Jake admitted. No, it won't, Imogen said. Carter's mouth dropped. He looked like he was about to shit himself that Imogen figured it out so quickly. You know where the Ho-Ho will show up next? I balked. Imogen slammed the map back down on the table. She pointed to a spot on the map. They'll be here tonight.
How do you know?
James gaped. Imogen shrugged. I had a thing for math and puzzles growing up. Jake cocked an eyebrow.
You're sure there's a pattern?
Positive, Imogen stated. They're working in a zigzag trying to throw us off, but there is a pattern. They have to fly in the same position around the area to keep adding prisoners. The ship can't fly too far away from Kinpago. I'm sure this is where we'll find them.
Good work, Im,
Liam praised. Which only leaves one question, I added, crossing my arms. How are we getting on the ship? Flying to the ship didn't prove to be an issue. It was finding it that was a bitch. The clouds were thick as ever, as if one hell of a storm was rolling in and we couldn't see for shit. I figured we had the elders to thank for that, or whoever was controlling the weather to conceal the Ho-Ho. They were smart about it, too, creating cloud cover for miles, so we couldn't use it to predict the location of the Ho-Ho. But I trusted Imogen, and I knew she wouldn't fail us. Jake flew through the sky, using his air powers to levitate himself. He cleared a path in the clouds so that we could see, but it was so dark all I saw was blackness ahead. I couldn't use my Anachi light, as we didn't want to alert the task force of our arrival. Thank the ancestors, Julian had excellent eyesight and could see where he was going. Liam's arms tightened around me. I sat on Julian's back, clinging tight to one of his spines. Essis rode on Julian's head, stabilizing himself with one of Julian's horns. Trevor sat behind Liam, looking terrified to be on the back of a dragon. I didn't know Trevor well, nor what he was capable of, but he was Amelia's friend, and he wouldn't back down when insisting he come along to rescue her. Luana, Imogen, and Trace sat on Sabor's back. The weight was almost too much for the hippogriff, but he was one hell of a determined familiar. He managed to keep up with Julian by sheer determination. Imogen clutched a bag at her side, which held leaves and pebbles she planned to use as weapons. Sierra rode on Sabor's feathers. Sassy was having fun riding the wave of Jake's magic. She moved her legs like she was running in midair. Kiwi flew along beside her and kept throwing her dark glances. We didn't have room for Trace or Trevor's familiars, so they'd had to stay behind. Keep your eyes peeled, Imogen shouted over the roar of the cold wind. We should be arriving any moment. she cut off as a terrifying thud sounded through the sky. I hadn't processed what had happened before Julian swooped downward, narrowly missing the rudder of the boat. Kiwi spiraled 20 feet before catching himself with his wings. The dumb bird had slammed straight into the side of the cruise ship. How he was my sister's familiar, I'd never know. I winced, and Kiwi fell into flight beside us again. My heart raced, but it slowed as Julian spread his wings and our flight evened out. Julian glided through the thick clouds, never making a sound with the beat of his wings. Jake gave a signal, and the familiars doubled back silently. We stayed beneath the ship, where the crew wouldn't see us. Julian landed on the hull of the ship, his claws digging in tightly to the metal. I held on with all my might, as we were almost upside down, thousands of feet above the ground. Sabor dropped off the others on the lower deck, then came back for us, as it wouldn't be possible for Julian to drop us off without being seen. We jumped onto Sabor's back, which was frightening with being up so high, but Jake helped with his magic. Liam gave Julian a firm nod. He'd wait for us here until we made our escape. Sabor flew us up to the lower deck and landed beside our friends. Imogen, Luana, Jake, and Trace were already crouched down behind a lifeboat. There were no task force around, but we stuck to the shadows in case anyone spotted us through the windows.
I'll bet anything they're holding them under the deck, in the economy class rooms,
Liam whispered.
The first-class living quarters will be reserved for the crew. We move quickly and efficiently, and we take out any task force we see as quietly as possible. The last thing we want to do is attract attention.
Imogen saluted him. Got it, Chief. I can try to make us all invisible, I offered. We have a better chance of going undetected.
Do you think you can?
Liam asked. I shrugged. I might as well try. I reached my magic out to feel for surrounding light. It was dim, but there was enough light coming from the ship that I could make out everyone's shadows. I directed the light around us, and it wrapped like a warm cocoon over my skin. I was watching Imogen. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone. For a second I felt pride swell in my chest. Then she moved, and she instantly became visible. It's not working, Imogen pointed out. I can't track your movements, I said in frustration. I could turn myself invisible, but it looked like I struggled to do that with anyone else.
We don't have time for training,
Jake pointed out.
It was a good idea, but one we'll have to abandon.
Liam quickly reminded everyone of the plan.
Sophia, Imogen, Trevor, and I will take the bow of the ship. Luana, Jake, and Trace will take the stern.
He shot a glance to Amelia's familiar and added,
Kiwi's with you. We all know the signals. Let's make sure none of us get hurt tonight, okay?
We all nodded. I didn't think any of us could handle losing someone again. Liam glanced up and down the deck, then shot a glance to the windows above us.
We're clear. Let's go.
There were a few lights on the ship, but it was so foggy it was easy to cross the deck undetected. We slipped into a stairwell and split up at the bottom. The hall was narrow, and there were so many endless doorways it was hard to tell where to begin. Down the hall, Jake was using his air powers to feel inside the rooms.
Nothing here. Let's keep going,
he hissed. Liam worked in a similar fashion, though he used his water magic to feel for heartbeats. We must have passed by 100 rooms, and Liam had determined each of them empty. As we reached a crossroads, Liam flung his arm out. We stopped in our tracks and pressed ourselves up against the wall. He quickly signed,
Someone's coming.
Nobody made a sound. Liam's gaze became calculating, like he was trying to determine the approaching enemy's distance. The man's footsteps neared, and Liam attacked. He leaped forward and grabbed a task force member around the throat, then shoved him up against the wall. He quickly formed a water ball in his hand and held it up threateningly.
"Where are the prisoners that were brought in today?"
Liam hissed. The task force member didn't seem bothered by Liam's threat, because he retaliated by shoving his hands into Liam's chest. Air magic blasted through his palms, sending Liam straight into the opposite wall.
"Like hell I'd tell you!"
the man snarled. I reacted immediately, shooting a ball of Anichi light at the man. He stumbled back, but I hadn't focused the magic enough to do any real damage. I was about to fry his ass when Liam lifted his hands. One pointed at the man, while the other urged me to stay back. The man went still as Liam's magic pulsed through him. His fists tightened, and he groaned in pain. I couldn't see his face beneath his visor, but I imagined him gritting his teeth. For a moment, I thought Liam was going to stop his heart, but he took a different approach instead.
"Tell me where to find them,"
Liam growled.
"This is your only chance."
The man sputtered.
"Your friends deserve to die."
Liam gaped, like he couldn't believe the man dared to make such a bold statement. He quickly composed himself and spat,
"For what crimes?"
The man groaned again. Whatever Liam was doing to him made it difficult to speak.
"You've torn the Hawkeye apart. You have disgraced the Great Spirit. You and your friends shall perish in Ayanokshan."
Liam's eyes flashed. He was incredibly sensitive when it came to Ayanokshan, as he once feared he may end up there himself. I could only imagine the dark images going through his head, reminders of the horrible nightmares he'd had of that place.
"Only the Great Spirit can judge us,"
Liam said.
"Let's see how he judges you."
I didn't expect what came next. Liam twisted his fingers. Water began to pour beneath the man's helmet, soaking into his uniform. My jaw dropped as I witnessed a new level of magic I'd never seen Liam use before. He was sucking the water straight out of the man's body, from his blood, from his organs, straight from his cells. It was horrifying to watch, but another part of me felt protected by Liam. Like nothing could touch any of us with such a powerful elementai on our side. Liam's lips curled into an angry sneer as water continued to pour out of the man's body like a faucet. Finally, the stream of water slowed, and Liam dropped his hands. The man dropped to the ground, dead. When he landed, his task force helmet rolled off his shoulders, and we caught the horrifying view of his face. His skull had sunken in, and his skin clung tight to his form. He looked like he'd been dead for 1,000 years, like a mummy. Liam shuddered as he looked down at the man. I could see the regret in his eyes, but we knew this was a war. We couldn't hesitate and risk the enemy getting the upper hand. He'd done what he had to do.
"Come on."
Liam cocked his head. I followed behind him, trying not to dwell too long on what we'd just seen. Essis and Sassy stepped around the man's body nervously, while Imogen tiptoed around it so she wouldn't step on him. Trevor stared down at the man and gagged. Imogen grabbed him by the arm. "You have to keep up!" Trevor hesitated, then went to follow.
"I've just never seen—"
Trevor was cut off by the sound of huffing coming from down the hall. We all turned. My guts sank when I saw a fucking rhino standing there. It was so wide its shoulders touched each side of the hall. Its leathery skin was pitch black, and a shiny gold horn sat on the end of its nose. The tip glistened as if in warning. Shit! We had one hell of an upper hand with the task force, but fighting off magical creatures was another thing. The rhino dipped its head, aiming its horn at us. He scuffed his foot on the floor and huffed again. My heart pounded as I realized we'd just killed its elementai, and it was out for revenge. "Run!" Liam cried. The rhino began to charge, and we all whirled around to race after Liam. Essis let out a high-pitched squeal as he scurried down the hall. Sassy turned into a kitsune, but she was running so fast she didn't have a chance to turn and face the rhino. I didn't know if it'd do any good. Who knew what kind of magical abilities this creature had? I cried as we sprinted down the hallway. If anyone knew anything about this creature, it'd be her. Any weaknesses? Not off the top of my head, she squealed. I started trying doors as we passed by them, but each one was locked, and it was slowing us down. The rhino was catching up to us fast. As I tried another one, I dared a glance back to see how close he'd come. My stomach jumped to my throat as I saw he was only a few yards away from me. "In here!" Liam shouted. He'd gathered water out of the air and used it to break a lock on the door across from me. He grabbed me by the back of the shirt and yanked me inside. Imogen, Trevor, Essis, and Sassy all fell into the room behind us, and we landed on the ground in a heap. I threw up a force field as fast as I could, which sent the door slamming into the wall. For a split second, I thought we were safe, until the rhino slammed his shoulder up against the door and the whole room shook violently. "He's going to get through!" Trevor cried as he rolled off Imogen. "No, he's not," I promised. I concentrated on strengthening my force field and pushed it out to press against the walls of the dark room we were in. Essis shook from beside me and held his palms up. Little beams of light streaked out of them, lighting the room. It was tiny, with nothing more than a bed, a dresser, and an end table. It was definitely one of the cheapest guest rooms on board. The rhino slammed into the door again. I felt the walls shudder against my force field, but they didn't give way. Again and again, the rhino tried to get through. I could hear the murderous intent in its battle cry. But it was to no avail. Finally, the shaking ceased. A loud thud came from outside the door, and I realized that it was the rhino falling. My heart rate began to slow. "What happened?" I asked, looking to Liam. He furrowed his brow. "I think he died. His minutes were numbered the second I killed his elementi." Trevor breathed a sigh of relief. "So, we're safe?" "Not yet," Imogen replied, still trying to catch her breath. "Someone must have heard the commotion." "Agreed," I stated. "We have to move on before someone finds us." Imogen went for the door. "Let's go!" "Wait!" Liam grabbed her by the wrist. He pressed his index finger to his lips, and everyone went quiet. "I hear something." I listened closely, and I realized I heard something too. It was the sound of a voice, though I couldn't tell what it was saying. At first, I thought it was someone screaming down the hall, someone coming after us. But the closer I listened, the more I started to make out the words. "Help me!" a woman's voice wailed. "Somebody help me!" My stomach dropped out of my abdomen. "That's Amelia!" Liam realized it at the same time. "It sounds like it's coming from below us." I raised my hand, and fire glowed in my palm. "I'll blast a hole in the floor." "No!" Liam stopped me. "We don't know what's below us or what we'd fall into, or if we'd hurt Amelia." "There's gotta be another stairwell nearby," Imogen said. "Then let's go!" Trevor was in a rush to get to her. I knew he and Amelia were really close friends. He cared deeply about her. We opened the door. Though the rhino's body was blocking the way, we crawled over him and continued down the hall. Just as Sassy slid down the dead rhino's neck to follow us, I heard the sound of angered shouts down the hall. "The task force is coming," I hissed. Several task force members came flooding in from nearby hallways. They took one look at the shriveled man on the ground and his dead familiar, and aimed their Noxite guns at us. We all reacted at once. Liam and Trevor shot water balls, while Imogen aimed leaves at the task force. They went spinning like throwing stars and gained so much momentum, they sliced a few men's uniforms, causing blood to start rushing out of the wounds. I gathered magic in my palms, and a huge fireball at least 3 feet wide spun down the hall. Before my magic reached them, I heard the click of Noxite guns. Essus reacted the fastest. He jumped on top of the rhino and threw his paws up. "Essus!" I cried. But a moment later, I realized I had no reason to fear. A force field ballooned out of Essus' hands. The Noxite dart slammed into it, crumpling like soda cans, before falling to the ground. It all happened in a split second. My fire magic reached the men, and it knocked them on their asses, completely taking them off. I blinked a few times. "Essus, you made a shield! Good job, buddy!" "Yeah, great," Liam grumbled. "We don't have time to stand around congratulating each other." Essus ignored Liam and cheered for himself. He jumped off the rhino and into my arms. I caught him, and we hurried away from the task force. We turned down another hall and came to a stairwell. From up above, I heard the sound of footsteps as more task force members rushed below deck. We slipped down another level before they heard us. Liam gestured for us to duck into the shadows. I held my breath as the sound of task force footsteps faded above our heads. "They're gone," I whispered. "Let's go find Amelia." My heart pounded as we emerged from the stairwell. I tiptoed quietly, listening intently to the sound of my sister's cries. I didn't hear them anymore. Imogen pointed. "We heard her down that way." We slunk quietly down the hall, but there didn't appear to be any task force on this level. I waited to hear Amelia's voice again, but we turned down another hall and I still heard nothing. Then it came. The heart-shattering sound of my sister's tortured cries. I stopped dead, trying to gauge if what I'd just heard was real or a figment of my imagination. The screams continued. "Fuck," Liam growled under his breath. Sassy ran on ahead, her 9 tails quaking in anger and her vines whipping around her. Trevor was close at her heels. He gathered as much water as he could from the air, creating 2 giant water balls in his hands. The rest of us ran behind them, following the sound of Amelia's voice. Liam was slowing down. We'd been running our asses all over this ship, and it wasn't doing his flare-up any good. He doubled over and caught himself on the wall, gagging. "Liam!" I gasped. "Forget about me," he urged. "Go get Amelia." I hesitated. I needed to get to Amelia stat, but I couldn't leave Liam here for the task force. Then Amelia cried out again, and I knew I had to go on ahead. I couldn't bear to think of what she was going through in that moment, with those harrowing cries echoing down the hall. I had to end whatever they were doing to her, now. "I'll take care of myself," Liam insisted. "Go." "Here." I shoved Essus into his arms. "Take Essus. I'll be right back." I abandoned my husband and my familiar to go find my sister. Ahead, Sassy and Trevor turned the corner with Imogen close behind. Maniacal laughter rang down the hall. It was a woman's, but it wasn't Amelia. "You think someone's coming to save you?" the woman sneered. "Think again." I rounded the corner and stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Amelia through an open doorway. Trevor and Imogen had paused momentarily to take in the scene as well. Amelia sat in one of the guest rooms, but it wasn't like the one above us. The window was nothing more than a small, round hole that even Essus would have trouble fitting through. All the furniture had been removed except for a metal chair that she sat tied to with Noxite cuffs. Her face was bruised and swollen, and blood was matted in her hair. Cuts ran up and down her arms as if someone had been using her skin as a chopping board. The ends of her hair had been singed, and her fingertips were red and blistered. You want to get out of here? A woman taunted. You better start begging the ancestors for mercy. The woman leaned over Amelia, her waterfall of brunette hair concealing her features. She wore all black, like the other task force, but didn't have her helmet on. She held up a dagger threateningly, then ran the tip of it across Amelia's chin. She didn't break skin, but it was a horrifying sight. For a moment, I couldn't even process it as real. Trevor stepped forward into the open doorway. You should be the one begging for mercy. Relief flooded Amelia's features when she saw him. Trevor raised his hands to throw his water balls at the evil woman. She stood up straight and tossed her hair over her shoulder, and that's when I realized, with sinking clarity, I recognized her. It was Jill Larson, the Coigny bitch who'd been in my Hawkeye careers class. She'd gone to work on the hose-ho when she graduated and had turned Amelia in as a spy. Now she was getting her kicks by physically torturing my sister. I barely had a second to process it before Trevor's water balls were whizzing out of his hands. They slammed straight into Jill's face and her head snapped backward. It was barely enough to get her to stumble to the side. She wiped her nose and blood dripped onto her finger. Her features darkened. Oh, asshole! You're gonna pay for that one! Fire ignited in her palms, but a fireball formed in mine just as quickly. You really want to try that, Jill? I threatened. She looked me up and down and scoffed. What are you going to do about it? Imogen controlled the pebbles in her bag, and several rose up into the air. In front of her, Sassy's vines snapped. You really want to test that when it's 3 against 1? Jill threw her head back and laughed. Underclassmen never learn, do they? I don't have to face any of you. I didn't know what she meant until she snapped her fingers and a creature jumped out of the shadows. I reared backward, unable to even describe what it was. All I saw was a flaming ball of fire, at least 5 feet across, hovering in the air. It wasn't something Jill had conjured up. It had eyes, a mouth, a nose, and fur beneath the flames. But it was completely round, like a giant, living fireball. I could feel its fire coming off of it in waves. My guts twisted as I realized this was Jill's familiar. I'd never known what she was bonded to before, and whatever it was, I'd never encountered one in my life. Get them, Bernardo, she commanded her familiar. Bernardo? What a lame-ass name. The creature lunged at us, and we all jumped backward through the doorway. For what he lacked in name, he made up for in terrifying power. I threw the fireballs in my hand at the creature, but it did nothing to hurt it. Imogen shot her pebbles toward it as she rushed to back away, but the creature seemed to be made of fire to some extent. The pebbles went straight through it. Fire crackled in the air, and a roar erupted out of the creature, sending scorching heat waves over us. Sassy snapped out her vines, but she jumped back as Bernardo's fire singed them. The creature swooped through the doorway, manipulating its fiery form to fit through. Imogen and Trevor went one way, while I went the other. The creature had separated us, but I took that as an advantage. It meant we had him surrounded. Bernardo turned toward Imogen and Trevor and began advancing on them. What the hell is that? Trevor cried. No clue, Imogen squealed. That was a first. If Imogen didn't know what this thing was, we were screwed. I got an idea. I hoped to hell it worked. Hold on, guys, I called to them. I've got this. I reached out with my magic and began to siphon fire from the creature. It was intrafusion, as Liam had taught me how to do. A massive fireball began to form between my hands, but no matter how much magic I stole, the creature's flames didn't die down. Fuck! Jill's familiar was strong! Amelia's cries rang out through the hall again. I pulled harder on Bernardo's magic until the fireball in my own hands was too big to control. I let it go, flinging it down the hall toward the creature. It collided with him, but I was totally shocked when he didn't even stumble. All the fire did was sink into his form, like he'd absorbed it, like they'd become one. Good luck fighting fire with fire. That wasn't fucking happening. Bernardo shot fireballs down the hall toward Imogen and Trevor. They ducked out of the way, but the fireballs came so quickly, I feared one of them might catch my friends. I turned to other methods and created a force field. I pushed it outward to encompass Jill's familiar. Its fireballs impacted with the side of my force field, but I had to push further if I wanted to immobilize him. I had a theory, but only moments to test it. Pushing my Anichi magic outward, I separated the force field from myself. It encompassed the creature. I intended to squeeze it to death, like I had the task force member in the caves. I wanted to cut off its oxygen, to kill the flames. But the harder I squeezed, the more enraged the creature became. It hissed, and its fire turned from a blazing red to a sweltering blue. His fire pushed against my shield, and I began to sweat profusely. He was burning my shield. I didn't know how much longer I could hold it up. Red-hot pain started to sear my insides as his magic fought against my own. I tried to use my fire to calm it, but my magic warred inside of me. I couldn't use both Coigni and Anichi powers at once, not if I wanted any control. Gah! I screamed out in pain. From inside Amelia's prison cell, Jill laughed gleefully. "Ancestors," she scoffed to Amelia. "Do they really call your sister the Chosen One? This will be fun to watch. Excuse me while I go enjoy the show." Jill stepped out into the hall. I'd advanced on her familiar, so she came in behind me. She laughed, as if pleased to see me shaking in my boots. I whirled on her, still keeping my shield secured tightly around her familiar. "Fuck you, Jill! Fuck you and all you've done to my sister!" She crossed her arms and leaned against the doorway, like this was nothing more than slightly amusing to her. "What do you think of Bernardo? He's very strong, don't you think?" I winced as another wave of heat washed over me. Bernardo writhed in the magical cage I'd built for him. I willed to call upon the powers of the sun, but it had long dipped beneath the horizon. The sun's magic wouldn't save me now. It was clear to me then there was no way I could kill this creature, whatever he was. The only thing I could do was go for Jill. If I killed her, Bernardo would die. "Imogen! Trevor! Run!" I commanded. "No, Sophia!" Imogen cried. "We're not leaving you!" "Trust me," I replied. Jill chuckled. "How noble, sacrificing yourself for your friends. Go ahead. Oleander will reward me with riches when my familiar kills the Chosen One." I scoffed. "What riches? He can't even afford the war he's fighting." Her features faltered for a moment, but her lips curled back into a sneer. Apparently, Oleander had been hiding a few secrets from his task force. "You think you're stronger than the Chosen One?" I challenged. "Prove it!" I let go of my hold on Bernardo and whirled on Jill. A fireball erupted from my palm before I thought about it. It whizzed toward her head, but she countered my attack with a fireball of her own. It connected with mine, and the two went flying off in opposite directions. Before I could react, she'd already formed another fireball in her palms and shot it my way. It morphed into the shape of a dragon, growing to fierce proportions that filled the hall. The fire dragon reared its head and lunged for me, its jaws chomping in my direction. I didn't think. I just reacted. My hands shot up, And as the dragon was about to clamp its flaming teeth over my head, I reached for its neck. It was made of fire, so my fingers didn't touch anything solid. But it didn't hurt either. It should have. Jill was acting in defense. But as my fingers swiped through its neck, its head was severed. Its body continued to rage in flame, but its head fizzled away to nothing. Somehow, I had taken control of Jill's magic. I had made her fire my own and taken the head of the fire dragon. Jill's features contorted in rage. Surely she'd never seen someone do that before. But she only took a second to consider what had happened. Moments later, a head was growing out of the fire dragon's neck. It split into 3 parts, making it a 3-headed monster that looked intent on eating me alive. She lifted her arms to command her magic to attack, but I raised my arms at the same time. I conjured a force field, cocooning myself inside of it. The 3 heads of her fire dragon came at me, but they slammed into the side of my shield. Their heads flickered, then returned to their distinct dragon shape. Jill's eyebrows knitted in confusion. She sent their jaws snapping at me again, but they didn't reach me. "What the hell?" "What?" I shrugged, pleased I'd caught her so off guard. "No one told you the chosen one was Anichi?" I advanced on her, and as I did so, I expanded my force field, encompassing her fire dragon inside. Once it was inside my shield, I gained complete control of it, and the flames fizzled out at my feet. Jill took a few steps back down the hall, looking terrified of me. "The Anichi died out!" I chuckled. "That's what Oleander wants you to think." "Oleander wouldn't lie to me," she said, her breath wavering. "You're the liar." "Am I?" I challenged. "Well, enjoy this bit of honesty. You will never touch my sister again." I lunged at her, and my fingers clamped around her throat. She called upon her fire to burn me, but I sucked the motherfucking heat straight off her body. I didn't know how. I shouldn't have been able to. It should have burned me. But I didn't feel a thing. In the Hawkeye tribe, we had a tradition. Should a traitor be sentenced to death, they were to be killed by the element opposite them. Jill was coigni, which meant she'd be executed by water. I didn't have water power, but I felt an execution was in store. No way was she going out by her own element. Wrapping my fingers tighter around her throat, I called upon my Anichi powers. Amelia's whimper sounded down the hall, and the urge to protect washed through me. Amelia was my first friend, my lucky charm, and my rock when I needed her most. She was there for me during my naming ceremony. She was the one who'd sent me the spirit totem. She kept me safe from the Elder's grasp on more occasions than one. Though she wasn't blood, she was my sister. She was my tribe. I loved and protected my tribe. Healing magic washed through me, but I didn't channel it outward, toward Jill. I reversed it, shutting her systems down from the inside out. She was healthy, and my magic tasted sweet as it swept through her. But as I shut down her immune system, as I stole the health right out of her cells, my magic turned bitter on my tongue. I felt her heartbeat slow and her kidneys struggle. Her lungs swelled and she gasped for air. "Don't!" she squeaked out. I didn't justify her pleads for mercy with a response. She'd tortured my sister, and her fate was in the Great Spirit's hands now. Blood vessels erupted in Jill's eyes, and dark spider veins cobwebbed across her face. Her bloodshot eyes rolled back into her skull. One by one, each of her systems failed, until her heart completely gave up. I didn't stop until I saw the life drain out of her eyes. With satisfaction, I dropped her, and her lifeless body slumped to the floor. I stepped back, breathing heavily. I could hardly process what I'd done. I'd murdered Jill. I'd made her look into my eyes as I literally sucked the life straight out of her. But it wasn't in cold blood. Jill wasn't just in bed with the enemy. She was the enemy. And she deserved every bit of wrath I'd brought down upon her. I had mere moments to take in what I'd done. Then I heard Imogen's fearful cry down the hall, and I whirled toward the sound. Bernardo was bigger than ever. His flames had grown so large that his form went from floor to ceiling, wall to wall. I couldn't even describe him as a fireball anymore. He was more or less just a mass of raging flames. The creature must have felt his elementi die, but he was in too much agony to realize who was responsible. Because instead of turning on me, he went straight toward Imogen and Trevor. The creature raged forward, charging toward them. "Look out!" Trevor cried, shoving Imogen aside. Imogen yelped as she was hurled into the next hallway. Sassy barked and followed, but Trevor wasn't fast enough. Bernardo slammed straight into him, lighting his entire form ablaze. The flames seemed to erupt, as if Bernardo himself had disintegrated upon impact, but not before claiming his final victim. Trevor's pained cries echoed down the hall. I thrust out my Coigni magic in his direction to try to kill the flames, but I was too late. Before I could reduce the flames at all, Trevor's screams halted. Flames consumed the hallway, lighting up the walls. Trevor became nothing more than a charred figure of what he'd once been, his flesh eaten away by magical forces none of us could stop. The horrifying stench of burnt human flesh filled the hall, and Trevor's body dropped to the ground. "What the fuck?" Liam cried. I saw the water before I saw my husband. A huge ball of water gathered in the air above the flames. It dropped, and Trevor's body sizzled as the fire was put out. I took a cautious step forward, as if expecting the flames to ignite once more, but they didn't. A lump rose in my throat. Holding back the tears felt like swallowing a brick. I wanted to mourn for Trevor, but I didn't have the luxury of grieving right now. I had to remain alert. Liam, Imogen, Essus, and Sassy emerged from the adjacent hall. Imogen's hand shot over her mouth, and Sassy sniffed Trevor's blackened form. Essus' bottom lip quivered. "Trevor," Liam said breathlessly. It sounded like an apology. "I couldn't control the flames quick enough," I said, biting my lower lip. Part of me felt like his death was my fault. I would always live to regret that. "You couldn't have, Sophia," Imogen said, stepping around Trevor. "That creature, whatever it was too strong." I furrowed my brow. Where did it go? Sassy padded to a ball of orange fur on the floor I hadn't seen before. She nudged it with her nose and rolled it over. That was when I noticed the face on it. Its eyes were closed, and it had gone totally limp. The little orange puffball had been Bernardo. He was some kind of little Coigni pom-pom that grew to massive proportions when lit aflame. "Whoa," Imogen breathed. "I can't believe that's what we were fighting." "Forget that," I said quickly. "Let's get Amelia out of here." I whirled toward the room Amelia was in. Her eyes were closed and her head had lolled to the side. I knelt at her side and took her face in my hands. "Amelia? Am?" I slapped her lightly to get her to wake. Her eyes fluttered open. Tears spilled out of her eyes and dripped down her dirty cheeks. When she spoke, it sounded strained. That's when I noticed bruises around her neck, as if Jill had tried to strangle her. "Sophia, did Jill hurt you?" She could hardly keep her eyes open. "No," I assured her quickly. I tried to heal her, but my magic resisted. Leave before she comes back, she strained. She's taken care of, I promised. I cocked my head at Imogen. The cuffs are giving me trouble. Imogen dug into her bag and pulled out a spare bit of wire she'd brought along. She knelt behind Amelia and picked the locks on the cuffs. When she was free, Amelia slumped forward into my arms. Am, you've gotta sit up, I insisted. I'm going to heal you. She tried, but it was really hard for her. Liam helped her stay upright, while I took her face in my hands and channeled my healing magic into her. Essus came to my side to help. A dull pain radiated up and down my arms as I healed the cuts along her skin. As my magic explored her injuries, I found many areas of resistance I hadn't seen from the surface. The bottoms of her feet were burned, thanks to Jill, and there were bruises all throughout her abdomen. One of her ribs had been cracked. I didn't know what had Jill so enraged to do this sort of thing to Amelia, but one thing was for certain. I'd made no mistake killing that bitch. Once I'd healed all Amelia's injuries, I worked on getting the Noxite out of her system. After a few minutes, Amelia was finally able to lift her own head. She looked much better, though she was still covered in dry blood and beyond tired. Let's get her off the ship, I said quickly. Amelia winced. They have Jonah. Do you know where? Liam asked. She shook her head. No. He tried to fight back, and they moved him to another part of the ship. He's in worse shape than I am. My stomach sank. Jake's going after him. He's probably rescued by now. I hope. Either way, we have to get you off the ship, I said. We'll go looking for Jonah once you are safe. Amelia nodded. The sooner the better. I helped her stand, and though she winced, she was able to walk on her own 2 feet. This way. Liam cocked his head. I led Amelia out of the room, but Liam was careful to block her view of what was in the other direction. After what she'd been through today, we didn't need to add Trevor's charred remains to her list of nightmares. Liam led the way, and Imogen and Sassy brought up the rear. Essus sat on Amelia's shoulder, working in more healing magic, though I didn't know how much more would help. What Amelia needed was rest. We snuck upstairs, past the task force who were still searching the halls for us, and ducked into one of the guest rooms. Liam went to the window and opened it. He whistled into the night, calling for Sabor. The hippogriff flew up to our window a few moments later. He hovered there, awaiting a rider. Amelia, you're going to ride with Sabor, Liam said. He'll keep you safe until the rest of us get off the ship. Amelia nodded and hurried over to the window, like she couldn't wait to get off the hose-hoe. As she straddled the window, she turned back and said, Thank you guys for saving me. The ancestors were right to choose you. She turned to face me directly. Stay safe, Sophia. I want my sister to come home in one piece. I will, I promised. Hurry, Liam urged. We still have to find Jonah, and the task force are everywhere now. Amelia didn't bother with a goodbye. I didn't think any of us wanted to say that. There'd been too many times lately when that goodbye was the last one we had. I wouldn't let it be that way for us. Amelia hopped on Sabor's back, and he flew off into the clouds. Liam waited a few moments to make sure they were safe before turning back to us. How is everyone? Imogen took a deep breath. Apart from the nightmares I'm going to have, peachy. As long as we've got our strength, Liam said. The nightmares were nothing new for any of us. I'm good, I told him. Though I'd exhausted a lot of my energy earlier, I could keep fighting. Sassy whipped out her vines to show she was still on board, and Essus gave a salute. Let's go. Liam led the way out of the room again. We slunk through the shadows toward the stern of the ship. We hadn't heard anything from the other team toward the bow, so we had to assume they'd found something in the other direction. Several times we heard task force coming and had to duck into different rooms to avoid getting caught. Luckily, we weren't spotted. We ended up on the main deck, but this ship was huge. Getting to the other end was like going through an endless maze. "Do you think they already got Jonah out?" Imogen started to ask, but she was cut off by the sound of a huge crash. The whole ship shook. Essis held tighter to my shoulder. The three of us each braced ourselves against the wall. From a distance, we could hear screaming.
"Not today, you motherfucker!"
Jake yelled. Liam frowned.
"I'm guessing that's a no. But at least we found them."
We followed the sounds of shouts and came to the main lobby. The huge crystal chandelier that once hung in the center of the room had crashed to the ground, and glass littered the floor. That must have been the noise that had shaken the boat. 3 task force members and a chimera lay dead beneath it. All around us, magic whizzed through the air. Jake, Luana, and Trace were being backed into the ballroom by advancing task force members and their familiars. There had to be at least 3 dozen of them. We were easily outnumbered.
"Surrender!"
One of the task force shouted.
"Never!"
Jake spat. The task force didn't bother giving second chances. These men didn't have Noxite guns, but they ordered their familiars to attack. A basilisk, a 3-headed canine, an alicorn, and a bull charged. Jake thrust his air magic outward, and though it knocked the canine aside, the alicorn charged straight through it like it was nothing. Luana threw up a shield, and the bull rammed straight into it. Liam, Imogen, and I reacted quickly, jumping into the fight without question. Liam used cloud vapor to create long strands of water he whipped at the task force. Imogen hurtled her pebbles through the air, and a dozen embedded deep into one of the task force's abdomen. A woman let out a pained groan, then fell to her knees and onto the floor. I thrust Anachi orbs toward the enemy. I hit 2 task force at once, but they quickly retaliated. A gust of air swept me off my feet. Essis got caught up in the whirlwind and screamed as he spiraled upward toward the ceiling and was flung across the room. Though I threw up my shield, the air continued to blast into it, pushing me back. I clawed at the wooden dance floor as I was swept toward the other side of the ballroom, but it was to no avail. I rolled a few times before slamming into the wall, gasping for breath. Essis swayed beside me as he too came to a stop. My eyes scanned the ballroom, but it was hard to see anything past the elements raging everywhere. Fog seeped into the room from Toaqua controlling the water particles in the air, and the carpet lit aflame from Coigni attackers. Yapluma powers swirled the other elements, making them worse. A Navita task force member had used her magic to rip plants from their pots and was fighting against Imogen. Sassy whipped out her vines to block the blows. My eyes landed on a task force member with his gaze set on me. His fingers twisted as air continued to assault me, blowing my hair in all directions and making it hard to breathe. I shot a fireball at him, but all it did was fly back in my direction. Throwing my shield back up, I blocked the wind to give myself enough time to grow an Anachi orb in my hand. I drew my arm back and flung it upward. It ricocheted off the ceiling at the perfect angle and hit the guy in the head. He crumpled to the ground, and I was free of his Yapluma assault. No sooner had I leapt to my feet than a lizard the size of my hand fell from the ceiling and landed directly on my face. I yelped and grabbed for it, but a burning hot pain seared my skin. It was a fire lizard, and it was hell-bent on attacking me. I yanked harder, but it gripped onto my face so tightly I couldn't get it off. Essis jumped onto my chest and chomped down on the lizard's tail. It squealed and dropped to the floor. A trail of blood followed it as it scurried away. My face ached from the burn, but adrenaline pulsed through my system so quickly I barely felt it. The surrounding battle continued in full force. Trace and Imogen were overpowering a group of Navita task force and turning their plants against them. Tree branches grew to massive proportions and whipped around to knock out 5 task force in one swing. Imogen used her magic to draw more trees out of their pots. They walked on their roots and snuck behind task force members to smack them hard. Sassy rolled on the ground, tackling a striped feline familiar, while Kiwi dove at an alicorn, using his talons to tear the flesh around its eyes. The basilisk had attacked Luana from behind and wrapped its body around her legs. Her feet swept out from under her, and the serpent dragged her back, distracting her from using her shield to protect our people. Sierra glowed a blinding white and fluttered her wings in the basilisk's face to distract him. When that didn't work, she shot a force field outward. It assaulted the basilisk's nose, and blood sprayed everywhere. One of its fangs cracked in half and clattered to the floor. Not far from Luana, Jake was fighting 3 Yapluma at once. He blocked each blow of their magic, but he was struggling to keep up. One of them got cocky and came too close. Jake abandoned his magic to go hand to hand. He grabbed the task force by the uniform and screamed in rage as he launched him through a nearby stained glass window. The window shattered, sending colored pieces of glass all over the deck outside. Jake jumped through the window to finish the job. Liam was using his magic to stop the hearts of people who got too close, but they retaliated with their powers so quickly that blocking their attacks took most of his energy. I could see he was getting fatigued. The color had drained from his face, and he stumbled away from advancing task force weakly. A fireball hit the floor beneath him, and he jumped out of the way, stumbling backward into the stage. String instruments and falling music stands clattered together, filling the ballroom with a deafening echo. Liam's fingers curled around a violin, and he hurled it toward a task force member. It hit them in the face, and the violin shattered to pieces. Task force kept coming at him from all angles. I threw up a force field around him from a distance, and it gave him reprieve from the attacks. But I didn't have long to focus on him. A terrifying creature was headed my way, charging. It was at least as big as I was, but walked on 8 legs. It had the hard shell of a scorpion and a matching curled tail with a stinger on the end. Its face, however, was more like a spider, with hundreds of tiny eyes and huge pincers. Its shell was dark black. I could see the red of magma-like magic swirling in a layer beneath it. If this freaking thing got me in its jaws, I'd lose a limb. I shot an Anichi orb at it, but that only slowed it down half a step. Essis growled and lowered his horns like he was about to attack. "Essis, no!" I demanded. I threw a fireball at it instead, and it landed square in its face. The creature reared back and let out a high-pitched scream. The ground shook as it landed on its feet again. For a second, I thought I had the upper hand. Then it shot an evil glare at me from each of its 100 eyes. It opened its pincers, revealing the deep, dark hole of its mouth. I conjured up another fireball, but it was too late. Fire erupted out of the scorpion spider's mouth with forceful magic I'd never seen before. A deafening boom sounded, and a shockwave rippled through the air as the creature's magic exploded throughout the room. Everything happened so fast. Instinctively, I threw up a shield around Imogen, Liam, and Trace, since they were closest to me. But I'd missed shielding myself. Everything happened in slow motion. The room shuddered as the explosion rocked the ship. The wall beside me blasted into nothing, and the shockwave sent Essis and me reeling through the air. I landed at least 20 feet away from where I'd been standing a moment ago. Every inch of my body ached. Above us, the ceiling gave way and building material rained down on us. Dust billowed into the air, and I couldn't see anything. At first, I didn't know what had happened. I was so stunned that all I could do was gasp for breath. It hadn't even occurred to me that there'd been an explosion. My ears rang a high pitch, but I couldn't hear anything else. My head swam in confusion and my vision blurred. Then there was the pain. A searing pain beyond anything I'd ever felt before. It pierced straight through my stomach. When I tried to move, the pain intensified. I felt pinned in place by something I couldn't see or understand. I tried to investigate, but I'd gone so lightheaded that I could hardly keep my eyes open, let alone move my body. As the dust began to settle, I started to really process the pain. It was like a fireball had embedded itself in my stomach. It was so intense that when I tried to scream, nothing came out. I was in too much shock. Screams filled the ballroom. My head lolled to the side, and I caught sight of Liam standing near the stage. He looked shell-shocked by what had happened, and he pressed a palm to his ear like the explosion had damaged an eardrum. Other than that, he seemed relatively unharmed. My shield had protected him. Liam's gaze swept over the room, and his eyes landed on me. I'd never seen his features fall so fast. Utter heartbreak entered his eyes. Like the ancestors themselves had swept away every ounce of hope he held with him. I wanted to signal back to him, but I couldn't move. Even my eyes wouldn't focus. I thought I saw his lips move, to shout my name, but I heard nothing over the ringing in my ears. My vision blurred again. All I saw was Liam's silhouette rushing my way. Then came 6 other figures. Task force members had rushed in to block his path, and they started attacking. My breaths came in shallow heaves. I wanted to help him, to fight back, but my head hadn't cleared yet. I didn't know how long it would take. When I tried to move again, an ungodly pain rippled up my abdomen. I slipped in and out of unconsciousness, fighting against it with every ounce of fight I had in me. I had to get up. I had to help my friends. I scanned the room. Imogen, Trace, and Luana were racing out of the ballroom with their familiars in search of safe cover. Tears streamed down Imogen's cheeks, and I thought I saw her lips move to call my name. Sassy dragged her back, as if trying to convince her there was no saving me. It must have looked like I was already gone. I couldn't control the lifeless stare in my eyes, nor the stillness of my body as shock settled in. Jake was nowhere in sight, probably still fighting task force on the deck. Liam was on the other side of the ballroom. The task force had pushed him back toward the doors that led onto the deck. Rage like I'd never seen before marred his features as he fought back against elementai and familiars alike. I tried one last time to push myself to my feet, but that pain returned, burning my insides. I finally regained control of my body and looked down to see a rod. A rod from the collapsed ceiling had speared straight through my abdomen and out my back. It pinned me down, draining the life from me. Blood poured out of my stomach, staining my shirt and pooling into the rubble beneath me. I should have been freaking out beyond belief. I shouldn't have been able to breathe at the sight of a freaking rod through my stomach. But all I could think was I had to get the motherfucking thing out of me so I could fry the task force and save my friends. I didn't have the luxury of freaking out right now. I grabbed the rod in my hands and yanked. It was agonizing beyond belief. No pain came close. Not even the night I gave birth to Ava and nearly died. The more I pulled, the more it felt like the rod was tearing through my insides, literally ripping my guts out. I writhed in the rubble, and though I screamed at the top of my lungs, I barely heard it past the ringing in my ears. The rod broke free of my flesh, and I tossed it aside. Beside me, the rubble shifted until Essus popped his head out and scurried out of his hole. He barely looked white anymore, with dust covering his entire form. His blue eyes connected with mine. He took one look at the blood, and his eyes went wide in horror. I gritted my teeth as I pressed my hands to the gaping wound. "Essus, help!" Essus was at my side in an instant. He pressed his paws to my wound, and I gasped as another wave of pain rippled up and down my body. I wasn't about to bleed out here like this. I had to protect my friends. With stone-cold resolve to protect, the healing magic came easily. My hands glowed white, and mine and Essus' healing magic poured into me. Slowly but surely, the pain began to melt away and the bleeding slowed. My skin started to knit itself together, and my organs repaired themselves from the inside out. When I finally felt like I could move again, I looked toward where I'd last seen Liam. He was out of the ballroom now and on the deck, but I could see him clearly through the doors. He'd gathered so much water out of the clouds that a water ball the size of a swimming pool hovered above his head. There weren't very many task force left, as he'd taken care of them. But those who were continued to attack. Liam dodged a fireball, then turned his raging anger toward the task force. He thrust his swimming pool-sized weapon at the task force, and the water engulfed them. They went sweeping across the ballroom. Water splashed everywhere, covering the entire floor until it came to wash against the rubble pile I was in, like a crashing wave. Water splashed upward into my face. It all happened so fast. I scrambled to my feet to go help him, but I barely got upright before the bull I'd seen earlier charged from out of nowhere. He came from the side, so Liam didn't see him. By the time Liam caught sight of him, it was too late. The bull's head connected with Liam's hips, and the creature reared upward. Liam had nothing to hold on to as he went flying backward and over the side of the ship. It was as if someone had taken a sledgehammer straight to my chest. Hell, they might as well have assaulted me with 100 sledgehammers from every angle. 1 second, my husband was there. The next, he was gone. I thrust out a force field in front of the bull, but Liam was already gone. His body had vanished beneath the deck of the ship, falling to his death. "No!" I screeched, heartbreak shattering my tone. My husband gone? It couldn't be true! But it was. Liam had been launched over the side of the ship so quickly that no one could react. He wasn't Yapluma. He couldn't save himself. And there was nothing I could do either. I didn't think I could feel pain worse than being speared with a rod all the way through. But I was wrong. Watching my husband fall to his death was the worst pain I could ever imagine. My lungs ceased to work, and I gasped for breath. Tears flooded my eyes and fell like a waterfall down my cheeks. I wanted to tell myself I was imagining things, that I was wrong about what I'd seen. But I'd already seen so many forms of death in this war. It was no longer something I could write off as imagination. "Liam!" I wailed. It was a grave wail that echoed across the whole ship. At my feet, Essus cried out mournfully. The ground rumbled beneath me. At first, I thought it was my own legs shaking. Then I looked upward, and I saw the ceiling quaking at the vibrations of the ship. I realized with horror that a second cave-in was imminent. I grabbed Essus and raced out of the way. A deafening sound filled the ballroom as what remained of the ceiling crumbled downward. I sprinted as fast as I could, but I wasn't fast enough. A piece of rubble fell from the ceiling and knocked me in the head.
Throbbing pain radiated across my skull as I collapsed to the ground. My vision came in and out of focus, just enough that I witnessed a shadow cross over me. Task Force, I thought at first. I wanted to lift my hands to fight back, but I couldn't seem to find them. Then I saw that the shadow had 8 legs, and it hit me with horror that it was the scorpion spider come to finish the job. Its jaws opened, and before I could even think of fighting back, the pinchers clamped around my leg. Searing hot pain shot up my calf as the creature used its firepower on me. I wanted to blast the sucker backward, to kick it in the face, anything. But the blow to my head had been my undoing. I couldn't stay conscious enough to do anything. Horror twisted in my belly, and I was certain this was the end, as darkness enveloped me. I didn't care. I wanted to die now. Liam was gone. My beloved husband was dead. I might as well die with him. The task force had broken me and taken everything from me. I didn't want to go on. This was the moment Shawana had predicted, the day of my death. At least if I was dead, I'd make my sacrifice and the prophecy would be fulfilled. Then the tribe would be saved and Ava Marie would be safe. And I could join Liam in the ancestral lands forever. My only regret would be that I didn't have enough time with Ava Marie. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I thought of leaving her behind. With all my strength, I lifted my hands to clutch the spirit totem around my neck. Ancestors, I prayed, bless my daughter. Do not let her grow up in a world ravaged by war. I saw the light, the one leading to the ancestral lands. It was blinding but beautiful. I wanted to go toward it, but the pain continued and I couldn't move. A shadow passed in front of the light, though I couldn't make it out. The creature was big and walked on 4 legs. It seemed to be running on air, and it looked as if gorgeous white magic flowed out from behind it. I had to be imagining it. The creature gave a deep growl and lunged. My heart lurched. I thought it was coming for me, that it was here to bring an end to my life. I welcomed it, if it meant Ava would be safe from this war, that my sacrifice was worth something. But the creature never touched me. It slammed straight into the scorpion spider, and the burning pain in my leg eased as the spider was thrown off of me. All I could make out were shadows. The scorpion spider rolled across the floor, then jumped to its feet. It shot fireballs out of its mouth to attack, but they seemed to drift straight through the animal. The newcomer planted his paws on the ground to face my attacker. He wasted no time retaliating. A bright white light erupted from his chest. The scorpion spider went reeling through the air, flipping over and over. It landed hard on the other side of the ballroom, all 8 legs sticking straight into the air. It gave a final twitch, and I knew it was dead. And so was I. I couldn't fight any longer, and I succumbed to the darkness. I lingered in the darkness for what felt like ages, waiting for the end.
Sophia!
A deep voice boomed, stirring me.
Get up. You have work to do.
I didn't know how much time had passed. My eyes blinked open. I felt the coldness of the wooden dance floor beneath my cheek. All I saw was dark black fur. For a second, I thought it was Essus covered in soot. What other creature would approach me so boldly without hurting me? But as my gaze traveled up the creature's leg, I realized it was a hell of a lot bigger than Essus.
I looked upward to see a black wolf staring down at me. He was huge, nearly the size of a horse, and he held his head up regally. He looked healthy and unharmed, like he'd only shown up to the battle instead of fighting in it. It was the creature who'd fought off the scorpion spider.
Sophia, you must awaken,
The deep voice said. The wolf dropped his head toward me in a kind gesture. I realized it was him. He was the one speaking to me. How could that be? What? I asked, still trying to get my bearings. I pushed myself upward and glanced around the room. For a moment, I forgot where I was. Dust was still settling around the ballroom, though I didn't see another living soul in sight. Rubble was piled up all around me. I realized that the final cave-in had blocked me from the doors to the ship deck. Essus had been knocked out and pinned under a plank beside me. I tossed it aside and cradled him in my arms. He stirred, but he hadn't completely come to. I looked back to the black wolf. Something about him seemed incredibly familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I had the strangest, inexplicable feeling that we shared a deep connection, that we even cared for each other. I reached out a hand to touch him, as if laying a hand on his fur might stir my memory. But my fingers met nothing but air. My hand went straight through him like he was a ghost. I knew then who he was. Neshoma? I asked breathlessly. He nodded firmly.
it is I.
My stomach dropped. Neshoma being here was confirmation of my husband's passing. Why else would he arrive if not to escort Liam to the ancestral lands? But that didn't explain why he'd come to me. What are you doing here? How? I gaped. This was beyond anything I even knew was possible.
I am here to defend you, Sophia, he said. Your soul is entwined with Liam's, and I must protect the pieces of soul he has left.
But Liam, I choked on the words. I couldn't say out loud he was dead. Instead, I forced out, pieces of his soul?
When Liam lost me, he entwined his soul with others to survive. You, Ava Marie, and Julian all share a part of him. His family means more to him than anything. Therefore, I serve as your guardians, in this life and the next.
Julian, I croaked out. But he's not his familiar. You are. Neshoma nodded in agreement.
And yet, Julian and Liam share a strong bond. A bond that I am pleased to honor and support. Julian is a magnificent companion. As are you, Sophia. I protect and defend you all with my spirit.
Tears welled in my eyes. But, Liam, he fell over the side of the ship. He's gone, Neshoma. No Tawakwa could survive that. Neshoma held his head high.
You underestimate your mate, Sophia. Come, we must find him.
Chapter 15. Liam. I could only think in fragments. Sheer agony. Utter devastation. I didn't care that I was falling. I wanted to die. I'd seen my wife be speared through, a pipe ripped through her body while her organs streamed blood. I knew she couldn't live through that. There was just no way. She was already gone. I didn't want to live. It was a good thing the task force had tossed me over the side. I was ready for it to end. I fell through the clouds, past the hose underbelly, and hurtled through the heavens on my way to complete hell. Then, against my will, I felt a force lift me upward.
I cried out in rage and tried to fight it, but to no avail. The air magic carried me up and deposited me on the lower deck. I fell onto my hands and knees as Jake stepped aside. Imogen, Trace, and Luana gathered around me in a huddle. Jake was leaning over the railing, breathing heavily. His body shook. Tears streamed down Imogen and Luana's faces. They'd seen what had happened. "Why didn't you let me die?" My voice shook darkly. "I wanted to die." "We're not losing anyone else on this mission," Jake spat. He turned his back on me, tone intense. His hands gripped the railing so tightly they turned white. "It doesn't matter. We've lost Sophia." I completely broke. "There's no point in anything anymore. Leave me. Let the task force find me. There's nothing more they can do to me now." As much as I was grieving, I was also desperate. I hadn't seen Sophia's body. There might be a way she could be alive yet. We had Luana. We could heal her. I leapt to my feet. Someone called my name, but I didn't answer. I ran up the stairs to return to the main ballroom. Footsteps were behind me. I skidded to a stop when I saw that the area had been reduced to little more than a pile of rubble. My gut clenched, and fear overtook me so powerfully it rocked the foundation of my life. "Sophia!" I cried out. No one answered. She was buried under the rubble. I began clawing at the wood and metal, getting splinters and breaking skin. Blood began to run down my hands, trickling past my wrists and arms as I desperately searched for my wife, trying to dig her out. I saw her nowhere. I pleaded with the ancestors that Essus was somewhere nearby, but I didn't see him either. Both of them were buried somewhere, and I refused to let this be my wife's final resting place. The others gathered at the edge and watched me fling aside concrete. No one went to intercede, though I could hear Imogen crying. "Liam, the task force must have taken her body," Jake said, though his voice cracked. "It's over." "It's not over. She has to be here," I sobbed. Though I'd gone through so much of the debris, there was still no sign of her. I feared Jake was right. They'd taken Sophia's remains as a trophy for Oleander. The thought of him using her body like that, parading it in the streets as a sign that they'd won. Ancestors, end me now. "We only have a limited amount of time. Sophia's gone. She couldn't have survived that collapse. Jonah might still have a chance," Jake growled. "I'm not leaving her." "Liam, stop." Imogen darted forward and shook me. "Sophia might be gone, but you're all Ava Marie has left. If you stay here, the task force will find you. You'll die and leave her an orphan. You can't do that to that little girl." My insides churned. I'd forgotten about my daughter in the midst of my pain. Ava was now motherless. I was all Ava had left in the world. I was a father. She needed me. "Sophia wouldn't want you to be like this. She'd want you to keep going," Imogen insisted. Imogen wiped at her face frantically. "We came here to rescue Jonah. If we don't, Sophia's sacrifice will be in vain. I don't want to go on without her either, but we have to. We have no choice." Imogen's reason broke through my endless grief. I wouldn't leave Jonah and Squeaks to their deaths. If Sophia had died today in an attempt to save them, I refused to allow her death to be meaningless. I'd rescue them and kill any task force member that got in my way. Luana helped me to shakily stand. "Where are they?" I didn't care what was between Jonah and I. I'd bring this ship out of the sky if I had to. "We don't know. We've searched everywhere," Jake stuttered. He was on the verge of losing it. Inwardly, I knew he was terrified of experiencing what had just happened to me. I'd cut my own throat before that happened. Jonah's life had been hell. He deserved happiness, a chance to know what a true family was like, and he had that chance with Jake. I wasn't letting my friend lose everything. "We should go to the steering hub," Trace suggested. "They'll have maps up there of the entire ship. I'm certain they'll have prisoner records." "Fuck it.
Let's go. I led the way around the deck. Dreadful pain was pumping through my muscles, but I didn't allow it to faze me. Nothing could hurt worse than the grief of losing my Sophia. My body was a fucking afterthought. The steering hub was at the top of the ship. We had several flights to climb before we made it there. I stopped at the end of the first one, breathing hard. I had no energy left and hardly any will to fight on. I had a dark thought we'd never get off this ship. "We should fly up," Imogen whispered to Jake. "It'll expose us," he argued. "But we'll get there faster," Imogen pointed out. Jake sighed. He took a look at me and raised his hands. "Hold on." I felt Jake's air magic wrap around us, levitating us upward. We passed floor after floor. I kept a water ball formed in my hands, expecting the task force to spot us at any second. And I wanted them to. I wanted to find them, make them pay for taking Sophia away from me. I wanted them to suffer like I had suffered. But despite my pleading with the ancestors for revenge, we didn't see anyone. We made it to the platform at the top of the ship, where the steering hub was located. The door was locked, but Sassy used her vines to rip off the door handle, and we forced our way in. My eyes widened when I entered the room as we met a familiar face. Professor Cheveo? It was him. His two braids hung down his back as he messed with buttons on the ship's control panel. His Appaloosa stallion nickered a soft greeting to us as we entered. Cheveo turned. His expression was one of relief as he took in the sight of us. "My chief," Cheveo said. He clapped a hand on his chest and bowed lowly to me. "Cheveo, where have you been? We haven't received intelligence from you in weeks," Jake snapped. "Yeah, and why are you controlling the ship?" Imogen asked curiously. "I was once a captain in the Navy. Oleander hired me to steer the hose-ho. I took the job to ferry information," Cheveo said to Imogen before he turned to Jake. "I apologize being unable to contact you. They've caught on to me. My familiar and I haven't been allowed to leave this hub in days. But what in ancestor's name are you doing here?" "We've come to rescue Jonah Chani. Do you have a record of where he might be?" Jake said, getting right down to business. "He's someone the task force would want to keep contained." "The Storm Lord, I remember," Cheveo said. "They're containing the most powerful prisoners in the boiler room. It's certainly where they're keeping him." "Do you know how to get there?" Jake wasted no time, his voice ringing with urgency. Cheveo nodded. "I would have to guide you. The task force is stationed all over this ship, and if you want to avoid them, you'll have to follow my lead." "What about the ship?" Imogen asked. "The ship will steer herself for the time being," Cheveo began. "Give me a moment to set the right parameters." Cheveo turned back to the control board. As he worked, the grief of losing Sophia overwhelmed me, making it feel like I was suffocating. I had to talk. I had to do something. Otherwise, I was going to snap in two. "Why does the task force hate us so much?" I asked hoarsely. "Why do they keep fighting for Oleander in a war that doesn't benefit anyone, just causes destruction?" "The rebellion, including you and your wife, have been the victim of propaganda by Oleander," Cheveo said as he worked, keeping his eyes on the board. "He's been spreading lies about all of you." "Like?" My tone was full of rage. How dare that bastard slander my wife's name? One of these days he'd be mine and I'd rip him limb from limb. "It was easy to convince the Defortai you're going up against the will of the Great Spirit, that both of you seek to take over the tribe and gain all the power for yourselves. Oleander spun a web of lies that the two of you wish to change everything about the Hawkeye way of life. He's telling the story that anyone who isn't mixed house will be executed if the rebellion wins the war. He's done a very good job of separating the tribe into a mentality of it's us or them." "What a load of bullshit. How can anyone believe that?
There aren't even enough mixed-house children to sustain the tribe, I spat. Desperate people will believe anything, especially in times of war. Many are happy to follow Oleander because they believe his destruction won't happen to them. That as long as Oleander doesn't touch their families, they are safe. Cheveo shook his head. They don't realize all of us are in danger. When Oleander is done with his current enemies, he'll come for the rest, and there will be no one left to speak up then. Pandering to him will only keep one alive for so long. Well, I guess his propaganda worked, because the brainwashed task force had no trouble murdering my best friend, Imogen said hatefully, and I died inside. Cheveo paused. The Chosen One is dead? My throat tightened and I nodded. Imogen, Luana, and Jake all dropped their gazes. Cheveo stopped what he was doing to bow to me once more. I give you my deepest sympathies, Chief, and share in your sorrows. We'll fight to the bitter end to make sure her sacrifice wasn't in vain. Cheveo straightened. That should buy us some time. Come, we must hurry. Cheveo ran out the door and the rest of us followed. His familiar's hooves clopped on the stairs as we wandered downward, away from the steering hub and onto the main deck. Elements whizzed over our heads. All of us ducked, and I pushed Luana out of the way. A horde of task force had their hands raised, elements firing. There were 6 or so, magic flashing against the darkness of their helmets. We knew you were a backstabber, Cheveo, betraying your own race, a task force member cried. Oleander will reward all of us when we bring your body. I didn't give them time to taunt Cheveo. Didn't even give them time to finish the sentence. My magic rushed out of me in so much rage, I felt the hearts of all 6 task force members explode in their chests at the same time. Some gasped, but most just collapsed to the ground like rag dolls. I felt guilty before every time I took a life. Now, I didn't feel a fucking thing. A wretched roar shook the ship below our feet. I looked up. A dark creature towered over us. It had leathery skin and arms that were 12 feet long and ended in sharp claws. It walked on them like some kind of ape. The creature had no eyes, only a row of sharp teeth and a forked tongue that it licked menacingly. I went to stop its heart, but the creature's magic rebelled against mine, and it didn't work. The thing was too powerful. It dove its teeth downward, mouth opening wide for a bite, and Imogen screamed. I rolled out of the way, and the monster's mouth tore open the floorboards, leaving a hole in the ship. The monster wasn't alone. It was accompanied by a reptile-like creature that walked on its hind legs like a man, poisonous spikes protruding out of its body, and a spindly wyvern that was made of nothing but bone. The reptile swiped its hand downward, grabbing for Luana. It grasped her in its hand, and she screamed as it lifted her toward its mouth. I wasn't letting anyone else die tonight. No fucking way. I sprinted around the ape-like creature. Jake and Imogen were throwing everything they had at it with Sassy's help, while Cheveo and Trace handled the bone wyvern. I summoned water from the vapor around us and created a blade with it. I sent the blade spinning outward, and it sliced off the reptile's arm at the elbow. The monster let out a giant screech, blood spurting everywhere, while Luana unfurled herself from its fingers and scampered out of the way. The reptile turned its vengeance on me, but I wasn't one for fucking around today. As it swept its poisonous spiked tail in my direction, I leapt to avoid it. I called the water blade back again, sending it spinning like a boomerang. This time, I aimed for the neck. The blade cut straight through the sinew, decapitating the creature. Its headless body fell, toppling over the side of the ship as its head remained gaping on the main deck. Jake had created an air shield to blow the ape back, while Imogen whipped stones at the creature's eyes. Sassy held its arms in place with her vines, doing her best not to let it move. The creature pulled an arm free and whacked Sassy to the side. The kitsune hit a lifeboat and cried out, getting Imogen's attention. "Sassy!" Imogen yelled. She ran to her familiar, leaving Jake alone. The ape burst through Jake's air shield, and his eyes widened. He forced out a gust of wind to hold the creature back as the ape swung one of its arms wildly, nearly catching Jake with its claws and giving a guttural groan. I could feel the blood pumping through the beast's body. While it was distracted with Jake, I called to the water in its bloodstream and turned it to ice. The ape gave a gasp. It fell forward, teeth gnashing, and Jake took his chance. He sent a gust of air hurtling toward the creature so fast it was like seeing the power of a tornado. The wind slit the creature's throat, and Jake leapt out of the way. The monster created a massive hole in the floorboards, toppling below as it died in pain. Trace and Cheveo were still battling the bone wyvern. Cheveo's stallion reared up and pawed its hooves at the creature, cracking off a piece of its leg. The wyvern hissed, bones clacking as it advanced. That gave me an idea. I sent water into the spaces between the bone wyvern's crevices. The creature screeched in pain. I didn't even think twice as I made the water expand outward. Bone went flying in all directions as the wyvern exploded to pieces, sending bits of skull, ribs, and other parts scattering across the hardwood and reducing the wyvern to dust. Imogen stared at me in horror as I breathed murderously, hands shaking like a deranged madman. I was going on an all-out fucking killing spree. My wife had died, and if the task force could feel just a taste of the torture I was in because of it, they'd never recover. I didn't want them to. As the last monster fell, Cheveo waved his hand. "Hurry! If there are soldiers here, more are to follow." We ran. There were yells of task force behind us, though I didn't know where from. Cheveo took us into a staff entrance, and we hurried after him down the hallway. I panted. Luana reached out her hand, and I felt her touch my back as her healing magic flooded into my veins. I recovered a bit of strength, enough to keep me going, though the real thing that drove me on was the terror that we might be too late to save Jonah. It resonated on Jake's face, too. I saw the fear in his eyes that we'd find Jonah dead. Amelia hadn't been in good shape when we'd found her, and she'd said Jonah was worse. We drew closer and closer to the boiler room, and I felt the temperature elevate. Sweat beaded across my brow as heat rose. Then we heard it, a man's agonized wailing. It was a long, drawn-out sound that rattled my bones and made me feel like passing out. The screams continued, vibrating the walls. Imogen's face went white. "That sounded like Jonah." It had to be him. I knew it was. My gut clenched with sickening certainty as his cries echoed down the hallway. I'd never heard him make a sound like that in his life. Jake had to put an arm against the wall to steady himself. He turned green. I grabbed his arm and squeezed it tightly. "We're close. Let's keep moving." Jonah's wails of agony penetrated the walls of the staff hall. We picked up the pace, moving as fast as we could without creating a disturbance, our steps in time to the sound of Jonah's screams. I only had one small comfort in losing Sophia. At least she hadn't suffered like this. Jonah's cries ceased abruptly. The change was so dramatic it staggered my steps. Had he? I didn't hear anything else. Imogen let out a muffled sob. The blood drained from Jake's cheeks, but Cheveo insisted, "He's being questioned." Jake's form relaxed. Cheveo held out an arm to stop us as we came to the door of the boiler room. When he cracked it open, steam emitted from it and drifted by. It was dark in the boiler room, lit only by the fires that kept the ship's engine running. From here I could make out voices, whispers, and shouts against the blackness. "I'm so fucking tired of dealing with you, Chani. Give me information about the Resistance and I'll let you live. Is that so hard to comprehend?" I knew that voice. It was Haley. Imogen stiffened beside me, and Sassy gave a low growl. Jake had this murderous look in his eyes that I knew was going to erupt from him at any moment. I'll die before I'll betray my friends, Jonah replied. He sounded so frail. You're going to have to kill me. This used to be fun, but now you're really pissing me off, Haley hissed. I don't have time for this shit. I'm not stopping this time until you give in. Do it then. Jonah's voice sounded totally hopeless. I heard the crack of a whip, and Jonah's voice rang out in pain again. Jake didn't waste any more time. He burst through the door. Haley's mouth dropped open as she turned to face us. In her hands was a literal fire whip with several strands like a cat of nine tails. It trailed down to the ground, flickering with flame. She was alone, her chiefess robes disheveled and her hair a mess, a madness in her eyes. I didn't see Anwara anywhere. Jonah. Poor Jonah. He was hanging from the ceiling, suspended by chains. His clothes were in tatters, stuck to his body only by the blood pouring from his wounds. His back was a matted mess, skin hanging off of it in shreds, exposing the muscle. His hair hung loosely around his face, which was matted with bruises. He had 2 black eyes, so swollen he could no longer see. Several of his fingernails were gone. There was a puddle of blood on the floor that was his, shoes skimming the top of it. His torso was colored black and yellow, revealing the broken ribs and mangled organs within. The chains were the only thing keeping him aloft. Without them, he'd collapse. You bitch! Imogen screamed. She sent several rocks whizzing toward Haley's head, but she ducked. The rocks embedded themselves into the metal wall behind Haley. Sassy charged forward and unleashed her vines, but Haley sent a burst of fire rushing outward, and Sassy yelped. She withdrew her vines and whimpered as Haley made a run for it, stampeding in the other direction with her fire whip in hand. Imogen went to chase after her, but I grabbed her by the shoulder and yanked her back. Forget about her, I cried, with a deliberate look toward Jonah. Of course I wanted Haley dead, but I wanted Jonah to live more, and we couldn't afford to get separated right now. Imogen paled. She ran to him, and Trace and Cheveo gave chase after Haley. Jake was messing with the chains around Jonah's wrists, frantically trying to get them off with tears in his eyes. The cuffs weren't even Noxite. We could break them. They drugged Jonah so badly he wasn't able to use his powers to escape. Let me. I took the steam from the boiler room and forced it into the locks that held Jonah captive, freezing it. The chains broke, and Jonah dropped. Jake caught him before he hit the floor, though Jonah gave a whimpering cry of pain. I've got you, Jake said, voice quaking. He gently guided Jonah to the floor, away from the blood puddle. Jonah leaned against Jake's chest, trapped in a daze. I didn't beg, Jonah whispered, like he wanted us to be proud of him. I didn't give in. Of course you didn't. A few tears dropped from Jake's eyes and onto Jonah's hair. Jonah moved his head. Squeaks, he whimpered. He looked to the side of the boiler room, which was cast in shadow. There was a shuffling in the dark. My heart dropped as I saw Squeaks limp forward. Her front leg was broken. Her wings were clipped so she couldn't fly away, and long gashes had been cut along her sides. Several long burns, like the ones Haley's whip provided, ran along her flank. So many of her feathers had been pulled out, leaving bald spots. An iron collar was clamped around her neck and chained to the wall, preventing her from breaking free. Luana ran to her. She knelt by Squeaks's broken leg and began channeling her healing energy into it, mending the bone before she crossed to each cut and burn. Sassy reached out. The kitsune gritted her teeth through the pain and broke the collar in 2 with her burned vines, setting Squeaks free. Squeaks quivered in pain, but her shuddering lifted as Luana's magic did her work. Color began to come back into her wings as they grew. Squeaks stood on her 4 legs, fully healed. The burn marks and cuts had become long scars along her body, nothing more. Heal him, Jake demanded of Luana, though it was more like a prayer. Luana knelt at Jonah's side and lightly laid her hands on Jonah's thigh. She closed her eyes, and she and Sierra both glowed with white healing magic. I observed Jonah expectantly, but nothing happened. Luana's face became panicky. She glanced at Sierra on the top of Jonah's head, silently communicating. "What? What's going on?" Imogen screeched in a panic. Luana signed quickly. "I can't heal this. There's too much here." Squeaks gave a shrill cry, and fear clenched my soul. I'd never seen Luana fail to heal someone before. That meant Jonah was already dying. He'd lost too much blood, sustained too much damage to his organs. Healing magic forced the body to do what it naturally would on its own. Her magic couldn't reverse what was too far gone. Jake wasn't giving up. He lifted Jonah into his arms. "We have to get him back to Hokavale. He might have a chance." At that moment, Trace and Cheveo returned, though it was without Haley. I saw that Cheveo carried with him a woolen blanket. He must have gotten it off one of the maids' carts lying around. "Did you catch the bitch?" I asked Trace, hoping to the ancestors they'd killed her. Trace shook his head. "We lost her before she got to the first floor." "Fuck." Cheveo gave Jake the blanket. Jake wrapped it around Jonah, and the blood soaked through. "Liam, go ahead of us. Make sure it's clear," Jake said. "Take the main stairwell up," Cheveo told me. "It's the quickest way." I slipped on Jonah's blood as I got up. I winced, but forced myself to keep going. I took 2 stairs at a time and didn't hesitate to fling open the door to the main deck once I got there. I was alone. I didn't see any task force, but I gathered water from the air anyway and held a ball of it in my hand just in case. I crept around the corner, holding my magic aloft in anticipation. A figure appeared. The water ball fell out of my hand and splashed all over my shoes. My mind went blank. I've lost my fucking mind. Sophia stood in front of me, only a short distance away. She wore an equally shocked expression. Her shirt was torn to shreds and stained with blood, but her middle was untouched, void of any mark. Essus perched on her shoulder, and I felt a whisper of wind rush by, pressing against me as I sensed a spirit leave the area. This was impossible. She was dead. I watched her die. "Liam!" Sophia ran toward me, and her voice mended what had been broken only moments before. I opened my arms and wrapped them around her. My body quaked, shaken by the gravity of her love enveloping me. I almost buckled, but her arms squeezing me tight held me up, preventing me from falling into a pit of disbelief. Essus squealed. He jumped and scurried up my arm, lying on my head and giving me a hug. I cried into her hair. Couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't talk either. My shoulders shook. Sophia pressed her hands against my back, bringing me closer, but it didn't stop me from being any less of a mess. She was being more of a comfort to me right now than I was her. I was a useless husband. I felt that same strange presence press in around us before it was gone, vanishing with the breeze. "Oh my God, Liam!" Her voice echoed with relief. She pressed into my shirt and took deep breaths. She wasn't crying, more or less relaxed. Couldn't say the same for myself. How did you?" I stammered. "I pulled the rod out. Essus healed me," she said. "Ancestors, I saw you go over the railing. I thought you died." "I thought you did too. Jake caught me. Ancestors, Sophia." "We made it. It's all right," Sophia said. It wouldn't be all right. Not until she was safe at home and we were off this forsaken ship. To think it had once been a happy place. I never wanted to set foot on it again. She pulled back, but I didn't let her out of my arms. I kept her there. "Where are the others? Where's Jonah? You're covered in blood. My mouth ran dry. It's not mine. Sophia, how did you find me? It was Neshoma, she said. He came to me, Liam. He protected me. He led me back to you. Tears sparked in my eyes. This was too much emotion for one day. Neshoma? Where is he? I looked around, wishing for a chance to glimpse him, just once. He left when you arrived, Sophia said. I know you can't see him, but he was there. He took care of Esses and I when you were gone. He's protecting us. It felt like my magic wavered within my body. I could feel him. He was nearby. Yes, he wants you to know it's okay you have Julian, Sophia said. He spoke to me and said he wants you to be happy. He's not upset with you. Warmth flooded me. I'd always wondered that, but had been too afraid to ever utter it aloud. But Neshoma knew my heart. He knew it'd be one of the questions I'd ask him if I had the chance. And he'd saved my Sophie. Add that to the long list of things I had to thank him for. Just then, the door opened behind us. Imogen was the one who saw her first. She let out a relieved noise and shouted, Sophia! Imogen pounced on her, along with Luana. Both girls flung their arms around her and squeezed her tightly, crying tears of relief. Esses jumped off my head and ran to Sassy and Squeaks, who he greeted with tight hugs. Chiveo gave a kindly smile. Good to see you're well, chosen one. In a way, Sophia said, before her eyes went to Jonah. Her mouth fell open, and her eyes widened in shock as she took in his appearance. She didn't think he was going to be that bad. Jake hadn't even acknowledged Sophia's existence. He trembled as he held Jonah to his form. Sophia plowed forward. Esses, help me. She laid a hand on Jonah. Esses ran up Jake's leg to give her aid. Sophia's face knitted in concentration until it clouded with a semblance of fear. Though they channeled their healing magic into Jonah, it had the same effect Luana's had, which was nothing. Sophia sent a desperate look at me. What do we do? My lungs were strangled of air. We get him home. Just then, the ship rocked to the side. Imogen and Luana both screamed. They collapsed upon the railing, and Trace caught them before they went over. I held on to Sophia, while the familiars crashed into each other. Jake fell against the side of a wall and took a hard hit instead of letting Jonah experience more pain. What's going on? Trace called, looking at Chiveo. We've changed course, Chiveo said, and his horse nickered. We're sailing to the south. Why would they do that? The pattern they've taken is consistent every time, Imogen cried out. They know we're here, and they can't find us, I growled. Plans were changing. Chiveo's face was ashen. He straightened up slowly and said, They're going with the alternative plan. Which is? Sophia yelped. Chiveo maintained a straight face. They're going to steer the ship into the Anichi shield surrounding Hokavale. Luana gasped. She reached out for Imogen. But the veil guarding the town can't handle an explosion like that, Sophia protested. It'll crumble the shield and take Hokavale with it. Precisely their plan, Chiveo replied. They'd kill themselves for a chance to destroy the rebellion? Trace asked, almost in disbelief. The task force will blow up this entire ship to prevent you from getting off of it, Chiveo said firmly. Their orders from Oleander are to kill the Chosen One and her inner circle at all costs. They know we're here. The task force on this ship will be hailed as heroes for giving up their lives to stop you. Oleander has promised the families of those who kill the Chosen One ultimate riches and safety. Many would kill themselves to get their loved ones in such a position in times like these. So what do we do? Imogen squeaked. Even if we get off this ship, they're still going to steer it into the shield. Chiveo's tone was resolute.
I will steer the ship as it goes down and prevent them from crashing it into the rebellion." My mind blanked out. "But if you do that, you'll die." Cheveo smiled grimly. "It will be in the service of my tribe, for one of the greatest Tawakwa chieftains that has ever lived." Before we could stop him, Cheveo mounted his horse. "I will buy you time. Go!" Cheveo and his familiar galloped off, and blackness infiltrated my vision. I felt like I was sending Cheveo to his death, even though he was the one who'd volunteered. "We have to get Jonah out of here," Jake barked. The rest of us snapped to attention, and Squeaks danced anxiously beside him. I mentally counted. Sabor was gone, but Jake could fly Jonah down. Julian and Squeaks could carry the rest. I leaned over the railing and cried out, "Julian!" I heard the pumps of his wings before I saw him. In moments, Julian was flying beside the side of the ship, yelping when he saw me. There was a gate that opened up on the side of the railing. It was supposed to be for the crew when the ship docked, but it was our best way to climb on Julian without falling off. There was a lock holding the gate in place. Sassy's vines ripped it off, and the gate broke free. Jake stepped through it with Jonah tucked to his body. They dropped downward for 100 feet before Jake began levitating, flying them toward home. Imogen and Trace climbed onto Squeaks's back, calling for Sassy. She jumped into Imogen's arms, and they took off. Julian hovered by the gate, and we carefully maneuvered onto his back. Luana went first, sitting at the front, while Sophia took the middle. Essis and Sierra perched on Julian's head. I slid myself on behind Sophia, clinging to her as I commanded, "Jules, go!" He took off like a rocket. Sophia and I pressed downward, and I heard the sounds of explosions behind me as the hose-ho began to erupt. I smelled smoke that carried through the air and knew the ship had to be on fire, though the thought that the crew was actually detonating the cruise liner was impossible to fathom. We were just outside Hokavale. I pulled Julian up. The dragon hovered in midair, and I dared to look back. Sophia and Luana gasped. Essis gaped, and Julian let out a low moan as we watched the bow of the ship tilt downward, arching the stern nearly vertical toward the ground. There were screams, so many screams. A cracking sound ricocheted through the air like lightning as the ship collided at full speed into a nearby mountain range. It broke in half, avoiding Hokavale several miles off. Professor Cheveo had kept to his promise. He'd gone down with his ship. The hose-ho crashed and exploded like the fucking Hindenburg. We shielded our eyes from the detonation of light, the hose-ho going up in an eruption of thunder. I heard the cries of Elementai as the flames swelled and absorbed them, the screams eventually falling silent as the dawn of morning ended their symphony. Flames from the cruise liner flooded into the trees surrounding the area, setting the forest ablaze. All those people, not just task force, prisoners of the war, soldiers of the rebellion, and Bayami victims, gone in a fiery inferno, never to return. Sophia let out a sob. I held her, putting my chin on her shoulder as we stared at the carnage. The hose-ho had been a part of my childhood. My dad and I had sailed countless times together on the cruise liner, doing tribal business. So much of what I knew about being chief, I'd learned there. Sophia and I had our first meal together on that ship. It was where I told her all about our world for the first time. Barely a year ago, the four of us had taken a cruise on it to Europe to get away from it all. That ship had been our sanctuary, a break from reality in the middle of hell. And now it was gone, along with thousands of Elementai, whatever side they happened to be on. We had only one small consolation. Haley had died too. No way she made it off that ship. The fire chiefess was no more. Essis squeaked and pointed. Jake was far below with Jonah, and Squeaks had caught up to them with Imogen and Trace. Right. We couldn't stay here and grieve over the hose-ho.
We had to save Jonah. Julian came in for a rough landing. Luana fell off as we hit the ground, though she waved at us to say she was all right when Sophia started. We leapt off the dragon and ran toward Jake, who was surrounded by Imogen and Trace. We'd landed just outside the cave system in Hokavale, though now that we'd arrived, we didn't know what to do. Jonah had grown weaker now. His throat had developed a death rattle, breath wheezing weakly from his lungs. "Stay awake, soldier!" Jake jostled Jonah in his arms. Jonah's eyes remained half closed, his head lolling. He was fading. We were losing him. Jake looked at Sophia as if begging her to come up with some kind of solution. "Sophia, what do we do?" Sophia let out a breath. "What?" "You're the chosen one," Jake bellowed. "Do something!" Imogen sobbed. Sophia gaped and Essis's head fell. Luana put a hand over her mouth as she watched Jonah's breaths grow weaker and weaker. Squeaks gave a low coo. She nestled Jonah's hair with her beak, and he leaned into her touch. If Jonah died, Squeaks would too. I could already see the light fading from her eyes as Jonah approached the ancestral lands. Sophia's eyes were blank, and I lost all hope. There were no more plans. There was nothing else we could do. I was about to suggest we should take Jonah home so we could say goodbye and he could die in peace, until Sophia's expression lit up and she said, "The underground river, the one in the caves, the water the Anachi survived off of." Jake's eyes cleared with hope. I knew what river Sophia was talking about. We'd used it to sustain ourselves and hide from the task force before Jake had brought us to Hokavale. That river was magical. It had healing properties blessed by the ancestors. We could get there. We still had time. Jake rushed into the entrance of the cave. Luana and Sophia used their Anachi magic to light the way. Imogen and Sassy ran beside Squeaks as I followed, praying that Jonah would hold on. "Ancestors, don't let me die in a fucking cave," Jonah pleaded weakly from up ahead. He'd come around just long enough to know where he was. "You aren't going to die." Jake's voice was gruff. "Jonah, I command you to stay awake. That's a direct order. Keep with me, soldier." I caught up with him. Jonah's head bobbed, but his eyes remained slightly open. The blanket Jake had wrapped him in was matted with blood now. "I'll hold on for you," Jonah said quietly, giving a whoosh of breath. Jake's lip trembled. We had to slow down in parts of the cave because they were hard to get through. I helped Jake transport Jonah through some of the narrower areas. Hot, sticky blood from Jonah flooded onto my arms and into my clothes, but I didn't care. I had to save my best buddy. I had to. Chiveo had died. So many had died. If I couldn't save Jonah, what good was I? Squeaks cried out in desperation as she squeezed herself through the tiny crevices with all her might. Finally, I heard the trumpets of Elipes up ahead. The little elephants scattered out of the way as we broke into the clearing of the cave. Other creatures in the cave included the dracaverns and giant blue moths, which flew out the hole of the cave ceiling as we entered. The river was only a few steps away. Jake ran toward it, submerging himself in the river's flow. Jonah gave a final breath just as Jake placed him into the water. Our hearts pounded, breath becoming shallow as Jake suspended Jonah in the water. Squeaks crashed into the river, sending water spraying everywhere. Nothing happened. Jonah's chest didn't rise and fall, nor did he move. Jake's expression blanched, while Squeaks let out a song of grief. Imogen and Sophia both sank against me. Luana fell to the edge of the river on all fours, head bowed like she was uttering a lost prayer. I couldn't believe it. Why wasn't the river working? Were we too late? The blanket floated away. I watched as the water rushed over Jonah's features and began to glisten, washing the blood downstream. That's when the magic happened. The dark bruises on Jonah's chest faded. His fingernails grew back, and the cuts on his body knitted together. The swelling around his eyes went down, returning his face to normal. Jake lifted him. The knotted scars and jagged whiplashes on Jonah's back had faded, leaving thin pink marks behind. The gnarled muscle and ruined skin had been mended together, giving Jonah scars that were a reminder of Haley's torture. Color returned to Jonah's face, and breath filled his lungs. He opened his eyes, staring upward at the ceiling of the cave. Jonah startled like he was terrified, but Jake held him close. Jonah relaxed when he realized where he was, or rather, with who. Jonah blinked as he gazed at Jake's face. In a hoarse, still fragile voice, he uttered, "I really love you. You know that?" Jake said nothing, only held Jonah to his chest and wept.
Chapter 16. Sophia. Amelia shivered. She sat across from me at the Falcon's Nest, sipping on coffee. Only a few days had passed since the hose-ho crashed, and I was worried about her. I'd asked her to meet me here for breakfast. I'd had no intention about discussing what happened to her on the hose-ho. I didn't want to hurt her any more than she already was. But she, apparently, hadn't gotten the memo. "Jill got what she deserved," Amelia stated. Her eyes were hooded with darkness. She'd had it out for Oleander and the task force forever, but it was nothing like it was now. If Jake gave the command to attack Kinpago, she'd have it buried beneath the sea in moments. "They all did," I replied. I leaned over to Ava Marie's high chair and spooned applesauce into her mouth. I wasn't particularly comfortable talking about this in front of my daughter, but I didn't see the alternative. The war was heating up, and we had to send her away soon. I wasn't letting her out of my sight. Amelia drew another sip of coffee, then set her cup down on the table. "To be honest, Jill deserved worse. If I'd had any strength to fight back, I'd have carved the skin off her face." I shifted uncomfortably. Amelia was getting really morbid after what happened to her. I wanted to call her out for it, but another part of me felt it was justified. Once she had a chance to process it, she'd cool down. "I'm going to kill Oleander," she said simply, like we were talking about the weather. It took me a second to realize what she just said. Even Essis, who had a face full of French toast, did a double take. Kiwi kept on pecking at his bowl of nuts like he hadn't heard her. "Not if Liam beats you to it," I replied, if only to ease the knot in my gut. I hadn't wanted my sister to become a killer too. But that's what happened in war. We all became killers eventually. "It's not just about what happened to me on the hose-ho," Amelia said. "I've been part of the resistance for years, before you even knew they existed. I'm tired, Sophia. I'm ready for this fight to be over." "It will be. Soon." My stomach twisted as I spooned another bite into Ava's mouth. She kicked in her high chair and looked so happy. If only she knew. I had to give her up before this war was over. But maybe, when it was, she could come back to me. That thought was the only thing that kept me from running away with her. The bell on the door jingled, and I caught sight of red hair out of the corner of my eye. I looked up to see Doya stepping into the restaurant, her velvet dress billowing around her legs. Naomi held her head high as they walked over to my table. Amelia shot her a glare. The two still weren't on good terms. Not after Doya sent Naomi to spy on my sister all those years ago. Though they tolerated each other's company, for my sake, I was sure, they didn't quite get along. "Excuse me a moment," Doya said. She was softer to Amelia than normal. I guessed it was because she heard what happened to her on the hose-ho. "I need a word with Sophia." My spine straightened. "Of course. What is it?"
Doya gestured toward the door. Can we talk in private?
I glanced to Amelia, who looked uncomfortable.
It's fine, she said, though not without some bitterness entering her tone. I'll watch Ava and Esses for a few minutes.
Thanks, Am. It killed me to step away from my daughter, but whatever Doya had to say sounded urgent. I hoped it wasn't about Liam. I followed Doya outside, and she led me a few paces down the street so we couldn't be heard. Is something wrong? I asked.
More or less, she sighed,
turning toward me. Naomi sat comfortably at her feet.
Usually the fire lion remained alert at all times, so I guessed this wasn't as terrible as I was thinking. I relaxed my shoulders. I've received word that the Coigni within Hokavale are seeking a new chiefess, Doya said.
I gaped a few moments. Does that mean they confirmed Haley's death? Did they find her body?
Doya pressed her lips firmly together. I haven't heard confirmation, but it's unlikely we will. The Resistance has very few spies left in Kinpago from what I've heard. Whether Haley's death is confirmed or not is irrelevant. Her chiefess ceremony was kept very secret, and Resistance members are questioning whether she truly completed it or not.
I furrowed my brow. It wouldn't surprise me if Haley cheated. Do you think she did?
I cannot speak for the ancestors, she replied. I do not know if they would give Haley their blessing. I do know she was never my first choice.
I remember, I said, recalling the conversation we had a year ago. She'd said she didn't think Haley had what it took to lead her tribe. She wanted me to take the spot as chiefess. You wanted me on the council.
Yes, she confirmed. Now that there's an opening, I want you to fight to get it.
Why me? I asked bluntly. I had no desire to lead the Coigni tribe. I was already the wife of a chief, and I had to be there for him and my family. I couldn't handle the task of leading both the water and the fire tribe. You're much better suited to be chiefess than I am. Don't you want it?
She tilted her chin upward. I want what's best for the tribe, Sophia, as I always have.
At one time, I'd have thought she was saying that to manipulate me. Now I actually believed it.
The Coigni will not have me, she stated. Though I only joined Oleander's side to keep an eye on him, the others still question my loyalty. I could not lead a tribe that did not want my leadership.
You think they want mine? I nearly squeaked. I didn't grow up in Kinpago. I've been an outsider since the day I arrived.
You are the chosen one, Sophia, she reminded me. Perhaps you are to end this war in the position of chiefess. The other Coigni are desperate for this war to end. I'm sure they'll see it the same way.
I shook my head. But I'm married to the Tawakwa chief.
Exactly, she emphasized. With you as chiefess, our alliance with Tawakwa will be ironclad. You and Liam shall rule the tribe together. Nothing will be able to stop you.
That's the problem, I cried. If I became chief, Liam and I would own the tribe. We'd evolve into a dictatorship, and I won't allow that to happen.
Why not?
Doya sounded shocked that I'd protest such a thing.
You would have the final say in everything. You could lead the tribe in any direction you choose.
Which is how we end up with people like Oleander, I shot back.
You will never be Oleander, Sophia, she promised me.
I pressed my fingers to my eyes. I know that, but it still doesn't make stealing all the power right. The power belongs to the people, not to my family.
It could belong to your daughter,
Doya said, as if the idea should entice me.
Once you and Liam are gone, Ava would be in a position to take over.
I don't want that, I snapped. Doya recoiled slightly.
You don't think she'd do a good job?
Of course I think she would. But we can't leave the power to one voice, no matter how good that voice may be. Besides, I thought the Coigni and Tawakwa wanted nothing to do with each other.
This war is forcing them to change their ways,
She reminded me.
Many are seeking unity in these tough times.
They have a funny way of showing it if my wedding is any indication. I hadn't forgotten about the fight that broke out between both sides at my reception. But then again, that was months ago. People could change quickly in desperate times.
The Coigni need you, Sophia,
Doya all but pleaded.
They're looking for a replacement immediately, and will choose based on a vote. I want you to put your name in for consideration.
I shook my head, my mind already made up. I'm sorry, Mother, but I want the best for the tribe too, and I don't believe that I'm the best choice. Doya looked dumbstruck by my admission.
But how could you not?
I'm irrational and emotional, I shouted, as if proving my point. I hadn't meant to do that. I lowered my voice and said, I'm the chosen one because I'm willing to do whatever it takes to bring Oleander down. But the Coigni don't need a military leader. They need a peacemaker.
You can be both,
Doya protested. No, I can't, I shot back. That is why we are in this war in the first place. The chiefs and chieftesses couldn't stop fighting for power. Don't you think there's a reason Chief Kawak isn't leading the Anachi into this war? He's not just their safety net if things go south. He's their respected leader. He has Jake to handle the rest. And we both know I'm a lot more like Jake than I am like Chief Kawak. Doya gaped, like she'd never looked at the chiefhood that way, before she smoothed her hair and said,
The Coigni need a chieftess, Sophia.
They will have one, I promised. It's just not going to be me. I wish it could be, but it didn't feel right. As if the job had been reserved for someone else. I didn't believe this was what the ancestors wanted of me. And I had to follow the ancestors' will, no matter what they asked. Even if what they asked for shattered my world. I rocked Ava Marie back and forth in the living room. I tried to sing to her, but my voice broke with every note. I couldn't get the song out. Though it wasn't even dinner time, Ava Marie slept in my arms. The ancestors hadn't asked me to become chieftess, but they had asked me to give up my daughter. It was a horrifying thought, but they weren't about to offer me an alternative. To be honest, I hated them for it. The door opened and Liam stepped inside. He looked wiped after a long day at work, but his shoulders fell and a smile lit up his face when he caught sight of us. Dropping his coat off on a kitchen chair, he came over to stand beside us. He pressed a kiss to my forehead, then looked down at Ava Marie.
I love you both, Pawi.
His voice was strained, like there was something on his mind. He didn't get a chance to say anything before Essis was jumping up and down at his feet. He pawed at Liam's hand, and Buttercup thumped her tail on the ground. Liam sighed and said,
Yes, Essis, I brought you home a treat.
He opened his fist and showed the Kerbals 2 foil-wrapped chocolates. He held one up out of Essis' reach.
But first, you gotta do a trick. Roll over.
Essis rolled on the floor like a dog, and Buttercup copied him.
Now, sit,
Liam commanded. The Kerbals moved in unison.
Stay. Shake.
Essis put his paw in Liam's outstretched hand, and Liam chuckled.
Good job, buddy. Here you go.
He tossed the chocolates to the Kerbals. For a moment, his smile was pure bliss. Then he turned back to me, and the smile instantly faded. What's wrong, Liam? I asked, sensing the worst. Liam sighed and sat on the couch.
There's something I want to talk about.
I chewed my lower lip. Me too. You first. Liam knotted his hands together. The clock on the wall ticked, and my stomach twisted. I felt like we wanted to say the same thing, and we were both too scared to say it out loud. Finally, Liam breathed a sigh and spit it out.
Soph, we're out of time.
My chest compressed as I stared down at my sleeping baby. How could we be out of time so quickly? I'd only just met her. I couldn't give up my baby. Not yet. Liam took my silence as hesitation.
The incident on the hose-ho happened so quickly. When Oleander launches his counterattack, it will be the same. We'll have no warning, no time to get Ava out.
I know, I said, my voice cracking. And I want Ava far away from here when it happens. I hiccuped. My chest felt like it was being piled under a stack of cinder blocks. Liam blinked away the tears rising to his eyes.
Sending Ava Marie away is the last thing I want to do, but I think it's time. We need to talk to Bren and Vanessa tonight. We need to get our daughter someplace safe, before shit goes down and we can't do anything about it.
I agree, I said. Safe was far better than dead. Or worse, in the hands of Oleander and his people.
You don't have to cook tonight,
Liam offered.
We'll order takeout and spend as much time with Ava as we can.
I sniffled and nodded, though it felt like a knife to the gut. I stood from the rocking chair and joined Liam on the couch, where he wrapped me in his arms. I just want to hold her, I whispered.
We will,
he said.
Until it's time.
A knock came at the door, cutting him off.
Fuck the ancestors,
he grumbled. Carefully, he stood from the couch so he wouldn't wake Ava Marie and went to the door. I kept my eyes on him. When he opened it, I saw Bren and Vanessa standing there.
Hey guys,
Liam greeted, though he didn't sound very enthused.
What a coincidence. We were just talking about meeting up with you tonight. Good, because we have to talk to you too,
Bren said.
Mind if we come in? Not at all.
Liam opened the door wider and the couple stepped inside. Kingston followed behind, his 3 heads sniffing the air in different directions to get a sense of the place. Aisha remained outside, cooing at Julian. Xavier wasn't with them.
Please, have a seat.
Liam gestured to the couch across from me, and they both sat. They remained rigid, though, like they didn't come for good news. Liam must have missed that cue, because he took a seat beside me and started talking. He was used to being the first to talk, with being chief and all.
Look, Sophia and I were talking, and we think it's time to send Ava Marie away. We don't know when Oleander will attack next.
Vanessa held up a hand. Sorry, Liam. I'm going to stop you there. We came to tell you we can't take Ava anymore. What? I gasped. Ava Marie stirred in my arms, and I lowered my voice to hiss at them. I thought you wanted to take Xavier away, too.
We did,
Bren assured me.
But that was before...
He shot a look at Vanessa. Her mouth was downturned. That was before the Coigny asked me to be their chiefess, she finished for them. I gaped. I could hardly believe it. On the one hand, I was happy for her. I knew she was exactly what the Coigny needed. She was well respected since she came from a family of elders. The one strike against her was when she blew up in the town square and talked shit about Chieftess Annette. Why'd they ask you? I asked. Wasn't your name, well, tarnished? Vanessa blushed. Well, traditionally, chiefs and chieftesses have to come from the original bloodline of the first chieftains of their house. I'm Haley's cousin, and also the only living relative left eligible to take on the chiefhood. Without my blood ruling over Coigny House, it's said that the ancestors will curse our tribe. It's just a story, but I think all of us are wary of angering the ancestors any more than we already have in this war. Made sense, but Doya was obviously not one to follow tradition. She'd have no problem pissing off the ancestors to put me in charge if she had her way.
That would make your son the first ever chief of Coigny, if you succeed in your ceremony,
Liam said in awe.
Are the Coigny willing to go along with that?
Vanessa shrugged. They don't really have much of a choice. If they want the bloodline to continue and the tribe to go on, I have to take Haley's place. A part of me felt relieved the chiefhood wasn't going to another crazy psycho. Vanessa was level-headed and strong. She would be a good chiefess. I knew she would lead the Coigny well. And it meant we got to keep Ava Marie a little longer. That's great, I said honestly. Liam shot me a confused expression, like he thought I'd be sad they weren't taking Ava Marie anymore. We're really, really sorry, Vanessa said. But there has to be someone else who can take Ava, right?
Yeah,
Liam said quickly, though we'd never discussed alternatives.
We'll find someone. Congratulations, Vanessa. I hope to work closely with you to mend the relationship between the Tawakwa and the Coigny.
Liam stood to shake her hand. He was speaking as chief, not as Ava's father, whose godparents had just abandoned her. We will, Vanessa promised, before turning to me. In fact, I hope to work with both of you closely. I furrowed my brow, unsure of what she meant. Sophia, I want to appoint you an elder, she announced. I gaped at her. I'd already refused my mother's suggestion of chiefess earlier. Now I was being offered the title of elder? It felt like too much. You don't have to do that, Vanessa, I told her. If it's to make up for not taking Ava, that's not it at all, she said quickly. You and I have been friends for years now. We work well together. Believe me, Vanessa, I'm not elder material, I said. I lash out and can't keep my mouth shut sometimes. Which is exactly why I need you, she pressed. My problem is I don't speak out enough. Change is needed here, Sophia, and I believe you can help make that happen. Because I'm the chosen one? I asked. I was about to explain how that wouldn't help on the council, but she spoke before I could. No, because you're different, she said. I need people on the council who will push me to see from other perspectives. You didn't grow up in Kinpago, which makes you uniquely qualified to see our tribe differently. You can offer a new vision the rest of us can't see. I'd used the same argument with Doya to keep me off the council. It was strange that Vanessa saw those same reasons as assets. You went up against the elders in your trial, Vanessa added. You convinced everyone you and Liam belong together. I know that you can do this. I don't know, I said, thinking it through. To be honest, I didn't know if I had the energy for this. I couldn't be making any other life-altering decisions for the tribe right now. I already had one decision to make, and it was killing me.
It may be a good thing,
Liam mused.
To show the Hawkeye, Tawakwa and Coigny are united. An elder has never been married to the chief of another house before.
I just don't think this is what the ancestors want for me, I argued, though I didn't know if it was true. I think I was using it as an excuse to keep my distance.
What is it they want?
Bren asked. I hesitated and stared down at Ava Marie to avoid looking anyone else in the eye. I didn't really have an answer. They wanted me to end this war, to give up my daughter. That was all I knew. If we all survived that, well, I didn't know what I'd do with myself if Ava Marie weren't here. I didn't know if I'd be able to keep going. I wasn't sure I could hold on to who I was anymore without her. Liam wouldn't want to keep me around when that happened. And if it did, I'd only let everyone down. But if I didn't do this, it was all more reason to give up. As much as I hated to admit it, I needed something to keep me going. At least it would make everyone else happy. For now. Okay, I said, before I really decided on it. I'll serve on your council, Vanessa. I'll be a Coigny elder. The following day, I still hadn't processed what I'd agreed to. I was going to be a Coigny elder. I hardly even understood what that meant. I hadn't told Doya yet because I knew she'd want to start training me immediately. I didn't want anything distracting me, not until we found a safe place for Ava Marie. First thing in the morning, Liam and I stopped at Lindsay and Miranda's apartment. I held Ava Marie in my arms, and Essis rode on Liam's shoulder. Miranda answered in a full face of makeup and a bonnet covering her dark curls. "Hey, guys," she said chipperly. "On the way to Vanessa's chiefhood ceremony?" "We are," I told her. "But we wanted to stop by on our way." "Sure thing. Come in." Miranda opened the door wider and we stepped inside. The couple lived in the same complex as Cade and Imogen. The layout was the same, but the decor looked as if a flower garden had puked on them. Everywhere I looked, there were pictures of flowers, flowers in vases, or floral prints on the fabric. I leaned over to sniff a bouquet of daisies. Essis jumped on the table and turned his nose up at them. "Those are fake," Lindsay snickered as she stepped out of the bathroom. She wore a pretty red dress and had her hair up in a bun for the ceremony. Her basilisk familiar slithered out of the bathroom behind her and went across the room to snuggle up with Evelyn, Miranda's Kieran familiar. "Fake?" I asked. She wrinkled her nose. "Yeah, I can't keep a plant alive to save my life, but I love to look at them. What brings you two by?" "Well," I took a deep breath and looked to Liam. He sighed.
"The truth is, we're looking for someone to take Ava away from Hokavale,"
Liam spat out. He hurried to explain before either Miranda or Lindsay could protest.
"This war is too dangerous for a child, but we have to stay and fight. We believe the prophecy may speak of Ava Marie's death, and we can't wait any longer. Vanessa and Bren were going to take her, but with the chiefhood, they've changed their minds."
Lindsay and Miranda shared a look I couldn't read. "You know we'd take her in a heartbeat," Miranda added quickly. "But we can't. Not now. You already know we're helping Maddie decipher her visions, and I'm sorry, Sophia, but that has to come first." Part of me was thrilled Ava Marie would be staying longer. Another part of me feared for her. There aren't many people we can trust with our daughter. "There must be someone," Miranda said. I chewed my lower lip. "There are a few others, but we'd really hoped it might be you guys. You'd be perfect parents." Lindsay snorted, then quickly composed herself. "Once Oleander's taken out, then maybe. But until then, I've got a fireball ready to shove down his throat. And believe me, you don't want a baby around when that happens."
"Are you guys sure?"
Liam pressed. Miranda sighed like she didn't know how to let us off easy. To be fair, what we were asking was a pretty big deal. "Look, the ceremony is soon. Why don't we get through that and we'll talk more about this later?" "Okay," I agreed, feeling good about putting it off. I was the worst mother ever. "Perfect," Miranda said. "Let me finish up my hair and we can all go together." Vanessa's chiefess ceremony would take place on a cliff overlooking Hokavale. It was within the boundaries of Luana's shield, but Jake's men had been stationed in the trees and the air to keep watch for the task force, just in case. When we arrived, Liam and I were escorted to the front row, since he was the chief of another house, and I would serve on Vanessa's council. Jonah, Imogen, Luana, and the rest of our friends stayed toward the back, as the first few rows were reserved for Coigny attendees. Jonah had a faraway look in his eyes, like he wasn't really present with us. Jake draped an arm around his shoulder and held him tight. I worried about him. In front of us lay a hot bed of coals at least 6 feet long, though no one went near it. I wasn't sure what it was for. Doya was sitting in the front row when we arrived, chatting with 2 other Coigny beside her. The first was Bren, which didn't surprise me. He bounced Xavier on his leg and cooed at his son. It was the second Coigny that nearly knocked me off my feet. It was Kelsey, Haley's sidekick. Her jaguar familiar sat beside Naomi, and Esses shot him a look. Her familiar didn't look well, as it had missing chunks of fur all over its body. Its tail seemed shorter than the last time I'd seen it, and one of its front paws was covered in a thick burn scar that was still healing. Looked like Kelsey's familiar had been raising trouble. It deserved what it got. I stopped dead in my tracks and shot a glare at Doya. My lip curled. I hated Kelsey. She was Haley's right hand. She had no right to be in Hokavale. What the hell is she doing here? I demanded. Kelsey finally stopped talking to Bren and looked my way. Her face fell. It's not what you think, Sophia. I've come here in peace. You mean you lost your chiefess and you came to gain favor with the next in line? I accused. What? No! Kelsey sounded offended. I was already on my way to Hokavale when the Hose-Ho went down. I've been funneling information to the Resistance ever since you blew up the task force headquarters. It became too dangerous for me there, though, so I had to leave. I furrowed my brow. She sounded genuine, but it took a lot to trust Haley's former minion. She'd been a bully while we were at school and terribly cruel. Why would you join the Resistance? Why not? She challenged. You don't know what I've seen. You don't know what happened to me. I saw what they did to those familiars. I'd had enough. Liam looked equally skeptical. But you had power in Kinpago. You were Haley's second-hand girl. Kelsey scoffed. You think Haley needed me as soon as she became chiefess? She didn't even elect a council. She tortured my familiar to make me do whatever she wanted. You wouldn't understand. My heart sank for Kelsey. No one deserved for their familiar to be tortured, and knowing Haley, it had been horrible. My eyes roamed over her familiar, until it occurred to me that she might be lying. Anyone could have hurt this creature, and she could be lying about Haley to get on our side. How can we know that for sure? I growled. You could be a spy. Sophia, Doya said, as if in warning. Might I remind you others said the same about me, and it turned out to be untrue. We can't be too careful, Liam objected. This is a war. Calm down, guys, Bren insisted. Vanessa trusts her. If our new chiefess can do that, can't you? Liam and I hesitated. He didn't say anything more. He knew as Coigny chiefess, Vanessa would have the final say. But I was the chosen one, and I wasn't buying it. I guess so, I said, only to keep the peace. I didn't trust Kelsey and would be sure to keep a very close eye on her. I sat beside Doya, and Esses snuggled in beside me. Her eyes immediately went to Ava Marie, and Doya held her arms out to take her. I've got her. I pulled her closer to my chest. I didn't realize you'd be sitting by us.
Doya smirked. Why not, when Vanessa has asked me to serve as an elder? My eyebrows shot up. She did? I couldn't say I was surprised. I'd have done the same thing. Doya had the experience for it, at least. Doya nodded. Along with Kelsey. Kelsey's on the council? I balked. Yes, I am, she said proudly. To ease your worries, I promise that I intend to play nice. For now. So that makes 3 of us, I said, realizing that all the Coigny elders were sitting right here. Is there a 4th? Doya shook her head. Not yet. Let's show the ancestors some respect during this ceremony. That was my cue to stop bitching about Kelsey being on the council. It wasn't like I had much choice, since Vanessa had appointed her herself. Liam set the diaper bag at his feet and pulled out a fresh bottle for Ava Marie. He didn't look happy as he handed it to me, but we both resolved to stay quiet. I started feeding Ava as more Coigny and other houses alike filed into chairs to watch Vanessa's chiefess ceremony. What are the coals for? I leaned over and asked Doya. Each house has their own ceremonies they perform for their chiefs and chieftesses, she explained. In the Coigny house, our chieftesses are to walk across a bed of hot coals and profess their intentions to the ancestors. If the ancestors approve of these intentions, they will rise from the flames and bestow upon you a blessing. It sounded really cool. I couldn't wait to see it. I glanced around the crowd and noticed more people from non-Coigny houses filling into the back. There are a lot of people here from other houses, I remarked. I thought this ceremony was for Coigny only. Vanessa invited them, Doya explained. It's her first act as chiefess to unite the houses. And that was why Vanessa deserved to be chiefess. It wasn't long before all the seats were filled. Drums began to beat, and the sound of a trumpet blared across the cliffside. I caught sight of a flying creature in the distance. Her blue scales glittered in the sunlight. As she came in closer, I realized it was Alicia with a rider on her back. At the sight of her, I heard Julian coo at the back of the crowd. Alicia dipped in the sky and came to land on the cliffside not far from the coals. Vanessa wore beautiful red regalia. The beads created a design of a dragon and a phoenix weaving together against a plume of flame. She had several feathers twisted into her braided hair. She slipped off Aisha's back carrying a large basket in her arms. It looked homemade, like something Liam would weave, but I couldn't see what was inside. The sound of the trumpet died, and the drum beats were the only sound within the clearing. I felt like I was sitting on the edge of my seat as I waited to see what the ancestors would say. I hoped they would bless her. Vanessa deserved this. Vanessa looked like a princess as she walked across the clearing and stopped in front of the bed of coals, but she said nothing. She nodded to Doya, and my mother stood to address the crowd. Coigny, Navita, Yapluma, Anachi, and Tawakwa, all that join us here today, it is my pleasure to present to you Vanessa Emberly, Doya announced. She gestured to Vanessa and stepped aside as the crowd broke into cheers. Vanessa is the daughter of Coraline Thomas, granddaughter of Selma West Phoenix, former Coigny chiefess, and niece of Annette West Phoenix, former Coigny chiefess. You have elected her to serve as your chiefess. Today she stands before you to pledge her allegiance to the tribe and to seek the blessings of the ancestors required to serve in such a high role. If anyone shall see her unfit as Coigny chiefess, you may speak now or forever hold your peace. Nobody moved. Doya turned to Vanessa. Vanessa Emberly, you may now step upon these coals. Call upon the ancestors,
and speak your intentions for all to hear."
Vanessa looked to her elder council. I shot her a smile of encouragement. Her eyes settled on her husband and son for several long seconds before she tore her gaze off of them and stared far into the distance. Her chest rose and fell. Then she stepped forward onto the hot bed of coals. She winced as the coals shifted and burned her feet. I heard her cry out beneath her breath, but she did her best to hide it. She could have used her magic to dull the fire beneath her, but she didn't. She had to prove to the ancestors she could withstand any challenges laid before her. "Ancestors!" Vanessa called out in a shaky breath. "For centuries, the Hawkeye have been at war. The Coigni have used their power for destruction." She reached into the basket and pulled out a bouquet of flowers. They were all different colors: blue, red, purple, white, and green. As she took another step forward, she dropped the bouquet onto the coals below her. She gasped as the coals shifted again, burning her feet. My heart hammered as I watched, wanting to stop it but knowing I couldn't. "We have fought Navita, and their plants have withered to nothing," she announced in a strong voice. As she spoke, the bouquet caught fire, and the flames ate away at them within moments, leaving nothing but the charred remains. Flower petals broke off and turned to ash. I was slightly shocked, having not expected a display like this. "We have fought Yapluma and poisoned their air." She reached into her basket again, this time pulling out a purple scarf. As she took her next step, she beat the scarf through the air at her side. The coals beneath her glowed red-hot as she pumped oxygen toward them, and she visibly held back a flinch. Black smoke rose into the air. I glanced around. Several people had shifted in their chairs, looking slightly uncomfortable. "We have fought Tawakwa and turned their water to steam," Vanessa announced. This time, when she took a step, she pulled out a cup of water and poured it over the coals. The fire sizzled, and steam rose to the air. Tears beaded in her eyes as the coals continued to burn her, but she continued. Vanessa's voice grew. "And we have fought the Anachi, decimating their tribe, destroying their souls, and stealing their magic and bonds." I was interested to see what Vanessa was going to use to symbolize the Anachi house, but never in a million years would I have expected her to do what she did next. Vanessa tossed her basket aside in the grass and began to pull off her regalia. She ripped her feathers out of her hair and threw them to the coals beneath her, then stripped off her dress. Underneath, she wore a white gown. My jaw dropped. Giving up your regalia and your feathers was like stripping off your own self-identity, a piece of your soul. This wasn't just a show. Vanessa meant every word she said. Tears spilled over and began streaming down her face as her regalia caught fire beneath her feet, though her voice remained strong. "To this I say no more," Vanessa shouted. "As chiefess, I will not stand by and allow my house to go down the path of violence. From now on, the Coigni seek truth over lies, peace over power, and one tribe above all else." My heart swelled as I listened to her words. I knew Vanessa was the chiefess we needed, but I didn't know why until that moment. Vanessa's intentions were pure. She was the one who would convert Coigni to peace instead of revenge. Vanessa spread her arms wide and closed her eyes, tilting her chin toward the sky. Tears rained down her face, and sweat beaded on her brow from the pain. "Take me as your chiefess if you will, but shall you not, I will stand on the side of harmony, from now until the end of time." Several moments passed. I swore the entire crowd was holding their breath. If the ancestors didn't take Vanessa to be their chiefess after that, I didn't know how much longer I could follow them. I would stand beside Vanessa as my chiefess even if no one else did. Then, the most marvelous thing happened. Vanessa twisted her hands and commanded her magic. Flames shot up from the bed of coals so high that when I tilted my head back, I couldn't see the top of them. The flames twisted into a column reaching as high as a skyscraper. It was her display for the ancestors to show her strength. Heat rolled off the flame column in waves. Though the Coigni in the front rows were fine, Liam started to sweat immediately. Vanessa's magic was impressive, enough to take out the entire crowd in one go if she wanted to. Flames jumped off the column of fire, swirling into wisps of magic around Vanessa. She breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and her features softened, as if the pain was no longer assaulting her. The fire column died down, and the wisps of magic transformed, taking the shapes of various creatures. A phoenix flapped its wings and flew in a circle around her, followed by a unicorn that galloped circles. 3 separate dragons of all different sizes rose from the coals and grew to fire creatures of massive proportions. They circled her in the sky above, flames licking into the air. Other creatures continued to appear, including a 7-headed wyvern, a flaming serpent 20 feet long, and a winged bull. I even saw a deer-like creature with a long, flaming tail and huge antlers. The creatures landed on the ground and shifted to reveal the Coigni chieftesses of the past. Each was made of fire, but the details in their features were unmistakable. There were so many that I could not count them. I tried to look for a face that I recognized, either Haley or Annette, but I saw neither. I wondered if that meant the ancestors had rejected them, that they would suffer in Aya Nokshan. A woman stepped forward, and Vanessa's tears continued to stream down her face. "Grandmother?" she asked. Her grandmother did not speak. She simply stepped forward and placed a hand on her own heart, then reached out to touch Vanessa's. Vanessa spoke softly so that only us in the front row could hear. "I understand, grandmother. I will not let you down." Her grandmother nodded, then gestured to the other chieftesses. In the blink of an eye, they shifted back into their animal form. They circled around Vanessa, closing in until their flames blended together. Vanessa's tears ceased, and she took a deep breath, as if breathing their spirits in. One by one, the ancestors' spirits shrank into a beam of light, each one radiating out of Vanessa's chest. Her grandmother was the last to go. For several long seconds, the beam of light remained. Then it faded, and I knew the ancestors were gone. A silent beat passed through the cliffside. Then Doya stood and announced, "We now welcome Vanessa Emberly, our new leader. Hail to the chiefess!" "Hail to the chiefess!" the Coigni echoed. We all bowed our head reverently in unison. I thought that was the end of the ceremony, but Vanessa raised her hands and continued. "To my fellow Elementi, allow me to apologize as the chiefess of Coigni House. The Coigni have marginalized their fellow man for far too long. I am ashamed to say it was my tribe who orchestrated the genocide of the Anachi people. It was Coigni who rose to power by beating down the Navita, Tawakwa, and Yapluma. It was they who initiated the war between Defortai and Bayami. I refuse to lead this tribe with hate and anger. We are fire, but there's more to us than rage. Coigni will no longer stand for power, but rather unity. Anyone who believes hate reigns above all else is not a member of my tribe, because my tribe is not Coigni. My tribe is Hawkeye. We may not share the same element, but we share the same heart." Tears pricked at my eyes at Vanessa's speech. "I see you, Elementai," she continued. "I hear you. Teach me, teach the Coigni, how to treat you better, how to be better." To my surprise, Chief Kawak stood. All eyes were on him as he crossed the gap toward Vanessa. He reached out a hand and said,
"As the Chief of Anachi, we accept your apology and honor your commitment to a better future."
Vanessa shook his hand firmly, and tears began to fall down her face in gratitude. I couldn't help but cry, too. Liam stood to join the other heads of houses.
Tawakwa also accepts your apology, and we vow to work with you. "As does Yapluma!"
A voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and I saw Jonah standing in the back. He looked like a total mess, with tears staining his cheeks. But Vanessa must have sparked something in him because he looked determined. "And Navita," Imogen added, squeezing Sassy tight to her chest. She wasn't crying as much as Jonah was, but she looked close to her breaking point. I shook in my chair, trying to hold back sobs. Jonah stepped into the aisle and marched to the front of the ceremony. Imogen was close behind him.
"I am no chief, but I am the Storm Lord,"
Jonah said.
"I speak on behalf of Yapluma today. Your transgressions against us are forgiven, and we will join the other houses in unity."
Jonah shook Vanessa's hand firmly. "I have no authority over the Navita," Imogen started as she glanced around the crowd. "But with their blessing, I would like to step in as a representative." Several beats of silence passed. Then the first Navita stood.
"You have my blessing,"
Trace announced, bowing his head toward his sister.
"And mine,"
her father added, followed by her mother. Soon more and more Navita stood and bowed their heads reverently. The vote was unanimous to allow Imogen to be the voice of the Navita. Imogen turned toward Vanessa. "The Navita accept your apology. We will do whatever it takes to make amends between our houses." Vanessa sniffled, looking touched by the support. Her voice, however, did not waver. "To the ancestors, I make a sacred vow to honor all houses and to fight for the equal rights and representations of all Hawkeye."
"Anachi joins you in this sacred vow,"
Chief Kawak announced. He reached a hand out toward Vanessa, and she took it.
"Tawakwa joins you in this sacred vow,"
Liam added, joining hands with Chief Kawak. Jonah took Liam's hand and repeated the same phrase.
"Yapluma joins you in this sacred vow."
Imogen was the last to join, taking Jonah's hand on one side and Vanessa's on the other. The 5 houses formed a unified circle. "Navita joins you in this sacred vow." I didn't quite understand what was going on until elements began to rise from the middle of their circle. I gasped. It began as a small flame licking up toward the sky, but the flame grew bigger and bigger. As it rose higher, elements began to swirl within it. Earth rose upward on all sides, and water droplets defied gravity, creating a glittering display around the flames. Air magic conjured a mini cyclone, encompassing the other elements inside. Finally, white wisps of spirit magic rose out of the ground, entwining with the flames. My jaw dropped as I took it all in. Higher and higher the elements rose until a column stood 20 feet high. There was no clear dominant element. They swirled gently and effortlessly together in a beautiful display. The column of elements twisted around the circle of elementai until it closed them inside, binding them to their promise. I vow that from this day on, the Coigni will shed their ideals of the past, Vanessa announced. We will no longer tear you down to raise ourselves up, because we know that when you rise, we rise. Coigni will be your equal. This I promise, as the chiefess of Coigni House. You have my word. Kelsey shot out of her chair. And my word as well. As a Coigni elder, I promise to stand beside my fellow Elementi. My heart hammered, and tears streamed down my cheeks. I couldn't take it any longer. I could not remain silent. Holding Ava Marie tight to my chest, I stood beside Kelsey. I, a Coigni elder, vow to do the same, to uphold the moral standards that apply to all Elementi, and to support in any way possible the fair and equal treatment of all members of the Hawkeye tribe. My voice cracked at the last words. Elders from all houses began to stand to show their support, including those from Anachi and Tawakwa. Doya was the last one left. Several moments of silence passed, and all eyes turned toward her. It was no secret that she had contributed to the marginalization of other tribe members, and most of the tribe hadn't forgiven her for it. I held my breath, hoping beyond hope that my mother had changed. For the split second she didn't react, I questioned my beliefs about her. Tears welled in my eyes, begging silently that she would use her voice for good. To my relief, Doya stood. I hadn't noticed it before, but her hands were shaking. It was one of the very rare times when I witnessed her walls crumbling. As a Coigni elder, I stand beside my chiefess, Doya announced. I bind myself to this cause in mind, body, and spirit. The Coigni have wronged you for far too long, and I vow that we will do better. Vanessa broke into sobs. This is our sacred vow, in the name of the Great Spirit. Akoti et Veni! Akoti et Veni! A chorus rang out. The swirling elements dissipated, and the Elementi stepped away from Vanessa. She swayed on her feet. Essus drummed his tail on his chair, eager to heal her. We would the second this was over. Bren stood up. He walked straight to Vanessa and got down on one knee. Even Xavier in his arms bowed his head to his mother.
Vanessa, my chiefess, Bren said breathlessly. I serve you now and forever.
Bren, honey, she replied kindly. There is no need to bow. Bren looked a little uncertain as he got to his feet again. Vanessa reached out for their son, and Bren placed Xavier in her arms. Vanessa held him on her hip and slipped an arm around Bren's neck. It looked natural, but I saw it for what it was. Her face had gone pale, and she looked like she was going to pass out from the pain she'd endured. She'd held on to Bren so she wouldn't faint in front of everyone. Vanessa was a fighter, and she'd wait until the ceremony was over to collapse. Bren wrapped his arm around her waist, and Vanessa held her chin up proudly to the crowd, as if presenting her family. It is as my grandmother used to say, Vanessa said, for everyone to hear. My heart is your heart, and together we are one. And this is how it shall be for as long as the Hawkeye survive. I put my fingers in my mouth and blew a shrill whistle, cheering as loudly as I could for my new chiefess. Suddenly the crowd burst into applause, and it was in that moment I knew the Coigni had changed, and they would follow Vanessa's call for peace. No longer did I feel like I was the only one destined to end this war. We were in this together, and we would end this as one tribe.
Chapter 17. Liam. Today was finally the day of the long-awaited cabaret. I was glad it was happening because after today everyone would finally stop talking about it. After a lot of pleading, I'd convinced Sophia to leave Ava Marie at my mom's house so we could go on a date to the cabaret together. We hadn't had much time alone at all since she was born, and ever since Sophia had reasoned we'd have to give up our daughter to save the tribe, Ava stuck to Sophia's side like glue. She needed a little bit of a break, even if she didn't want to admit it. Sophia was in the bathroom, doing her makeup while I slipped on a suit jacket. Jonah had insisted the cabaret be black tie formal. I'd have bitched and moaned any other time, but after what he'd gone through on the hose ho, I was willing to give the guy anything he wanted. Jake was the only reason this play was happening at all. Jonah had wanted to call it off once he'd gotten back, a sure sign he was getting depressed. I didn't blame him. He'd nearly died on the ship. The whole experience had to be traumatic. Though the river had healed his body, his mind was still wounded. He still jumped at loud noises and didn't turn his back to anyone these days. Jake had thought the cabaret was the one thing that might bring some light back into Jonah's eyes. And maybe the rest of us too. We needed a little happiness in the world.
Do I look okay?
Sophia came out of the bathroom, looking nervous. She wore a fringy black flapper dress with red lipstick and a birdcage veil to fit the 1920s theme, her hair in voluminous curls. Esses was at her feet, fiddling with a black bow tie around his neck.
You're a total bombshell, babe.
I put my arm around her waist and gave her a kiss. She never bothered with how she looked anymore. She was too worried. That made me worried about her.
Well, as long as we hurry back.
She chewed her lip nervously. Let's just try to have a good time. I took her hand and squeezed it tightly. I just wanted to give us a night off, a night without thinking about stuff. She had to at least try. We rode Julian to town where a large crowd had gathered. Hookavale had its own theater set into the side of a stone cave. It wasn't anything impressive, more or less just a place for school plays. The doors were big enough for familiars to fit through, and Julian followed us in as we entered the auditorium. The seats inside had been temporarily removed to make place for tables and chairs. The tables were covered in white cloth, the seats red velvet. They were gathered around a broad stage with a long red curtain, spotlights flashing across it. The tables themselves had bottles of wine chilling in ice, with candles lit in the center and baskets of rolls set out for appetizers. Above us hung long red draperies of fabric. White flowers, levitating in the air by Yapluma magic, danced above our heads. Elementi in 1920s attire conversed with each other and their familiars, while the band played jazz music for ambiance in the orchestra pit. Jonah had put so much effort into this thing. I was glad Jake had pushed him not to give it up. I caught sight of Doya and Bane sitting at a table in the middle of the auditorium. Bane's hair had been dyed black, thank the ancestors, and he was wearing a black tuxedo that had to be new, as I'd never seen him wear something that wasn't tattered before. This cabaret was totally Doya's scene. She wore a red velvet dress with fishnet tights, elbow-length white gloves, and an ostrich feather in her curled hair. Naomi sat at her feet and purred, wearing a diamond collar. Doya laughed and threw back another glass of wine elegantly, while Bane pined after her like a schoolgirl. Vanessa and Bren were sitting nearby at a table with Ezra. They waved, and I gave a casual nod. Sophia and I sat at our VIP table at the front. Julian lay down so the people behind us could see, and Esses hopped on the table, immediately reaching for the rolls. On the left side of us was Jake, at his own table with a bouquet of purple tulips.
Hey, guys,
I heard Sam say, and we turned. His arm was looped in Luana's, who was dressed in a long, glittering white dress that had an impressive slit all the way up her hip. Sierra sat on Zaria's horn. Julian grumbled a greeting to the alicorn and moth. So he was Luana's date. Interesting. Sam and Luana sat across from us. "This place looks amazing, doesn't it?" she asked. "Pretty brilliant," I agreed, signing back. Waiters in tuxedos began darting between tables, filling water and distributing salads. We popped open the wine, and I drank a few glasses, because I knew I would need it to get through whatever Jonah had planned for this mysterious cabaret. The lights dropped, and the chatter in the auditorium fell silent. The curtains opened, and the spotlight centered on a singular man on stage, the background around him darkened in shadow. Jonah was wearing a red velvet suit, complete with coattails, a hat, and a jeweled cane. His outfit paled in comparison to his beard and eyebrows, which had been completely coated in red glitter. His steps were a little more hesitant than they should have been. I tried to chalk it up to nervousness, but I knew better. Jonah loved being the center of attention. What had happened on the Hose Ho was still on his mind. I hoped it wouldn't be by the end of tonight. Jonah wore a microphone. He bowed to the crowd. "Welcome, everyone, to the Grand Cabaret. I am your host, Jonah Chani. Tonight only, for your entertainment, we have a collection of very talented dancers and singers looking to excite, please, and titillate." I rolled my eyes. I knew he'd throw that word in somewhere. Jonah winked. "So please, esteemed guests, put your hands together for our opening act and the face of our cabaret, Miss Miranda Summers." As Jonah twirled off stage, the stage itself brightened, revealing a complicated set. 2 sets of stairs were built in a curve, leading up to a high platform in the middle. Miranda stood on this platform in front of a microphone. She wore a black feather boa with a glittering red dress. Her Kirin, Evelyn, was beside her, wearing a feathered headdress that looked like it belonged on a Vegas showgirl. Miranda's face was pale. She froze up when she looked at the audience, and it was quiet for a moment. Evelyn kicked her. Miranda started, and the band jumped into a show tune before Miranda sang the first bar of a song that came from a popular musical. As Miranda began to sing, familiars flew out from behind the curtain and lined up in rows. All of them were birds, and they sat on the banisters of the stairs. There were all kinds, from phoenixes to small songbirds. They began singing with her, creating a background choir. Miranda could really sing. I'd never heard her sing before, but now I wondered why. She hit all the notes and could belt out a complicated tune better than anyone I knew. Sophia's mouth dropped open in awe as Miranda sang, clearly impressed. Evelyn began to sway beside her. She used her Kirin powers to amplify the sound of Miranda's voice, sending it out on quivering shock waves that sent shivers down the back of my spine, causing the notes to waver and bend. Why hadn't Miranda pursued a professional singing career? She had the pipes for it. I knew she wanted to be a familiar hairdresser, but at the same time, her voice was one I wanted to listen to over and over, and I'm sure others agreed. She was being too humble when she insisted she wasn't any good. She was marvelous. Toward the end of the song, Diami waddled on stage, a black tie draped around his neck. He puffed out his chest proudly and joined in with the other birds. He sang along with Miranda in a warble, though it was painful to listen to. I winced as Diami sang off-key. The Thunderbird's song was more like a croak than a trill, though Miranda's voice managed to save the act. By the end of the song, the crowd was cheering enthusiastically. Ezra clapped loudly behind us. Diami put a wing in front of himself and bowed, though I don't think the applause was for him. A few people threw roses on stage at Miranda's feet, and she blushed. Evelyn and the birds collected the roses before they rushed off stage, and the curtain was pulled closed. The spotlights changed direction, rushing toward the ceiling. Several people gasped. Directly overhead hung Lindsay, suspended from silks that were tied to the ceiling. her legs wrapped up in the fabric as she began to bend and twist. Medusa was wrapped around her body, snaking up her arms and legs slowly. Lindsay's red hair was free, and she wore nothing but thin red panties. And she was topless. Didn't know it was that kind of show, but okay. They did this kind of thing in Paris. I could appreciate art. I knew aerial silk dance was one of Lindsay's hobbies, but I didn't realize how good she was at it until now. As the music played out a slow, sensual song, Lindsay twirled within the confinement of the silks, stretching out to do the splits. She did a variety of tricks, tying the rope around herself so she was suspended in midair by only her middle. A few times she hung only by her legs, completely upside down, letting go of the rope with her hands as she twirled in circles. I felt a bit nervous watching her. She wasn't hooked to anything. There was no safety line. If she made a mistake, she and Medusa could fall and get seriously hurt. She was relying only on her skill to keep her safe. I don't know how she was able to wrap the silks around herself without breaking a leg. She was quick, doing so many twirls and flips. But damn was she good. And very entertaining. I found myself holding my breath just as much as I was gasping in surprise. As the music built and picked up speed, Lindsay moved fluidly within the ropes before she let go completely and began to free fall. The crowd gasped and several people screamed. My heart leapt into my throat, thinking Lindsay had made a mistake. But at the last second, Lindsay wrapped her ankle around the silk and caught herself, finishing the dance in a spin that twirled her around at high speed, flinging her arms out wide. The crowd completely lost it, cheering as Lindsay flipped herself upright. Medusa waved the tip of her tail in farewell, and the curtain opened again. This time it was Cade on the platform, sitting on a stool with his guitar in his lap. Miranda was next to him. Miranda sang a Spanish song that sounded familiar, but I couldn't translate. As the song picked up, Stevie stepped on stage wearing a red ball gown, and Ezra cheered obnoxiously. She was followed by Arabelle, her brother Tegan, and his canine familiar. Tegan and Stevie began to ballroom dance together, while Arabelle and Tegan's dog mirrored their movements. Tegan stepped on Stevie's foot once. She audibly swore, which drew a few laughs from the crowd. Tegan blushed and mouthed, "Sorry," before the song went on. Other couples joined the ballroom dance, including Imogen. She was dancing with Trace before the dance switched and they changed partners so she could dance with Tegan. Imogen glowed on stage like she belonged there. Her smile was wide as she spun, and though Cade didn't miss a beat on his guitar, his eyes didn't leave her the entire time. Ezra gave a loud whistle as the curtain drew, and Stevie gave a curtsy. "Yeah, that's my baby." Stevie blew a kiss to him, then darted off stage. There were a couple more acts from people we didn't know, including a balancing act where a guy and his cat familiar stood atop a high perch based on a very thin pole, and a hip-hop act from James and Carter that felt very 90s. Eventually, the lights rose up, indicating intermission had begun. The waiters flooded back into the room and placed plates of salmon and filet mignon in front of us, with fresh vegetables and cheesecake for dessert. Conversation resumed as we tucked in. Oh, it looked so good. I was starving. "So, how did Jonah rope Cade into this?" I asked. "Probably with sex from Imogen," Sophia quipped, and Sam laughed. Sophia was eating instead of pecking at her food, which was something. She must be having a good time. The lights dimmed again as our plates were taken away. This time, when the curtains opened, it was only Jonah and Squeaks on stage. Jonah had tap shoes. He began to move his feet, and Squeaks copied him, sending tapping noises throughout the auditorium. Squeaks was wearing brand new horseshoes on her hooves to make her steps clap in time with Jonah's. Jonah didn't miss a beat as the music went on, but as the music got faster and faster, Squeaks struggled to keep up. She floundered a few times until eventually she missed a step on the tap dance and fell on her face right at the end of the dance. I heard Sabor groan in the audience.
Jonah wasn't looking where he was going and collided with Squeaks's back end. He went tumbling head over heels, careening across the stage and losing his balance. The song ended right as Jonah fell on his ass. But instead of looking embarrassed, Jonah put on a big smile and threw his arms skyward, like he'd meant to do it. I heard a big laugh from Jake, and the audience burst into applause. Jonah looked thrilled as Squeaks helped him to his feet. She chirped an apology, but he patted her on the back, and the hippogriff bristled like she was proud. The cabaret went on, featuring everything from major songs in Broadway musicals to pop songs by Korean superstars. There seemed to be no rules in cabaret. Anything could happen, and I never knew what was coming next. Toward the end of the show, can-can music blared from the band. Imogen came on stage, along with Stevie, Lindsay, Miranda, and a line of other girls. All of them were wearing matching red and black dresses that were little more than lingerie with bustle skirts, along with feathers in their hair. As expected, they began kicking their legs up in a very fast rendition of the can-can. A line of familiars joined them on stage and lined up behind, trying to copy them. It was very cute and kind of funny watching Sassy and Squeaks kick their back legs up, sending the skirts on their hindquarters flying. Evelyn kicked too hard, and her skirt came off completely, sailing into the crowd and hitting Bane in the face. Sophia burst out laughing, and I grinned. It had been too long since she had laughed. Finally, there was a drum roll as the last song of the cabaret was played. The curtains drew back, and the spotlight focused on a singular figure on the platform on stage. Oh, my ancestors! Jonah had gone full speed ahead in all-out drag. He was wearing a purple curly wig with a lavender corset dress that had huge puffy sleeves and diamond earrings that were bigger than what Doya would wear. The train on the dress had to be at least 10 feet long, with designs of lightning bolts stitched into the fabric. He didn't hold back, right down to the shimmering eyeshadow and purple metallic lipstick. The red glitter on his beard was gone, replaced by violet this time around. Luana poked me and signed, "What a queen! Total Stormlord vibes." Jonah lifted the microphone and began to sing as the band struck up. When he lifted his skirt to walk down the stairs, I saw he was wearing 5-inch heels. That he'd found a pair to fit him was a miracle in itself. Ancestors, it was so over the top. It was so Jonah. I snuck a glance at Jake to see his reaction. This was definitely his thing, because right now Jake was looking at Jonah like he was a snack. Jonah was a bass singer, so it was really something hearing him sing Barbra Streisand's "Don't Rain on My Parade" in a deep voice while wearing a corset. But shit, he pulled it off. Jonah transitioned from one song into the next, and people began joining him on stage. Miranda came on to sing a duet. Squeaks followed, her can-can costume gone and replaced with purple glitter edging her wings. The rest of the cast joined them, singing along as the show was brought to a close. Imogen, Lindsay, and Stevie wrapped their arms around each other's waists and swayed on the last bar. As Jonah ended the song, fireworks burst from the end of the stage and confetti fell from the ceiling, coating both the performers and audience. As the show ended, the crowd leapt to their feet, giving a standing ovation. The cast had huge smiles on their faces. Jonah had tears welling up in his eyes. Miranda pulled a tissue out of her bosom and handed it to him, and he dotted at his eyelids gently. The curtain closed, but the audience kept clapping for a full 5 minutes afterward, even as the waiters began cleaning off tables. As much as I complained about the cabaret, I appreciated it. It was fun, and it had been a well-needed distraction. "That was a great show," Luana signed in excitement. I knew she couldn't hear the songs, but she could feel the vibrations, and she could appreciate the dancers and costumes. "Jonah outdid himself." "He really did," Sophia agreed eagerly. "Come on, we should go congratulate him." There was a cocktail party at the Falcon's Nest afterward to celebrate. It took a while to squeeze through the crowd leaving the auditorium, especially with Julian's big ass, but we eventually made it to the restaurant. Esses had eaten one too many rolls at the cabaret and was feeling sick. Julian took him back home so Sophia and I could join the party. It was already packed when we got there. Most of the cast was already here, though they'd changed out of their costumes. Some people were dressed casually, though I saw Jonah had changed into his third outfit of the night, a deep violet tuxedo. His hair was tied up, and the glitter from his beard was gone, though Squeak still had it edged on her wings. He held the tulip bouquet that Jake had gotten him, shoulders seemingly lighter than they had been in days. "Jonah!" Sophia squealed and jumped on him, giving him a hug. "You did wonderful." Jonah hugged her back. "Thanks, babe. It's about time you all acknowledged my musical genius." I rolled my eyes. "You did a good job, man. Really." Jonah gave a scoff. "I wasn't expecting high praise from you. You knew you weren't gonna get it." I laughed. Imogen came up behind us and plumped her hair. "Wasn't it the best show?" she gushed. "Everyone says it was so amazing." Jonah batted his eyelashes. "Well, you did have an excellent director." He emphasized the word and dragged out the ending, making it sound totally annoying. Imogen took the tulips from Jonah. "I think I'll take these," she teased. "You'll want someone to hold on to them." "Excuse me, bitch? For what?" Jonah blinked. Imogen jostled the bouquet. "You'll see." My eyes edged the room for Jake. I saw him somewhere in the back with Sabor, waiting for the right moment. Squeaks chittered in anticipation, though I smacked her in the side to tell her to shut up. She grumbled and kicked at me, knocking me into the bar. As Jonah sat down at a booth, Jake signaled Lonnie. She turned the music down, and Jake crossed the restaurant in a few strides. Conversation died down, and Jonah's eyes became wide as Jake stopped in front of him. Everyone in the room turned to observe Jake as the moment dragged out. Jake cleared his throat. "Jonah, I'd like to congratulate you on your spectacular performance tonight. You've given everyone, including me, something to hope for in this war." Jake paused, and Sabor gave an impatient click from his beak, as if pushing Jake to go on. "You've given all of us happiness tonight, but most importantly, you've given me happiness. I hope I do the same for you. I know we haven't known each other for a very long time, but I don't think time is important when a man is truly in love and he believes he's found the one." Jake got down on one knee. From his pocket, he procured a small black box, which he opened slowly. In the box was a silver wedding band lined with several large diamonds set into the metal. Jake took a deep breath. "Jonah Chani, would you do me the honor of—" Jonah gave a shrill squeal that broke the eardrums of everyone in the restaurant and plucked the box from Jake's hand. He held it up to the light and shouted, "Yes! Yes, 1,000 times yes!" Squeaks clacked her hooves on the floor in celebration. Jonah jumped up from the booth. Jake slipped the ring on his finger, and Jonah took him in his arms, dipping him down so they could have a deep kiss. Luana jumped up and down and clapped, while Sophia, Imogen, and I all shared a smile. We all knew he was gonna do it. A week ago, Jake had sat the three of us down and talked to us about it. He wasn't so much asking permission as asking for a blessing. Jonah's parents weren't around, and they didn't really give a shit about him anyway, so Jake wanted to ask the people who did. Each of us said yes. After the hose-ho, it was clear there'd never be anyone else for Jonah but Jake. Jonah rushed over to us and screamed, "You guys, did you know about this?" "We might have," I said. "You're all hoes for not telling me. I was completely unprepared," Jonah shouted. I wanted to have this big speech plan and everything, and instead I went totally speechless.
That's how a proposal is supposed to go, Sophia said. You're supposed to be dumbfounded. Forget about that. Now we can finally plan your wedding, Imogen sang. Jonah's eyes brightened. He puzzled as he put a hand to his beard and said, OMG, there's so much to plan. Color scheme. I need a color scheme. What do you think, purple and white or purple on purple? No, too gaudy. Never mind, there's no such thing as too gaudy. You have time for all that. Enjoy the engagement. Sophia pushed Jonah into the crowd. He rejoined Jake. Jake put his hand on the middle of Jonah's back with a smile as they received congratulations from the crowd. Jonah went around the restaurant, showing off his ring and his man to anyone who listened. I had a thought and groaned. What is it? Imogen asked. We just got done with this cabaret, I complained. Now he's never going to shut up about his wedding. If he has one, Sophia said quietly. That caused me to freeze. As much as I hated to admit it, she had a point. The elders were growing bolder, and Oleander was running out of options. Another battle was on the horizon and quickly approaching. This war was coming to a head soon. If we lost, or worse, anything happened to Jake or Jonah, they'd never get to be together. The elders would take their happy ending away. Don't say stuff like that, Soph. Of course it'll happen, I told her. Imogen's face hardened. I will make Jonah's wedding happen, even if I have to march to Kinpago and shove dirt down Oleander's throat to do it, she pledged. She grabbed Sophia's arm and pulled her forward. Now come on, let's party. Sophia danced with Luana and Imogen in the middle of the restaurant, but it was half-heartedly. I sat at the bar and had a drink. I hated seeing my wife like this, but I was out of ideas on how to make her feel better. To be honest, I didn't think I had any standing to do that in the first place. Nothing could help having to give away your kid. Imogen scowled and walked over. Sophia was distracted in a conversation with Luana, so she didn't notice. Imogen leaned on the bar. Do you really need that? You had one before I left this afternoon. I'm fine, I said, which was a lie. I was kind of glad she'd caught me at it. You need to stop, Liam. You're going down a path you don't want to wander, she warned. She was right. Nobody needed a drunk chief, so I ended on my current round and turned to water. Imogen leaned in and dropped her voice. You know, if you're looking to get away, there's some hot springs not too far from here. It'd be good for you and Sophia to loosen up. You guys need a mini vacation. That got my attention. Where's it at? Within the boundary. If you follow the main path to the north of town, you'll see the entrance. It's marked with a sign. It's closed after 5, but nobody will notice if you sneak in. How do you know about it? Imogen wiggled her eyebrows. Kate and I visited a few times. It's where all the couples in Hokavale go to get some space. Space sounded nice. Maybe I'd stop feeling like I was suffocating. Thanks, Im. She bounded over to Cade. I wandered behind Sophia and touched her on the arm. She was fiddling with a glass absent-mindedly. Huh? She asked. Let's get out of here, I said. Imogen suggested a place we should explore. What about Jonah? She looked at him. He was currently surrounded by a gang of girls, flashing his ring and fawning. He's not going to realize we're gone. He's too busy planning the wedding, I pointed out. Her expression twisted. We should get back to the baby. We won't be long. I tugged on her, and she reluctantly complied. We left the restaurant out the back entrance and followed the main road to the north like Imogen had suggested. We stopped at home to change into jeans so we wouldn't get our nice clothes dirty, though I hardly cared.
I had too many suits now and was wearing them too often these days. Probably the worst part about being chief. Finally, we came to another cave entrance. This one was noticeably smaller than the others in the area, only big enough for a few people to walk through at a time. There was a sign that said Hokavale Hot Springs outside the entrance, as well as an indication of hours. The entryway was roped off, but I ducked under it, and Sophia followed. She took off her sneakers and walked barefoot on the warm stone as we entered the small cave. The hallways were narrow, 6 feet across or so, but as we progressed into the cave, I saw overhead that the cave opened up to the starry sky, shining moonlight downward. The cave widened, and I felt the air around me become muggy and hot as steam rose around us. We came to a wide room. Here there were several round pools set into the stone, bubbling and swirling. There was laughter ahead of us. Stevie and Ezra were in one of the pools, fooling around. Both of them were naked, but their hips were submerged underwater. Stevie's chest was pressed to Ezra's front, so we didn't see anything. Looks like they had the same idea we did. Not that they were bashful about it. "Hey, bro-in-law," Stevie called out, like this was a family gathering. "Fancy seeing you here." "We came to get some privacy," I said. Imogen was right about this being the stop for every couple in town. Should have known these two would be here. "Well, you can't join us. There are more pools down the way," Ezra said. "Get your own." "Geez, we're going," Sophia said in a teasing way. Ezra made the water rise up and splash her feet. She yelped and shot a fireball at him, which fizzled out before it reached his head. "Those two screw like rabbits," Sophia commented as we headed down the next hallway. "It runs in the family," I joked as I drew her close. We entered another room where magical creatures swam in some of the pools. Most of them were reptiles, like turtles with diamond shells or iguanas whose skin reflected the moonlight like mirrors. They were enjoying the heat that the pools emitted. Most of them just blinked at us as we walked by, though a toad the size of a cat let out a disgruntled croak at being interrupted. I didn't feel comfortable finding a pool of our own until Stevie's laughter had long faded. We came to a secluded room that had a huge ceiling where we could see multiple constellations and the moon overhead. Sophia dropped her shoes by the biggest pool and slipped out of her clothes. I tossed my clothes on a rock nearby and observed Sophia's naked body as the moon kissed her skin. Didn't matter how much time had passed or what changed in the world, she'd always be beautiful to me. Looking at her was like looking at the moon itself. She was something to be honored and revered. Sophia stepped into the pool and I followed her. The water was hot, to the point of being nearly unbearable, yet in a way it was almost soothing. Sophia dipped her head underwater and came up, giving a sigh. "It's perfect. Just the right temperature." Course she'd think so. Sophia turned around and moved her hair. I noticed 2 new tattoos across from the daisy she'd gotten for Imogen. On the shoulder opposite the composite daisy, she had my name and Ava Marie's tattooed in cursive. I'd seen them before but hadn't mentioned them, and she hadn't either. Sophia noticed my curious look. "I wanted something permanent." "We're not going away," I said, before I realized my poor choice of words. I was an idiot. "Sometimes it feels like it." "Don't say that." She looked away from me. "You brought me here to forget. Let's not talk about it tonight." I didn't know if we'd ever talk about it. We hadn't discussed what we were going to do with Ava Marie ever since Lindsay and Miranda turned us down. We were stalling, trying to buy as much time as we could, because we knew if we didn't have a plan, didn't make a clear decision, we wouldn't have to face the day when we'd have to give her up. It was selfish. We couldn't keep doing this to our little girl. In war, you made sacrifices. sometimes ones that could break you. But the thought of Ava Marie dead was far worse than the thought of her being taken away from me. I wouldn't allow that to happen. I'd give up everything if it meant she could have one more day. We had to do something about this situation. We were running out of time. Not tonight, though. Tonight was about us. Sophia started kissing me, probably because she wanted me to stop talking. Or maybe it was because she needed me. I wasn't certain. Wasn't sure of much these days. She tasted like the wine from the cabaret, red Merlot. I drank from her because she was the only substance I needed to keep moving forward. We sank low until our shoulders were submerged, and the only sound in the background was the water swirling in the pools around us. We hadn't come together like this in a few weeks. Ever since the hose-ho went down, we knew what we had to do. To be happy like this felt like a betrayal. We couldn't live like this forever, though. We needed the escape sex provided, even if it was just for a moment in time. Sophia didn't let me go even after we'd finished. She clung to me like I was her life. We're not going away. It felt like such a lie. For a long time, we just stood there and held each other. We were falling to pieces, but at least we were crumbling together as a unit instead of apart. We stayed in the hot spring until eventually I could no longer stand the heat and we had to get out. I dried us off and we got dressed. We explored the cave for a little while, voiceless, until I heard familiar voices up ahead. Imogen, Jonah, and Luana were wandering the hot springs. Sassy and Sierra were with them, but Squeaks was noticeably absent. She was too big to fit in these caves. Sophia and I both plastered on masks and smiles. Neither of us wanted our friends to see us like this. "We thought we'd find you guys down here," Imogen teased. "Have fun in the pools?" "They're really nice. We'll have to come back," Sophia suggested. She sent a glance at Jonah. "What are you doing down here? Thought you hated caves." "They're open to the air," Jonah said, pointing upward. "I don't mind it as much if there's not a roof." "Shouldn't you be busy with your new fiancé?" Sophia asked in a toying jibe. "Cade, James, and Carter took him out for celebratory beers," Jonah said with a sigh. "Besides, I think it's best I'm with you guys right now. His proposal has me so horny, and I'd totally jump him if we were alone at the moment. We're so close to getting married now. I don't want to throw it all away and give up the purity vow." "Kudos to you for sticking to it," Sophia said. "You're almost at the finish line." "I know, right? Yay me," Jonah gushed before his voice took on a nervous tone. "Okay, to be honest, I'm kind of freaking out. I might have glimpsed it when he got out of the shower the other day, and I tell you now, it's not gonna fit." "Let us know how you really feel," I said flatly. "I'm serious," Jonah whined. "His D has me shaking. Sophia, how do you handle it?" "Lots of practice," she replied. "And lube," Imogen commented. The girls cracked up. "I've come to these springs since I was little," Luana signed before she giggled. "Though I've never snuck in before. How exciting." "You want to bring Sam down here?" Imogen said playfully as she signed, and Luana turned pink. "Yeah, what was that earlier?" Jonah asked, rounding on Luana with a hand on his hip. "Give us details, girl." Luana shook her head and signed, "I don't kiss and tell." "So you did kiss him," Jonah gasped. "How juicy." Luana blushed even harder. I took pity on her and changed the subject. "I wonder how far these caves go," I said, peering down a long hallway. "We have to be getting to the end of them." "I don't know, but let's find out," Imogen said curiously. Sassy led the way, and Sierra trailed ahead as we wound through the halls of the springs. Eventually, the hot springs ended. We no longer heard the rushing of water. Jonah was complaining he wanted to turn around and go back home until Sophia lifted a hand and said, "Hold up, I think there's something up ahead." "What do you mean?" I moved closer to her. Sophia didn't respond, just slipped herself through a narrow slit in the cave wall. The rest of us followed. We had to yank and push on Jonah to squeeze him through the tiny space, but once we did, my jaw dropped open in amazement. We were in the biggest room of all in the caves. The moon shone down directly overhead, its light casting on 5 wooden chests in the center of the room that were collected in a circle. "Ooh, buried treasure," Jonah gushed. "It's not buried treasure if it's not in the ground," Imogen said in irritation. Sophia proceeded toward the first chest. They looked old, decades, if not centuries. They were lined with a thin layer of dust. Sophia blew some off the lock and coughed. "I wonder what's inside," she whispered. I began wiping dust off the trunks. Each one had a lock that was forged with each of the house symbols: Coigni, Tawakwa, Navita, Yapluma, and Anichi. You go opening that, you're gonna release a 1,000-year-old Hawkeye curse, I bet," Jonah swore. "Things can't possibly get any worse," I argued, which was stupid to say because they always could. But my curiosity outweighed my caution. I knelt by the Tawakwa chest and clicked open the lock. The lid lifted without any hesitancy, though I had to push upward on it to break the rust coating the hinges. "Wow," Imogen breathed as she looked inside. "Liam, do you realize what this is?" I reached inside and lifted up a heavy leather garment painted blue, the inside lined with white wolf's fur. The outside of the coat was layered with whalebone and turquoise for defense. There were beads and feathers sewn onto the fabric. Designs of sea creatures had been painted on the back in the traditional Hawkeye style. "Tawakwa chief armor," I marveled. "I've never seen anything like it. So much of what we had was destroyed. This has to be at least 100 years old." And it was still in top shape. To experiment, I stood up and slipped it on. It fit perfectly, like it had been made for me. Inside the chest were matching leather boots and pants. Luana was the next to open a chest. She lifted the lid of the Anichi trunk and pulled out a long white cape. The armor was made of braided cotton and was in 2 pieces: the top a beaded breastplate, the bottom a long skirt that had slits for the legs on both sides, leaving the midriff exposed. Gauntlets that were the same color as the breastplate matched the beaded sandals that came with it. "Healer armor," she signed in triumph. "This is what the Anichi wore when they entered battle." Jonah's worry about a 1,000-year-old curse immediately lifted when he realized there was stuff to get out of it. He rushed over to the Yapluma chest and tossed the lid open, letting out a dramatic gasp. "Stormlord armor!" Jonah yanked the armor out of the chest. He pulled out a purple silk shirt and pants with several sections of flat silver metal that pieced together over the chest, arms, and legs. The armor came with purple slip-on shoes, as well as a long violet coat embroidered with silver thread in a geometric shape around the edges. The coat fell all the way down to his ankles and was honestly more like a cloak. The armor was Hawkeye, but definitely had some Middle Eastern influences for Yapluma. Imogen opened her trunk next. The armor inside was leather, painted green and designed in the shape of leaves, interlocking to connect over the torso and limbs. The breastplate was a laced corset, threaded with golden ties. The gauntlets were also leather, but designed to be in the shape of tree bark, with knee-high boots to match. Navita armor. Imogen's face twisted as she began to fit the pieces on her body. "This is getting a little weird." Sophia was the last to open her trunk. She began lifting pieces of Coigny armor out of it, piece by piece. They were alternating colors of black and red, made of a combination of leather and cotton. The main piece was a red robe that was knee-length. Black beads and white bone were sewn into the heavy cotton, making a fire pattern. The gauntlets were designed to look like flames, while black feathers were sewn into the shoulders. Sophia looked mystified by the Coigny armor as she turned it in her hands. She clutched the robe to her chest, while Jonah slipped his on and paraded around like he was some kind of king. Okay, doesn't anyone think it's odd we're finding ancient armor in the middle of some nowhere cave, and it fits us all correctly? Imogen asked. No offense, Jonah, but you're bigger than a horse. Excuse me? Jonah gasped in outrage. He deliberately made a show of sweeping the coat behind him dramatically. Wait! Sophia bent down over the Coigny chest. In her hand was a yellowed note. Sophia unfolded it carefully and began to read aloud, her eyes widening with each word. To my descendant, by the time you read this, many years will have passed and I will be long gone. I have prepared special armor for you and your friends by the best craftsmen of each house. You will need it in the days to come. Shawana Harjo. My mouth fell open. To my descendant. But Soph, that means I'm a descendant of Shawana Harjo. She's one of my ancestors, Sophia said in excitement. She must be a relative of my Anachi grandfather on Doya's line. Imogen tapped her chin. You know what? That's why you were able to speak to Shawana at the Anachi temple. I thought Ancestors' Day would enable you to talk to any ancestor even if you weren't related, but you were able to communicate with her so easily. You must share her blood. She must have had a vision and put the armor here for us, Luana signed. It's been waiting for years for us to discover it. Makes sense, I agreed. It was a very Nadarai thing to do, to leave things behind to prepare the prophesied one for war. Maddie would do something similar. You must be related to Madame Wells, too, like a distant cousin, Jonah suggested to Sophia. Both of you have Anachi ancestry. You two must come from Shawana's line. Optimism grew in Sophia's tone. Does this mean I can reach out to Shawana? Maybe she'll talk to us about the prophecy, Sophia said. What if we got it wrong? What if we can keep Ava? I frowned. I don't think so, Soph. When we spoke to Madame Wells, Shawana made it pretty clear she wanted you to figure this out on your own. Sophia's eyes blazed with determination. It doesn't matter. I can't give up now. I'm still going to try. Maybe if I ask Shawana myself, I can convince her we need answers. I hoped so, for all our sakes.
Chapter 18. Sophia. I was surprised to learn Shawana was my ancestor, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. I was part Anachi, and I had communicated with her easily on Ancestors' Day. Was that why I'd been chosen? And more, was that why I'd been asked to give up Ava Marie? Because my daughter was the descendant of a Nadarai, born in the middle of this war. I had to find out. I waited until long after Liam had fallen asleep. It must have been past midnight by now. Ava Marie slept soundlessly in her crib, and Essis and Buttercup snored in unison at the foot of the bed. I rolled out of bed quietly, tiptoeing across the room. I wore sweats and a baggy t-shirt. I slipped on my coat and left out the back of the house to the gardens. The caves opened to a large hole above my head, and stars twinkled in the night sky. Beautiful foliage surrounded me, but it was nothing more than shadows at this time of night. I could hear crickets chirping and the hoot of a familiar in the distance. I walked to the center of the gardens and knelt to my knees. Shawana wasn't my spirit guide, and I couldn't summon her myself outside of Ancestors' Day. But she was my ancestor, and I hoped that if I prayed, she would hear my cry for help. "Shawana?" I whispered, but my voice cut harshly through the night. It seemed too loud in the beautiful garden. I bowed my head and cleared my throat. "Shawana, are you there? I need to talk to you. I have so many questions." A shiver traveled down my spine. "Questions about my daughter, about this prophecy," I continued. "Is this the path you intended for me? To give my daughter up, an innocent life for the tribe?" No. The ancestors would not wish to sacrifice a baby. Perhaps that was why I'd held on to Ava Marie so long. Because deep down, I refused to believe the Great Spirit would allow anyone to hurt her. And yet, so many Hawkeye had perished before, including children. I was a fool to think they would not do this to me, to my family. "Shawana, I need answers." My voice cracked. "What do I need to do to win this war?" I was met by nothing but silence. The thought of giving my daughter up chilled me to the bone. Frustration started to grow inside of me as I knelt there, waiting for an answer that didn't come. "Please, ancestors, somebody tell me what to do," I begged. Tears began to streak down my cheeks. And still, no one answered. I waited, expecting a voice to come through in the wind. I glanced around earnestly, hoping a spirit would appear. But nothing happened. I was alone. "How do you expect me to win this war? I don't know what to do!" I cried. My voice echoed off the sides of the caves, and my chest compressed as if a dragon was sitting on it. "I don't know how to use the Azaimperiai. I don't know how giving up my daughter will save us. I don't know what you want from me." Tears rushed out of my eyes faster. For so long, I'd gone along with what the ancestors wanted. I vowed to do as they asked. But without answers, I felt useless. Hopeless. How could I do as they asked if they weren't clear with their requests? It was maddening. "Shawana, Viola, Great Spirit, anyone!" I screamed. "Help me! I will serve you if you just tell me what to do!" Sobs broke out in my chest, and I leaned over, pressing my forehead to the ground. I fisted my hands in the dirt as my tears soaked the soil. I couldn't accept this, yet what other choice did I have? I was suffering. My people were suffering. And those we prayed to chose to be silent. Minutes passed, and nobody came to my aid. Part of me wished Liam would wake and come out here to find me, because at least if he was here, I wouldn't be alone. But I was. And even when I had my family and friends around me, we were all alone, abandoned by the ancestors. It was like they didn't even care anymore, like they were happy to let us kill each other off. Were we all that big of a disappointment? I wanted to go back to Liam. I needed him to hold me right now. I got up to head back inside, but I hesitated and turned to the gardens. "You can't do this to me!" I burst. "You can't name me your chosen one and then leave me in the dark. What is this, a test? Because without your guidance, you'll make damn sure I'm going to fail. If the Hawkeye perish, it's on you. Screw you, Shawana. If you wanted to save the Hawkeye, you could have done a damn better job." I whirled around and headed back inside, wiping my tears as I went. Liam stirred when I entered the bedroom.
"Paui, what are you doing?"
He couldn't see my tears through the darkness. I steadied my voice. Just went to get some fresh air. I crawled into bed beside him and laid my head on his chest. He wrapped me in his arms, and my shoulders relaxed, though the knot in my chest felt tighter than ever. "Liam," I whispered, "do you think the ancestors still care about us?"
Of course they do, Soph,
he said sleepily.
The ancestors wouldn't abandon us.
He said it like it was an absolute, like there was no chance we'd ever be left alone. But he was wrong. We'd been abandoned, left to die. I spent the better part of the next week cursing the ancestors, trying to get them to prove they hadn't left us. I called for Shawana day in and day out to provide us with answers, but she never answered my prayers. Without answers from her, I wasn't about to go making plans to give my baby girl up. If the ancestors didn't want to tell me what to do, then I wasn't going to do it. And that meant I wasn't going to sacrifice my daughter for their sick war. In fact, I was seriously considering leaving the resistance altogether. It was selfish and heartless, and I knew that. But at this point, I wasn't feeling like the ancestors really needed us anymore. I'd pretty much made up my mind about it. If the Great Spirit didn't want to help us, and neither did the ancestors, there was no point in sticking around. I was taking my husband and kid and getting the fuck out of Hokavale. I knew it was the frustrated Coigny in me that had made the decision. But honestly, what other choice did we have? Sit around here and wait to die? Wait to lose Ava Marie? No, I wouldn't go that far. "Liam, can we talk?" I suggested on Saturday. Maddie was over, playing with Ava Marie and the Kerbals. Liam watched them from afar, really taking in the moment.
Sure,
He said.
What's up?
I glanced toward Maddie, who was tickling Ava Marie's feet in the living room. "Not here. Can we go for a walk?" Liam's face fell. He knew it was serious.
Sure. Hey, Mads, can you watch Ava for a few?
"Absolutely," she said, without looking up from Ava's adorable features. "You two go make more babies."
Mads, that's not...
Liam started. She waved him off. "Just go." The air was warm when we left the house. Esses scurried along at our feet. It was a beautiful spring day, and Hokavale was alive. Musicians played in the streets, and children danced to the beat of a drum. Julian, Irikari, and Aisha led a dragon's dance in a clearing nearby. Familiars frolicked through lawns, and butterflies fluttered up and down the street, leaving trails of glitter in their wake. Flowers of all different colors bloomed throughout the canyon, and Esses jumped from one to another, skimming his paws along the petals. I hated the thought of leaving this place. It had become our home.
What is it you want to talk about, Pawi?
Liam asked as we walked. I took a deep breath. Where did I even begin? "Do you feel like we've hit a dead end?" Liam gazed ahead with a faraway look in his eye.
Every day. It feels like we're just waiting for Oleander to strike.
"We are," I stated bluntly. "Once he rebuilds his Noxite arsenal, our waiting will be over." Liam sighed.
I know we're running out of time to send Ava away.
"We've run out of time for everything," I pointed out. "There are no more prophecy pieces. Shawana's not giving us any more answers. This is it. And I'm afraid we're not prepared to win this war." Liam stopped and turned to me, brow furrowed.
We're as prepared as we can be. What are you trying to say, Pawi?
"I'm saying I think we should— Ow! Something poked my ass. I whirled around to see Squeaks standing there, nudging my butt with her beak.
Squeaks?
Jonah scolded, though he was laughing. He carried 3 shopping bags and was flanked by Imogen and Luana, along with their familiars. Each of the girls was wearing a headband with a unicorn horn on it. Essis squealed and jumped onto Squeak's back. Liam's features brightened when he saw the 3 of them approaching. He seemed to forget our conversation altogether. That, or he was glad to avoid it.
Hey guys, didn't think we'd run into you.
"We're wedding shopping," Imogen said, twirling around so that her skirt billowed around her knees. "Jonah's considering letting the bridesmaids wear these to the reception," Luana signed, pointing to her headband. "We got you one too, Sophia." I signed back. "That's really sweet, but—"
"Sophia! Liam!"
another voice called from down the road. I rolled my eyes. What does a girl have to do to get a private moment with her husband? I sighed and turned around to see Bane running our way, waving a thick tome in our direction. "Pata?" I asked. "Is something wrong?" Bane stopped beside us and caught his breath.
"Wrong, not at all. Just wanted to catch you before I lost you. I was just on my way with some interesting news."
"What kind of news?" Imogen asked. She eyed the heavy book in his hand, looking interested. It seemed ancient and had Anichi writing on the front. Bane glanced around the street, then gestured to us.
"This way. It's something you all need to hear." "Ooh, good," Jonah said. "We showed up just in time."
Yeah, perfect. Now I was going to have a hell of a time figuring out when to tell Liam I wanted to get the heck out of Dodge. Bane led us down the street, to a small alcove in the canyon where we wouldn't be overheard. Sassy trotted on ahead and curled onto a rock. Luana and Imogen sat beside her. Squeaks tried to sit next to them, but she practically squashed Imogen. Im slapped Squeak's ass until she moved. I stayed standing with Essis in my arms.
"What did you find?"
Liam asked.
"It's strange, really. I was going through my books for information on the Azaimperiai when I came across this."
Bane held up the huge book in his hands.
"I've never seen it before. I don't know how it got into my house, but it has some valuable information in it." "Can we trust it?"
Liam asked.
"I have no reason to doubt it," Bane said. "It looks completely legitimate."
"Can I see?" Luana signed. Bane handed her the book, and she ran her fingers over the cover. Essis hopped out of my arms and onto the rock beside her. He peeked over the spine of the book to get a good look. "It's a legitimate Anichi record for sure," Luana assured us. "Though it belongs in the Hall of Records. Are you sure you didn't get it from there and forgot?" Bane furrowed his brow.
"It's possible, but no matter. The information inside is useful." "What does it say?"
Jonah asked. Bane's eyes brightened.
"It's something I've been researching for a very long time. Something I didn't have the answer to until now."
"Will you just spit it out, Pata?" I asked, getting irritated.
"This book tells us how to make an Azaimperiai," he exclaimed.
I gaped. "So it could tell us how to use it?" Bane chewed his lower lip.
"Perhaps. I haven't translated it yet, but I believe there is something to learn from its creation."
"So how do you make an Azaimperiai?" Imogen asked.
"It's a transfer of energy, much like transference,"
Bane explained.
"But it's much more advanced magic. It takes so much energy, you must trade your life for it."
"Trade your life?" I balked. "You said Shawana made our Azaimperiai, so she died to make it?" How could a woman who gave up her life for this cause have abandoned us? It didn't add up.
"According to the text I translated, Shawana would have indeed given her life to create this Azaimperiai," Bane said. "To create such a powerful object, you must die."
"So she put her life energy into the tomahawk and dropped dead?" Imogen asked. "I see why not many people create them."
Not exactly, Bane answered. Creating an Azaimperiai is not something all Hawkeye can do. You must be incredibly strong. Shoana had the power to create one because of her Natarai strength. Performing the ritual would have taken years off her life, and practically stripped her of her powers. After the ritual took place, she'd have wasted away over time, much like if a cancer had taken over her body. She probably had a year afterward to get her affairs in order, before she passed away of a painful death. That's worse, Jonah said. Creating an Azaimperiai becomes a curse, a suffering.
Liam shifted uncomfortably at my side, and it made my guts churn. He'd already suffered so much. A year was nothing to him. Bane nodded.
Yes, which is why even those most powerful refuse to create such an object. It's an example of the ultimate sacrifice.
Luana gasped, and we all turned to look at her. Her eyes remained fixed on the page she was reading. It took her a few seconds to notice we'd all stopped to stare. Es's hands went over his mouth like he too was shocked.
What is it?
Bane asked, signing when she raised her head.
Can you translate it?
My Anachi is rough, but I know enough, Luana replied. According to this page, Azaimperiai magic can be transferred. Bane furrowed his brow and signed back.
Yes, as I said, it is a transfer of magic from one person into the object.
Luana shook her head. That's not what I meant. Azaimperiai magic can be transferred after an object is created.
You mean to another object?
Bane balked. He took the book out of her hand and peered closely at the page, but I could tell by the slow movement of his eyes he struggled to translate. Luana's eyes brightened. This could be why the tomahawk doesn't work, because the magic was transferred into something else. It used to be an Azaimperiai, but it's not anymore.
But the tomahawk was protected,
Liam protested.
It has to be the one.
Luana might be right, I said. If the Azaimperiai magic was still there, I'd be able to use it.
Jonah groaned. We're looking for another Azaimperiai? Ancestors! I don't think we can wait that long.
Jonah was fucking right. It felt like the ancestors were sending us in circles. Why couldn't we just get some answers already and stop playing this stupid game? Maybe they wanted us to give up. I think we should talk to my dad, Luana suggested. He may know something about this. We all agreed talking to Chief Kawak was a good idea. We walked through the village until we came to the temple in the center of town. Luana led us to the Anachi Council quarters at the back, and Essis scurried up to the door to knock. He barely made a sound, so we let ourselves in. Inside, Chief Kawak was alone with his companion, meditating cross-legged on the floor. His eyes opened slowly when he heard us approach.
Hello,
he said brightly.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
We have some questions about this book, Luana signed. Chief Kawak tilted his head, and Bane handed the book over. Kawak studied it for a moment before his eyes widened.
Where did you find this?
Bane opened his mouth, but he stumbled over his words.
It appeared in my home, Chief.
Chief Kawak furrowed his brow and stood.
Shut the door. Hurry.
Jonah rushed to shut the door behind us, leaving us in privacy. Chief Kawak rounded the council table and sat at his chair. He plunked the book in front of him and started flipping through the pages.
I can't believe it. This is the Anachi Book of Secrets. It's been lost since the war.
My heart gave a start. How had this book shown up out of the blue like this? A moment later, the answer struck. Perhaps Shawana hadn't abandoned us at all. Perhaps she had placed this book in Bane's possession as an answer to my prayers. I felt a new sense of hope as I eyed the book. Ptah, did you know Azaimperiai magic could be transferred between objects? Luana demanded. Chief Kawak's jaw dropped, but he quickly signed back.
I may have some information that is privy to Anachi elders alone. Why didn't you tell us this when we came to you about the Azaimperiai?
Liam practically growled. He wasn't happy we were just learning this now. I wasn't either. We'd waited too long for valuable information like this.
I believed the tomahawk was the true Azaimperiai,
Chief Kawak defended.
I still believe it. The transfer of Azaimperiai magic is an Anachi secret alone, and a power no other house possesses. But Anachi hasn't had power since the war, not since the Azaimperiai was created. No one could have made the transfer.
I glanced over to Luana, who looked like she was thinking hard. That's not true, I blurted. Chief Kawak tilted his head. Luana has Anachi magic, I pointed out, as did her mother and her mother before her. Luana's eyes were calculating. She turned to her father and signed. What would happen to someone if they transferred Azaimperiai magic from one object to another? Chief Kawak took a long breath.
The effects would be similar to that of creating an Azaimperiai, depending on the person's magical capabilities. For some, it would drain their life energy. Others, it might rob them of their magic until their last days.
Tears beaded in Luana's eyes. Sierra fanned air into Luana's face, but it didn't seem to help. A sob broke out of her chest, and she covered her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Luana! I cried, rushing over to her. I touched her gently on the shoulder to let her know I was there. She lowered her hands, but continued to cry. She signed to her father so fast I had a hard time keeping up. You said Mom was sick before she died.
Yes, of course she was,
Kawak stated.
It is natural for Memularti to experience particularly difficult pregnancies.
Hers was worse, wasn't it? Luana demanded. She knew she would die when she had me. It is the way with Memularti. She had nothing to lose by transferring the Azaimperiai's magic to another object. Kawak gaped at his daughter.
She wouldn't do such a thing without telling me.
Luana cocked an eyebrow. Except you would have stopped her if she did. Chief Kawak hesitated. Though his wife had been destined to die in childbirth, he'd have made her as comfortable as possible until the arrival of his daughter. He wouldn't have allowed her to suffer.
But why would she do that?
Chief Kawak asked, as if trying to make sense of it all.
We have the Azaimperiai. To create a new one would only delay the prophecy.
Unless the ancestors asked her to do it as a safeguard, Imogen said thoughtfully. I agreed Imogen had a point. That makes a lot of sense. Coigny was going after the Azaimperiai for years. If no one knew the magic had been transferred, they'd have been after the wrong item. Luana's mother must have put the tomahawk in the temple as a decoy.
A good idea, but it makes no sense,
Liam replied.
If the ancestors truly wanted to throw off Coigny and wanted you to find the Azaimperiai to end this war, then why didn't they leave us with any clues on where to find it? Hell, why didn't they just drop it into your lap if they wanted you to have it so badly?
I don't know, I admitted, chewing my lower lip. I could tell the frustration was getting to both of us. Perhaps there's an answer in the book. The room fell silent as we all fell into deep thought. Chief Kawak flipped through the book, and even Jonah held his breath in anticipation. Instinctively, My hand came upward to clasp the spirit totem beneath my shirt. I didn't even realize I was doing it, as if touching it might connect me to the ancestors and give me answers. Liam was right. If the ancestors wanted me to use the Azaimperiai, why had they hidden it from us? Wouldn't it be easy enough to just give it to me, like they gave me the spirit totem? I inhaled a sharp breath, and everyone in the room turned to look at me. My heart hammered. Essus became so alarmed he started shaking my leg as if to make sure I was still breathing.
Pawi, you okay?
Liam asked in a rush. Slowly, I withdrew the spirit totem out from underneath my shirt. I'd gone so breathless I could hardly speak. Liam, I think you might be right. He eyed the spirit totem, but tilted his head in confusion. He opened his mouth to ask a question, but it halted on his tongue. Realization crossed his face.
What?
Jonah demanded.
What is it?
I whirled toward my friends. What if the ancestors did give it to me? Luana's eyes widened, like she couldn't believe what I was suggesting. Imogen squealed, at the same time Sassy barked. Jonah looked in awe. Even Squeaks got a twisted look on her face until realization struck. Bane was the slowest on the uptake.
Even if they did, we have some research ahead of us.
I chuckled, though it was mostly in relief. The ancestors had been on our side all along, more than any of us ever knew. No, Ptah, it's here. This is the Azaimperiai.
The spirit totem?
Bane looked totally unconvinced.
No, that's a separate relic.
Why can't it be both? Luana challenged. I was so excited for the answer, I could hear my pulse in my ears. This explains so much. The spirit totem was given to me by design. It was no accident we found it during the elemental cup.
But it may just be a spirit totem,
Bane argued. It can't be, I cried. It acts like an Azaimperiai. I just didn't realize it until now. Last year at the child camps, I summoned my grandparents. I didn't know how they appeared to me because they're not my spirit guides. But the Azaimperiai has the power to control the ancestors, right? That's how I summoned them. It's the same way I saw Neshoma on the Hose-Ho. I grabbed the spirit totem before he arrived. I called out to him with it. I just didn't realize. All I had to do was touch the spirit totem and ask for their guidance and protection, and they answered my call. Liam clutched at his heart, like the mention of Neshoma was both agonizing and touching at the same time. I raked my hands through my hair. Ancestors! It all makes sense now. Showana gave me a message through Madame Wells, and I didn't know what it meant until now. All the answers you seek are close to your heart. You must translate that which you have into that which you wish to know. She was talking about the spirit totem. I held the totem out triumphantly. She was trying to tell me I already had it. Jonah frowned.
Why not just come out and tell you then?
I thought about it for a few moments. I'd wondered that so many times. If she could send me a message, why talk in riddles? Unless she wanted to delay the answer for some reason. Imogen realized it first. Because if we'd have known this was the Azaimperiai back then, we'd have fucked things up already. We'd have rushed into the final battle without raiding the camps and saving the kids, and without saving the familiars. This was all part of the design, I noted. All sense of abandonment had washed away. The ancestors aren't testing us, they're training us. Liam wore a look of shock. Slowly, his features softened.
I can't believe we've had it all along.
Bane straightened his spine.
I suppose there was no reason to go exploring the temple then. Though I have to admit, it was fun.
Liam scoffed.
If you call dodging boulders fun.
Can you use it, Sophia? Imogen asked eagerly. I stared down at the spirit totem clutched in my hands. My heart fluttered at the thought that I had the true Azaimperiai with me all along. How had I not seen it? I can try. I closed my eyes and thought back to what I'd done to summon my grandparents and Neshoma. All I remembered doing was touching the spirit totem and calling out to them. Grandma, Grandpa, I thought, my heart swelling in desperation. This war is close to an end, and I know that I must be the one to end it. But I can't do it alone. I need your help, as the prophecy predicted. Please come to me. Gasps traveled around the room, and my eyes shot open. My grandparents stood in front of me in spirit form. They held hands and offered me a soft expression. Everyone else had gone wide-eyed, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Sophia, my grandmother greeted kindly. It worked, I breathed. I'd always thought using the Azaimperiai would take incredible magic, that I'd struggle with it. But this was so easy, like calling them on the phone. I'm so happy to see you. You came when I asked.
Of course,
Grandpa said with a smile.
We will always be here for you, Sophia.
For a moment, I just stared at them, drinking in their presence, until I realized I'd summoned them for a reason. Grandma, Grandpa, we need your help. The Azaimperiai is supposed to end this war. There's no need for anyone else to die. If the ancestors use their power to kill Oleander and stop the task force, the war will be over. Will you end this for us before any more blood is shed? I expected my plea to be met with assurances, that they would promise me all would be taken care of. I needed to be told Ava Marie would be safe, because if the ancestors ended this now, Oleander could never touch her. But that's not what happened. My heart split into pieces when Grandpa's gaze dropped, and he shook his head.
This is not the way of the ancestors,
he said. I gaped at him. Tears started to bead in my eyes. But this was part of the prophecy. It says the Azaimperiai will end the war. If I control it, the ancestors must do as I say. You must end this. Grandma's features softened, like she felt sorry for me. The word Azaimperiai, or ancestral control in Hawkeye, is a misnomer. The Azaimperiai does not allow you to strip the ancestors of their free will. We will not allow the Azaimperiai to be used for destruction. Rather, it is a tool of healing. But we can heal after this war is over, I insisted. It's a sacrifice, like the prophecy says. We have to sacrifice one side of the Hawkeye so the rest of us can survive. Grandma shook her head regrettably. You're asking us to divide the Hawkeye, Sophia. But the purpose is to mend together, not break apart. That's why Shawana sacrificed herself. She gave up her life to heal the Hawkeye, not help them destroy each other. Frustrated tears blurred my vision. How could I have the Azaimperiai and not be able to stop this? That will never work with Oleander, I protested. I can't make him agree to peace. He will kill every Hawkeye who refuses to bow down to him. We've lost any chance to unify the Hawkeye.
You can use it to heal the tribe,
my grandfather insisted.
But you cannot use it as a weapon. The Azaimperiai was made to create miracles, not force the ancestors to fight for you.
Neshoma fought for me, I reminded them. He appeared when I asked and killed that monster to save my life. Grandpa nodded gently.
In certain situations, the Azaimperiai can be used to protect. But for the Azaimperiai to be used as a weapon of war defeats the purpose. Neshoma defended you so you could survive and fulfill the prophecy. But he wouldn't have killed anyone just because you asked.
My fingers curled tighter around the totem. So the Azaimperiai is useless. I glanced to my friends. They all wore a look of disbelief. Thane had a calculating look on his face, like he'd gotten it wrong about the Azaimperiai. I turned back to my grandparents. If we can't use this to fight, how do we use it to heal? My grandma crossed her hands in front of her. It is the ancestors' choice to come when you summon them and to do as you ask. It is imperative that you ask the ancestors the right questions. What about my daughter? I begged. That had to be the right question to ask. How do I save her? I can't sacrifice her. I can't give her up. The time will come when you will know what to do, Grandma said. No, I protested. I need real answers. Grandpa responded like he hadn't heard me.
Keep the Azaimperiai close, Sophia. There will come a time when you need its healing power most.
What do you mean? That I'll heal Ava? I asked. But they'd already started to fade. No! I screamed, clutching onto the spirit totem tightly. No! Come back! They were already gone. Tears streamed down my face. Liam stepped toward me to take me in his arms. I curled into him, sobbing. This isn't right, I insisted. The ancestors aren't being fair. Liam ran his fingers through my hair.
I'm sure the ancestors have a plan.
I drew away and wiped my eyes. I wanted to believe him, but he sounded uncertain. Jonah took a step forward thoughtfully.
So we have the Azaimperiai, and we know it works, though not like we were hoping. What comes next?
This was the part that made my stomach churn. I had to be strong for everyone, because if we gave up now, we were certainly fucked. Liam better be right. I could only hope the ancestors would be by our side, even if they didn't want to fight, because it was the only way we were going to win. I straightened my spine and cleared my throat. There's only one thing left to do. Prepare for our final battle.